minutes. So, Ismail, as primary host, would you like to say anything beyond welcome?
Actually, I would just like to say that it's a real pleasure for me to be with you here today and to have an occasion to listen and learn to all about what you're doing. About 10 years ago, this guy here sort of convinced me of a lot of wonderful new ideas that he was working on. And lo and behold, he started implementing them and getting some of them to be done. And so gradually things took shape, as you know, a community was formed. And we have had 10 years now of the annual meetings and one-day seminars and publications and so on. And then a little while ago, we decided that we needed some help, and I'm happy that Neil came on board. And with that, we're now moving into new vistas. And I'm here to listen and learn to all wonderful things you're doing, and I'm delighted that we could all get together here. I was hoping that we would do it in Egypt, in the new museum, but the president delayed the opening of the new museum and all of that stuff. And as a result, it couldn't be done this year. But maybe next year it might be in Egypt. But for this year, we have the Royal Society, well, second oldest, but arguably the greatest European institution of science.
Notice how you said European. Notice how you said European. This is the Library of Alexandria.
Of course, it's the precursor institution of the law. The ancient Library of Alexandria. In fact, if you go to the U.S. National Academy of Science, the main hall, they have 4 archways. Each archway is a medallion of one of the precursor institutions of knowledge. Number 1 is the ancient Library of Alexandria, 2,800 years old. Then the Society, they say, Italy, 1603. That was a society that had Galileo and such other eminent people. Then the Royal Society in 1660, and then the French Society in 1667. And so when I used to be walking around there, Bruce was the president at the time, he would keep telling me, "You have a lot to live up to." Because when I left my jobs in Washington, vice president of the bank, the World Bank, to go back to Egypt and relaunch the ancient Library of Alexandria, pretty much in the same spot, but and a beautiful building, and beautiful people will come and visit. So we were hoping that we'll do something in the also new institution we just launched, which is the Great Egyptian Museum. That's in Cairo, and take you on a side trip to Alexandria to see the library. But maybe that will be next year.
Yes. Thank you as much.
I want to thank Ishmael for giving us this position, this wonderful location. This is like he's here to give us support. So thank you so much. Thank you all for being here today. I want to just say 2 years ago, Florida and I had turned in a grant to the Sloan Foundation, and it was accepted very quickly, fastest I've ever seen a turnaround in my life. I've been writing grants for 30 years. Within a week, I think it was, 2 weeks, we had an okay to move forward. So 2 years ago, we started. We thought we'd start in January, but they gave us the okay to start immediately. So about this time last year, we kicked off this project. We end our funding at the end of this year, and then we have 1 more year without funding, so hopefully we'll get more funding. But we've been enjoying this work. Frodo and I have been working together now for 2 years on this project. We have a lot to talk about. I want to thank all of you for being here today. There's a lot of folks that have given support on the Monday meetings and previous conferences. I'm new to all of this, only 2 years, maybe even within for 10. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so I apologize to everyone for running late. I'll blame Uber and guests. I won't take any responsibility. So grateful that you are here. Oh, that was funny there. So today is about fun more than anything else. The information's on the website if you want to read it, right? Review this. Fun dialogue, enjoy it. We're going to be very hardcore on timing. So, and back there, in the very subtle colored shirts. If you're a speaker, she will give you a bit of a countdown. And on the 10-minute mark, you will be physically removed from the podium.
I'll start doing interpretive dance after 10 minutes. My talk will be 30 minutes long. Enjoy.
I can't take your microphone this time, so you'll be moved. That is just to make it a bit less stressy. Then there's 5-minute dialogue, and that's it. And the welcomes are all the way downstairs. We have some water, we have 2 breaks, and if you don't have the Yeah, this is where the running order and so on is. So now we're actually a bit ahead of schedule. Any questions before we start on how we're doing this?
You're going to call the next, you let us know who the next person is before people
Yeah.
start, so we.
No, absolutely. So one of the things, thank you, Mark, that's really useful. One of the things we tend to do during the 5-minute Q&A, the next person gets ready. You know, either it's plugging your laptop is actually going to be.
Do you have a running order so you can know the order?
Here's the one.
Yeah. It's up. Hang on, let's have a look at that since we have the time. Let's go to their website. So in a few minutes, we're going to go on with the introduction to the project that Fabian and Dini and I have been working on. Dini will follow that with, well, I mean, you can all read the presentation. And then we have a break at 10:30, which will be some coffee and cakes at the back. Lunch at 12:15. Break at 2. Vince is coming on online. He's the only online presenter this time. He wanted to be here, but it just wasn't practical. And we finish the coffee at 5. So I think Dini and Fabian, why don't we start? That was not a rhetorical question. Okay.
Let's start.
So, Dini, me, Fabian. Fabian hasn't been introduced yet. He makes reality of what we do. Very often not in the way we expect. Because Fabian is a prototypist, so he thinks actively about ideas. He's not brick by brick building, even though I overuse this as an analogy often. So Dini's talked a bit about the beginning. So this slide is acting on the beginning. So this was Emily, my wife, filming me, all just a mock-up, late 2023, before we started the project. That's kind of how we envisioned it. And then she filmed it 2 days ago. This is the reality. So we have the headset, put it on, a little bit more cumbersome than the kind of dream version. And here we have some very hard to see nodes floating in space, but it works, and you can see the limitations of that approach. And this is late last night, where we can now, this is in the living room, probably I'm standing here. Because it's very dark, you probably cannot see the lines, but the lines are there now. So this is developed using Apple's native stuff on the Vision Pro. And it wasn't that hard for my guys to do it. Okay, they are very, very good. They've been working very, very hard. This is not a monumental effort like a whole new piece of software, which is really important because part of what we're doing is encouraging you guys to build also. If you want to read something in the headsets, especially some of the newer expensive ones, it's totally fine. Super sharp, super nice. If you just want to read plain text, that is done. If you want to write sitting on a beach, you can do that. So there's no view of the presentation.
Hit share.
Yeah, I think you need to share screen.
Bottom.
The bottom, scroll to the bottom of the screen and click the green button for sharing.
I have actually done that.
It unshared.
Unshared and reshared.
Hi, Brandel.
There you go.
Yeah, that's what I did. Share just up on
But it's not current sharing.
that share sound. No, that's already. Can you guys see the Randall, can you see the presentation, the slides?
We're seeing it.
Oh, yeah, okay, fine. So if the previous one wasn't visible, that's fine. Anyway, when it comes to just plain text and XR, it's there, it's fine, it looks beautiful. If you want to sit in, okay, it's just a bit of a delay, that's what's happening. If you want to sit on a
Looking
beach,
fine here right now.
okay, thank you. If you want to sit on a beach or on a mountaintop, you can do that. If you want to resize your windows, you can do that. These are simple, basic things. These are solved issues. That is not what we've been working with the Sloan Foundation. That's much more exciting. And Dini will give an overview.
Yeah, so the question we're trying to answer in our research is what is the future of text and how do you write and create in a virtual environment, in an XR environment? And so we had a 2-year scope in which we were developing reading first for year 1 and authoring in year 2. We were trying to separate these two activities because it's the general idea is that the whole notion of a novel separated reading and writing from each other. And what we were trying to do is put it back together in a VR environment. And so as we were working on this year 1 project, we realized that we really needed to bring those two activities together in the VR experience. And so by the time we got to authoring, reading became part of that. It made perfect sense. So the separation was minimal. In year 1, though, we worked on did some really interesting things. At this time that we started this project, the Apple Vision Pro, which was part of our project, had not yet been released. So we started the project without the very object that we were going to be creating with. At the same time, the Quest 3 had just been on the market for 1 year, and WebXR had not yet solved the interoperability problem with the Apple products. So we were really starting to pioneer a lot of things that were happening simultaneously. But it gave us some really great chances to pioneer. And that is in year 1, because of the problems with the Quest 3 and Apple Vision Pro having different activities, different kinds of interactive movements with the hands and gesturing, we came up with a monomenu. So using one hand and being able to touch your fingers to create experiences inside the space. That was our first kind of aha moment. We also had a problem with being able to use the keyboard in the virtual space because keyboards weren't talking well to the WebXR. So we created in year 2 a virtual keyboard. So inside the space, a virtual keyboard comes up, and you're able to experience and actually create inside the space, and be able to export your virtual text into the physical world. That was quite amazing. And then in year 2, we also created the circles, where we can and be able to change the text in situ without having to do any programming. So anybody without any experience with WebXR can actually change the color of their text, boldface, and those kinds of things. So some really great opportunities came out of these past 2 years. And we're looking now at year 3 and thinking about how to connect objects with the text, so how do multimedia objects work with text, and other kinds of experiments that we're thinking about. So that's where we are, and now we'll turn this back over to Kodak and slideshow.
I know Anne is doing the timing back there, but I'm going to have my extra timing here just for reference. Right. So following on for that, we last year, I have one slide of what we did last year. It's very, where is Ken? That Ken, yes, very Tron-like. In that it's lines and space, very minimalist, very Tron-like. If you don't know Ken and Tron, Wikipedia, please. So here we had at the beginnings of a hand menu, different styles of doing that. You could take text and move it about in a sphere. We decided to limit our interaction to 360 sphere. We've since a different perspective. So now, 2025, Fabien, please stand here. So these are many of Fabien's prototypes. I got to edit which order they go in. This one is super simple, not a lot of code according to Fabien.
10 lines.
10 lines. But the thing is, it really illustrates that on here, okay, whatever. When you have it in the headset, it's, oh, okay. It is so spatial. It helps us get to literally grips, but getting to grips with knowledge in XR. I'll play the video once more, because all it does, you pinch and you see the color in terms of a web color. So it has some functionality, but that's not really the point. And then for some reason, he managed to load the entire Wikipedia into XR. Do you want to speak to that?
Yes, and I will down just a bit. So Wikipedia isn't as big as the Library of Alexandria, but it's still like how a lot of us think of as knowledge. And we think of it as something that is far away in the cloud, something that is intangible and graspable, but it's in there. So this is offline, it fits in the headset, it's something that can, okay, this is not extremely pretty, again, prototyping part, but it's in there. And the point of this is to say you don't need like some very nice infrastructure when you hear discussions about the metaverse or something like this. You think it's for others. It's not, I don't have the literal power to handle this. And this kind of demonstration is saying you have it and you have it like right there. If you're traveling, if you're anywhere else, you can play with it. So this is a kind of hope for this kind of small prototype to show that you can do it. No matter what.
In terms of you can do it, writing code and so on, a lot of you can, a lot of us cannot. So this is Fabienne building a little window where you can edit variables without having to deal with the whole package of complexity. The virtual hands, the hand menu, the mana menu that Vinny talked about. This is a room where you go in and have all your knuckles on your fingers. You can put commands onto them. So when you then tap on them in the future, they are customized to what you want. So obviously here it's hanging off because you're still building it. And this is a web dev real directory on your real computer in real life, virtually. The blue ones are subdirectories, folders, and they open to the side. It's not fully 3D in the sense that, of course, the objects are, the knowledge is on a wall as a really cool beginning space, and you're inside cubes as you move along. And this is one of those, what's the point? It's so messy. Also, when you see it on the headsets, it's not messy, right? That's why we encourage you to try. We have some headsets here today. Go through. It also imports Bob Stein's tapestry, which is just unbelievably cool. This is what Dini talked about with the ring menu. We're looking at ways to do gesture like this, and this means something. So pulling through like they are like learning ways. Organizing by spatial. Here they're in a cube that happens to be visual, doesn't have to be. So you can say these are different things spatially. This is the keyboard. Dini presented it perfectly. All I'd like to add is if you happen to be at work with a physical desk, this can be aligned with your desk. So when you type, your fingers can hit something. It's super.
And it's probably in volume in space, because typically what you have are flat keyboards on the surface, which is not necessarily how you want to interact, ergonomically speaking.
And this is pulling out annotations, and you can see they know where they come from. And so much clearer than what you saw in the dream earlier. This is the final kind of bit. Here you toggle the background with a tap on the wrist, so you can work in a fake room if you want. Or artificial, as in you have the artifice of the walls, you put things on the wall or not. Really important to change that because the substrate of text in XR is everything, not the flat thing. And also notice when the hand moves, when you let go, the text faces you completely head on. But then when you move, it doesn't follow you. So you have a real, because when you hold something, our hands jiggle, all these things in XR we didn't think about before we entered. Right, text would go all over. So how do you solve that? I say Ken smiling because that's a problem he's been dealing with a lot of interesting things. And we are still us in XR. I know we're over time, trying to rush. Using our hands in different ways is powerful. Different information does really require different kinds of interactions. So that's why we have to do many different things. Sitting, standing, walk around, very different. Key thing is we mustn't be stuck with one paradigm. Meta or Google or Apple. We need to build very different ways to argue around this. We want people to have freedom of thought and freedom of interaction. You've probably heard this one before. So thank you. That was the project.
Don't we have time for questions? Yeah, it's Fatia. Please, questions, comments, and closing points?
While you're thinking, I think I can illustrate a bit more on is there was a new headset announced, like the Galaxy XR, and I don't think you have one. I don't think you have one. I for sure don't have one. I didn't change any line of code for it. I asked somebody at Google who had one really. They tried it on and it worked. So that's also like the power of what they saw. Okay, it's a little bit janky, I have to confess, but it does work, and that's kind of the beauty of this. It's not like stuck to one headset with one vendor. It's pretty much vendor platform independent.
I have a question about that. With all the headsets out there, do you anticipate a future in which a couple companies sort of gain hold of it? Sort of like how with phones now we have iPhone and Samsung, and there's not
That's
a
why
lot.
we're doing WebXR, the web equivalents. Randall, who is here, will talk at length about how we hope to get past it. We do need that, not just local apps. I showed you initially a local app that we might, because it's not that great. WebXR has such promise, but something to believe in.
Okay. Fantastic. I love the approach of
By the way, the first time you speak, if you could please just say your name, because
okay. A lesson to me. Fantastic. I love this approach with small experiment. I was wondering if you are building a library that you test so we can explore it and check it. And the second point is, are you considering moving it to a regular computer using hand tracking or other stuff?
no.
Are you considering how the two things will blend?
The second one, we agree strongly. We're not going to do On computer XR, is that what you mean? We're not,
Yeah.
we're interested in the headset at this
Oh,
point.
yeah.
It works without the headset, but it sucks.
I-
Like, it's flat, so technically speaking, it's not a problem. Like you can drag and drop fast. You have interoperability between the two, but it's really I don't. It's like talking about a pizza versus eating a pizza. It's not the same thing.
However,
It's the gesture.
no, but it's a really great and important question, because what he's done is also allow you to order pizza, to take your analogy further. That you can be in the same environment in the headsets. Let's say I'm doing all of this stuff, and then you guys are in the audience of the headset. That can now be done, right? That's what we're working on. But if someone is not in the headset, they're on a computer, it's easier to send files, right? So we are working on all, but the primary interaction is absolutely in the headset. What was your first question?
Library of gestures. If you're building because I know these small experiments about the different interactions. If you're building a repository, we can look at them.
Okay,
A
so
small
that goes to the underlying thing that I think you obviously know. Metadata, 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 right? If we don't have the data, we don't have anything, right? Librarians may have comments on this, right? So this is really, to build the future, we need to make sure that is possible. Which one?
I want to close it.
You want?
Okay.
Okay.
David.
And then one quick point then also for the hand tracking on the desktop. So again, technically speaking, it does work, but then you're looking at the projected surface, and then having this sense of depth, it's really hard. It's again technically work, but it's so frustrating that even though feasible, it's and for the library of gestures, we don't have one listed, let's say, but here that's
Did you say library of gestures?
yes,
I didn't hear gestures. Really interesting.
keyword.
Yeah, because you're making all these small experiments. It would be nice to catalog them.
We're
as a
thinking in terms of
toolbox.
gloves, exactly, changing gloves, yes.
So those are the functions that you bind on the joints. So it's not a gesture proper, it's just on the joint to touch, but it's like the first step towards.
I'm talking more about the things you pull it through all the small experiments you're
Yes.
doing.
One other, like say, would you consider gesture that if you drop the object on your head, then it's a gesture, regardless of what the object is, because then it opens something else? Yeah. So we have this, and it's all something we didn't, I think, clarify. It's all open source, which so you can see me naked in the sense that you can see how ugly everything that has been produced is, which is kind of works, but I'm proud of what's being done. To be clear, the way it's been written, it's very rough, let's say. It's very, but it's there. So it also means if you have a suggestion like this, which we didn't usually have the time to do, request issues.
And we're done, and thank you. Introducing Dini.
Hi.
I'm not going to let's finish stuff.
Magic. Okay, there it is. Okay. So I'm Dini Brigard. I know most of you, some of you I met last night. What you're looking at here is the Next. The Next is a museum and library that my lab has built and continues to maintain. We hold born digital objects, games, literature, and art. We have currently about 6,000 works. We have all the files for these works, as well as a room full of physical archives, so digital and physical archives. Is it buffering? Is it what's happening? Slower. So we have in this space, it's a virtual space, you can see we have different collection areas, and we do exhibitions. This is a Jean Pierre Bach exhibition that opened in Paris a couple of months ago, and this is the welcome space of the Next. We're going to go into the exhibition space and into the visualization space in just a second, as soon as this video moves along. Okay, there it is. So the Viz space, as we call it, contains physical archives that we have turned into 3D models. We want people to be able to see these objects from homes instead of having to fly to Vancouver, Washington to actually see them. And so you're looking at Shelley Jackson's Patrick Earl folio for 1995. I have a lot of these works in my personal library, about 500 of them, but the Next also holds about 100 boxes of these physical archives. And so what people can do from their home is interact with these objects on a 3D, on this kind of browser-based experience, right? And we have quite a few that we've done as 3D models. As we were working on this project, with the Sloan Foundation, it occurred to me that we could very easily put these into virtual space, and that's what this project has done. So we're buffering. We're going to see in a second that you can don a headset and interact with these objects in a virtual environment. And so for the past year, we've been building out this space so that people can do that. We built this, the whole Next is built in semantic markup, open web languages. Everything is meant to be open to the public. Everything sits on GitHub. You can take anything you want from the space. And as we're building this space, using WebXR made a lot of sense, right? We're not using any engines. We're building this in so that it's actually able to be used simply. So now we're getting ready to see. This is what it looks like. And we're going to be looking specifically at this beach ball first. This is the beach ball that Richard Holton used in his performances of Rogursky at Fenhorn on Acid. This was a hypertext novel published in 2001. And he would perform at these large events and throw beach balls to the public. They would pick up the beach ball, read what was on it, and then he'd perform that piece of the work from the hypertext novel. There are 354 screens of that novel and 2001 links. And so performing that was quite fun because people would read what was on the side, and then he'd find that into the hypertext novel and then perform that. I have both beach balls that he used, right? And so my 3D modeler created that for the Next. And in a second, I'll buffer to the WebXR. You can see all the other objects that we have. We have currently 24 objects available, and every day we're putting on more and more on the space. Here we go. You can see that you can hit experience in VR, which we'll do in a second. Maybe?
Should I check if we're on the right Wi-Fi? Yeah.
No,
Things would load.
it's Newton capital M plus
Oh,
L.
this technology. Now we don't want to waste the data.
Graduating the
No, it's just a day.
I made this, it was 9 minutes long. It might be 12 minutes, but it's something.
Give us time to process.
One of the things we're trying to do with these models is we want them to look exactly like the objects. So if the object had a scuff mark on it, then we created that on the object itself. We also included sound. Here we go. Now we're in the VR space.
Oh.
And so we began to add, you can see here the ball, and then here's Richard holding this beach ball. Here's some of the objects. Here he is here performing with it in 2001. My lab in 2021 recreated that entire novel as a web-based hypertext. We moved it out of story space into the web, so it's open web environment, which means now it can be brought into the space itself, in the VR space, and interacted with as well as these objects. You can see this little pig walking around the space. If you're in the space, it's walking around you. This is one of the characters in the novel, right? We can see that we have up here the flying pig, Ralph the flying pig. All of these are objects from the collection that he donated to the Next. Here we are interacting with the object. You can see the way in which we have recreated even the smudge marks. When you touch the beach ball, the sound is the beach ball squeaky sound of plastic. When you throw the beach ball, it bounces. You can hear the thump. Trying to recreate all of those kind of experiences so that when you're in that environment, you're immersed inside of it. There we go. So you throw it. I have the sound turned on so you'd be able to hear that. Now, what's interesting about this is that if we can bring in the web-based work, so you're reading the work along with the objects, this helps to extend the knowledge of the story. Most of you have never heard of Richard Holton. You've never heard of Rogursky at Fenhorn on Acid. You probably have never experienced a hypertext work in your life. But if you were to experience this work with the artifacts, it helps to extend that knowledge. One thing that I noticed when I was doing research at the Rubenstein Rare Book and Manuscript Library is with the physical archives of Judy Malloy's Uncle Roger, they have the floppy disk in a vault. They have the box that she made by hand in a box, in a special box. All of the work itself, all her notes are in another box. Everything is separated. And what I'm trying to do in this space is bring everything together so that the physical archives, the digital archives, and the work themselves are all together in one space so that reading and writing can happen simultaneously. This will be moving. We're going to look at a few more objects. You can see here, it's not showing up. You can see here, this is one of the vinyl packaging for a work, and you can see that this vinyl caused the sweating to happen, so the ink is now on this here, and this is a really interesting idea Mark Bernstein had when he was packaging to make some kind of, I think, permanent packaging, but it caused problems with the work itself. And so capturing that for a scholar, they can see the problem with the packaging over time. A couple years later, he released this as a cardboard packaging. Then later it came out as CD-ROM. This is definitely a story in the 1992 version. Scholars can also read the text on here. You can see that it was almost presented like a book. You have the testimonials. You have the bibliographical information on the folio. So making that available to scholars so that they can study this. Most people don't have access to this kind of material, and they have to fly to the Rubenstein Library, or to go to the Ransom Library and University of Texas at Austin, or my lab to see this kind of material. So making this available is very helpful. One more thing. Stop. The last thing we're going to look at is the pinwheel that Dina Larson made. Dina Larson is known for her work Marble Springs, another hypertext novel that came out in 1992. She was trying to teach people back in the 90s what interactive poetry was. So she made a little pinwheel. It'll come up in just a second. And on the pinwheel blade, she wrote lines of poetry. So that you could hold the pinwheel in your hand and blow the pinwheel, and the poetry would move around like, with the blades. Well, I guess it's not. But anyway, so we have that reconstructed in this space as well. So we have a lot of really interesting archives, and that's the project. Questions? Yeah.
What else do you have?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I'll give it just a second.
Okay. Yeah.
What other objects, ephemera, are you going to be integrating into the space?
We're going to do all 48 story space folios, and we're on number, I think, 15 right now. So we're doing all of that. We're doing, Josh, we have announcement cards, and we have the cup that you gave us from the Lounge, all kinds of interesting things. Also swag, so conference swag, so hypertext bags, remember all of those? We're recreating those. We have also the performance outfit for Rob Wittig's Invisible Seattle from the 80s. And you can actually, when you put the helmet on your head, you can actually see the bill of the helmet. Here, bill's off.
Excuse me, that was fantastic. Can you say something about the author?
Yes, and so the next step is next year what we're doing, we're bringing in the work itself so we can have that next to the artifacts. And I would love to be able to then bring in the virtual keyboard so people can read, experience, and take notes.
No, I'm asking how did you do that?
Oh, how do we do this work?
Yes.
In terms of the
What was the authoring? I mean, is this something that Fabian made for you by hand?
No. Actually, year one, we had Andrew Thompson from my lab. This is all from my lab. So Andrew Thompson from my lab did all of this programming. And then Andrew Truex is my 3D modeler, and my designer is Holly Slocum. So it's
So
all
it's,
through my lab.
in other words, it's bespoke. Somebody
Yes,
sat
all
there.
by hand, every bit of it. Tom?
So have you talked to like the Long Now Foundation or something about preserving this? Because I can see this as a digital Pompeii.
Which the, like the museum or the,
The objects, as you grow them, you know, what's the long-term plan looking at this 100 years from now?
well, this environment is part of the Electronic Literature Organization. So the long-term plan, the organization's been around now for almost 30 years, right? And so the idea is that it'll continue with the organization. My university's supporting it as well. And so I have archive, access to archival help. I have I've just been given a large space for all my equipment. I have like 100 Macintoshes and PCs to use because I actually have all of the floppy disks and CD-ROMs. So to be able to recreate the works, I have to have access to the legacy computers. So I can sit in my lab, put the floppy disk in, look at the work, and then recreate it, and then be able to put that into the VR space. So there is a long-term plan. There's legacy. Lots of work has gone into this, and yeah, I have like 9 people working for me in the space.
Another option would be the Internet Archive, obviously.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is all available for the internet. It says all of it, right? You can put it if you want. I think we have one more question.
Do we do? Also, we have one online, just see if it works, but Tess, please go.
Oh, I'm curious, this is this sort of blending art with technologies, but you know, all of these people have been active for 30 years. Some of them, it's not just online, some of them are performing in person.
Mm-hmm.
So where was the community? How did people find out that this person was coming to their town performing, or where did people learn? Was this all online? Like where did this?
Oh, I mean, a lot of this came from academics, right?
Okay.
So universities would have events. A lot of these were museums and libraries and galleries. I mean, the British Library has done events, beautiful exhibition, and the New Media Writing Prize. There's things that happen all around. UCLA was one of our early sponsors. My university has put on events, conferences. So there's a long-standing community. We can go back to the 80s and look at what was, lots of activities over time. I've been involved in this since 1990 myself. Question online?
Yeah, Randall, let's see if-
Randall? Hi.
As you described the beach ball, it seems that the artwork is actually something more between the use of the beach ball in its a context and situation, and the sort of the tension between sort of archival requirements of keeping something stored and keeping something safe, versus putting the archive the artifact back in its sort of original circumstances or desired circumstances is something that you could push back on. Have you looked at being able to kind of revitalize not just the object, but the context that the object wants to be in with things like WebEx Urban?
Well, I thought I was doing that with having the objects surrounded by the context images, having Richard hold the ball in his hand so you could get a sense of what that ball was meant to be, showing him sitting as an older man holding the ball in his hand as a kind of looking backwards at the space. So I think contextualizing it with all the other data that I have at my, on hand helps to do that, I think. But what I'm trying to do, Randall, is not have a beach ball sitting by itself and nobody knows what that's about. And that's what's happened, right? We have all these objects. You look at them and you say, what is this? Right? But if you see this in context to all the other things it goes with, it makes sense. So recreating that archive, so the archive has its own home. And its home is situated with the work itself. These things didn't happen without the work. The work drives it all. And so by recreating the work, so the work is available, and then pulling the archival material with it, recreates a larger notion of what it means to, save things, to preserve. Does that make sense, Randall? You still there?
Yes, they're just visually muted.
Yeah, okay. I think, one more question. Sure.
One other question, in terms of accessibility and making it personal to the user, could you situate it within, say, like a memory palace, like using a method of loci where that then has context?
Yeah, well, I'm a college professor, and I'm teaching students all the time history of this technology, right? They have no context for this at all. They have no idea what these things are. And I introduce Vygotsky to them. they have no idea what hypertext is, and I have to teach them what hypertext is. So my big vision is that if I have a contextual element where I have an environment where all these things are existing together, then they can begin to understand how pieces work, and they have a better understanding of the time period, the artist, the genre, the experience that people had, and how Animal Farm occurred. I mean, you don't have things today without the things in the past. So giving that lineage in time, I think, helps. So I'm looking at it from the perspective of pedagogy, but also through historical context as well. Okay, I think I'm out of time. Thank you. Alexandra?
That's good, man. Mark, thanks.
Mark Anderson. Hello, and thanks to those from elsewhere in the world watching this. Mark Anderson, I've been doing stuff with the Future of Text since about 2017. This is my current academic drag because I'm essentially an independent researcher now. And it's probably pertinent to this to say my background, well, naval signals, and then I've basically been in the information emergency department for many decades. So basically, my life has been trawling through other people's soft drawers trying to make order from chaos, which is quite unusual because the thing about working on other people's stuff is you don't get to cheat and say it's finished. So one of the things that one of the
oh, please note, those who are presenting, there is a bit of a lag from the laptop to the screen.
Okay.
Probably not that much.
So one of the things that sort of we had some rather circular, perhaps full and frank discussions about in the group this year, talk about writing, was things knowing what they are and their representation. And it bothered me that we were having these sort of quite strong discussions whilst essentially all agreeing. And one of the things, and this is really a very hot take, so it's a bit rough this, because it's literally in the last couple of weeks a bit's fell into place. But one of the tensions I realised was some people were thinking this from the sort of the exposition, as opposed to, I suppose, because I spend a lot of time doing hypertext and noting tools and spatial hypertext. When I see a 3D space, I think of the sort of the construct in the matrix, the holodeck. So you put in whatever you need it to be, and it allows you to explore what things might be. So, if it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, but it calls itself a giraffe, which do we take? So it's all very well that a thing may say what it is, but when you're exploring, you actually want malleability and you want ambiguity because it needs to look like the thing you're trying to understand, the relationship. Whereas if I'm basically, say, essentially documenting something, I absolutely don't want any ambiguity for the reader, and I want things to present as what they are. And that's something that I think we perhaps have tripped over without realizing. So essentially that's the difference of what's going on, but if I put in those terms. And to contextualize a bit more, if we stick it in the Johari window, so the exploration is really doing the unknown unknowns, and the writing is doing the known knowns. So now obviously it's not as detached as that. I'm making a deliberate sort of generalization here to make the point. But I think where that gets us to is that one of the reasons so there's been this disconnect is your starting perspective. So your internal perspective, that even when you describe it, you don't necessarily, unintentionally, it's not, people aren't seeing what you're actually seeing in here. And it's definitely not a zero-sum problem. These are not opposites. There is no quality of one being better than the other. But both these things potentially are happening when you're working with text in the space. Though it has to be said, with the elicitation, often you're working with actually an abstract of the text. And I'll come on to this in a moment. One of the points being that, so here, a good place to start is in the sense of the user interface, what things look like. Here, you actually really want to be thinking about the information because what you're using the visual for is as your tellback. Here you don't want the tellback to change. Here you want the tellback to change all the time. So the other thing that is linked to this is, I'm not sure if that's even a term, but I don't know a better way to put it. But essentially, It's definitely the case that for some people, you know, if the text isn't there, the text isn't there. So what you see is what the text is. But there are two problems with a lot of text, is that once you get a lot of it, it can become noise, especially if you can't even read it. It is visual noise when you're trying to understand a 3D sort of space. And the other thing is, we tend to think of these as not problems because often we're looking at a small text with 5 or 10 things. You put in 500 things or 1,000 things, these aren't real problems, and less becomes more. And when you're doing the sort of the elicitation work, really you're working the abstract here. But the point is, if you know that, you know, so what do we have? We've got some questions here. You know, this is about food. So you can use this abstract because what you're trying to do is you're trying to inquire about the knowledge there. So this is something that I think that now I've found we can usefully write into the study report because it's another interesting aspect to the work environment. And perhaps for somebody useful study might like to sort of do some experiments with this. But as I say, this is just something that's starting to focus, and I'm very happy for it to be wrong. So if you want to throw shoes, please do, because basically that is it. Questions? Any contrary points? Ooh. Yes.
I quite like that diagram. Perhaps we can
we can
go back one slide.
This one? No.
Yeah, this one. So
that
no,
one.
no, the other one.
Wait for it. Wait for it.
Takes a second.
Yes,
There you go.
yes, this one. So I've been experimenting lately with this idea of removing knowledge from myself. It's a little bit aligned with what Ivan Illich called schooling,
Yep.
but applied to knowledge rather than education and schooling. So basically, I found that there's in our culture such a strong push towards tools that help us understand more, right? There's this need more. So we have more, a lot of text, and then you say at some point it becomes noise, so we have to find a way to kind of fix that, I think, with better tools and software and so on. And I started to actually experiment with trusting my brain to do the work for me.
Yep.
So in the Western culture, we don't really trust our brains, and the only way we have for explaining why the brain actually would retain only what it thinks it's important and that it's valuable. The only way we have to explain that is like intuition, which I hate. It's like some kind of word women have and so on.
Yeah.
So I don't mean it in that sense at all. I just mean that the moment you stop trusting your brain, you will be surprised at what you come up with. In other words, if the whole text becomes noise,
Yeah.
let it. And then if some of the brain comes forward to you in some shape or form, follow that. In other words, I think we're trying to overmanage
Sure.
things.
I mean, the point I'm getting at here is that if you're getting overloaded by all the text, which you don't actually need to retain in your front of your mind in its literal sense, and you're looking at the relationships between the parts. This abstraction there. So I probably spent far too much time doing spatial hypertext, where most of the time I say to people, stop making it pretty and stop adding stuff in. Concentrate on what you're looking for, which eventually most people end up in things that are amazingly abstract, which is quite surprising. But because they're normally doing it just for themselves. So this is not normally a thing you share with hundreds of people. You tend to share this sort of stuff with hundreds of people, has to be said. But this is all happening in the same space. And the reason I was raising this is just we were having these sort of seeming non-arguments, but quite strong arguments. And I was trying to pick apart why that was happening. And I think what was happening underneath was essentially these starting concepts of what you were doing were mashed because that wasn't being externalized by the speakers. I'm not sure if I explained that particularly well. Are there any other questions? Because otherwise we could probably gain some time back. Sounds like not. So we can roll on.
We have time for more questions.
That's
We are doing the communication of sharing slides and things.
There were questions from Mark.
Yes.
Here we go.
Yeah. Sorry, go on.
No, I can't help myself but think about looping it back, that you start to manage the representation itself as one of those prime elements and start to play with those. Again, like the kind of grammar graphic discussion.
Well, yes, indeed. It all gets quite abstract quite fast. And again, it's one of these things, if you're used to it, it seems absolutely simple, and if you're not used to it, it just seems even more abstract. So, but yes, absolutely, it's true.
I can add to what Mark is talking about here. This has been an absolute headache for us.
Yeah.
You know, so even though it may not be clear to you yet, for us it really helps us understand the different ways we're looking at things, right? Because in this group, we have very, very different brains. And Laura, this is something you're an expert on, right? It's just like when you have people passionate, it's like a Venn diagram of a little bit of understanding, right? But if, you know, also to go back a few slides.
I was going to go back to I think that if I take anything from this, if I take anything from this change, if I take it is don't try and do both these at once at the same time. You can use the same information and sort of do them, but if you try and do both at once, there will be a certain pain point. Yeah. Thank you.
You will be introduced by Dean.
Yeah, so the Sloan Foundation grant, allowed us to have, to invite graduate students to come and present. And so last year we had Brian House. This year we have Alexandra Martin. I'd like to read a little bit about her for you. So she's a researcher at the 1P1 Laboratory at the University of Quebec in Montreal, or UQAM as we call it. She's curator of digital and web arts. Her dissertation, which she's writing right now and almost finished within days, to be defended in the winter of 26, is entitled Memory and Obsolescence, Encountering the Past in Digital Art. Her research focuses on the curation and preservation of obsolete and contemporary digital art, human and digital memory, ecosystems, internet pop culture. Previous exhibitions include Art Intelligent, Expresses, Transcreation, and others. I met you, I guess it's been about 5 years ago.
Most on my exhibition.
Yeah, so she's
On the
done
next,
2 exhibitions at the next, and she's just written a shirt grant.
3 exhibitions.
Yeah, 3 exhibitions at the next, and then if she gets the shirt grant, she'll be with me in the lab next year for about 6 months, I think. So anyway, welcome Alexandra Martin.
Thank you very much, Dini. And on the program, I think I'm listed as like finishing dissertation because I like to build suspense. But as Dini mentioned, I work at the 1P1 lab at UQAM, which is a relatively new lab. We're in the infrastructure of the NT2 lab, if you were familiar with that at all. And we are a extended reality lab, expérimentation en réalité étendue is what we call ourselves. And one of the things that I do there is I'm building a new database. So we've done databases before. Oh, there is a lab, isn't there? Yeah. So we've done databases before, and I'll talk just very briefly about that one, but we have a brand new one. So it's not online yet. It will be. It's going to be in Wikibase. It's going to be, I want to make it as accessible and open as possible. But right now, we're really just working on like, what is the infrastructure? What are the taxonomies that we're going to be using? So there's 2 main things that I just want to mention as far as our methodology goes. Like first, we're working as documentation, not as analysis for the database. Yes, the analysis, it does happen, but it happens concurrently. And the point is to have this common resource because we're researchers in, well, I'm in arts and literature, but we've got people in didactics, we've got people in cognitive sciences, health. So the point is to have this base, this database of documentations that then works as really like a fieldwork semiotics that then everyone can go off and do their own thing. Our previous database at T2 has over 4,000 entries in it already. It was started over 20 years ago. That's why it's called a hypermedia database. We don't use that word anymore, but we kept it. And so this one, that's what we're starting. We've got about 50. It's all closed right now. I've got it in a closed form, but we will be, hopefully within a year and a half, we'll be online. The second thing that's really important here is the taxonomical precision. Oh, and I guess what I should mention about the documentation versus analysis is that really for this database, we had to kind of step away from being researchers who want to always analyze, and we had to think about more, we're reporters, okay? So we're not going to make a recommendation on the appropriateness of content for a specific audience. We're not going to do that. Unless the publisher, the creator, or somebody who diffused an XR artwork or experience that's been included into our database has a recommendation, then we'll include it. But otherwise, we're just going to say things like people under the age of 14 probably shouldn't use headsets. But we won't be making any of those sort of, that sort of commentary within the database itself. And then the taxonomical precision, There's a whole bunch of categories in taxonomy that we're trying to document, and we're training our research assistants into documenting. But I wanted to just briefly mention 3 today: format, genre, and interactivity. And so format would be, what is the medium or the device via which we access this directly. And I'm sorry, I didn't have time to translate everything today, but just it seems like I thought it was really intuitive. And I'm really glad that we didn't just say, okay, this is going to be an easy category for our taxonomy. So if you'll notice, 2 and 3 are dome and projection. It's the same thing in French. And this is when I realized I wasn't in the use of the lab, is this generational divide, because all of our early researchers, they were like, no, but dome is a projection. It's just the type of space. And we were like, no, laser fluid. And they didn't get it. And like we had to show them that it is a cultural contest. It is specific to the dome space. It's not just a projection. Yeah, it involves projected. But secondly, for genre, we have a bunch more now, and this is obviously going to be we're going to keep adding more genres. We're not going to stop at just these. But we did also we have a very preliminary observation that between docufiction, documentary, and fictional documentary, which, fictional documentary, this is Final Tap, right? Docufiction is recreated events as they are true, and then documentary would be primary testimony, primary footage. But that in VR, especially when we're talking about like body swapping, there's actually a huge amount of blurring between those 3 categories. And so, within our documentation methodology, you can actually choose multiple genres, but these are just little observations we're making. As far as interactivity, this is our original, our first database, the Hypermedia database, founded by NC2. And I think it's interesting to just take a look at the list right now. This is what's on the front end list on our site for the different modes of interactivity. Obviously, there's a lot more, and some of these are really like, you would wonder, like, why are they there? Like downloading, téléchargement, downloading, online purchase, involuntary participation. But the thing is, in nuancing all of these, we were able to really nuance our whole database. And so we're starting from scratch, because there's no baseline vocabulary for this interactivity. So we talk a lot about control factors in XR, which is obviously going to be the main physical form of interactivity. But I work with didacticians who are talking about multimodal interactivity as well. And so my presentation really today is an open invitation for discussion, for feedback as well, because this is what we're starting from. And in pulling together this list, was realized I'm not a translator, because this wasn't French, and I think it looks kind of messy in English. But the point is, so we're just looking for more nuancing, because there's not a set taxonomy yet that we've all agreed upon in any language at this point. There are conventions that are coming into place, but we're in a good position right now to insert ourselves into that discussion on those conventions. And I think that's my time. Oh, I have a little bit more time. I rushed through everything. Yeah. Maybe we can have more time for questions. Yeah, because I really do want to hear more about it.
Yeah. There's some things like billboarding, like we're talking about billboarding.
It
can be part of that.
Absolutely.
Also, when something is actually using the entire space as opposed to just in front of you, there's a lot of things to think about. And we were talking last night about Beat Saber.
Yes.
The kind of experience you have where you're actually, you're not just, it's not like just tapping something. You're actually involved in a give and take. So low level interactivity, mid level, and then high level. So all of those also need to be thought about through here.
Well, and think about, I like that you use those the tiers, but I also wonder what is low level, what is full body, because we also have to think in terms of accessibility. Full body for one person is not necessarily full body for someone else, and then you have so many
also skeuomorphic. Is it really skeuomorphic, or is it? I mean, I prefer not skeuomorphic. But some people rather have, a beach around them, letting people know in advance that there's no floor.
Yeah,
that's
huge. Or that you might have shoes, but your avatar doesn't have anything up. You have shoes and hands. I prefer shoes. I prefer to have something of a body in VR space. But some people don't want that. Or for the experience, sometimes it's going to be better. It's going to be more conducive to what was originally intended. Yeah. So it's good, it's finished, right? We don't have that anymore. Yeah.
So, in terms of taxonomy, those are categorizations for a physical world. And when you're in XR, theoretically, all those things blur. You can have things going into one mode into another, and so on and so forth. There's nothing that limits you physically. You don't have to be sitting in a planetarium to watch the Pink Floyd laser show. So, how are you dealing with the fact that this becomes a lot more fluid?
Similarly to what we did here, which was, it's all there, it's all an option, it's all possible. And at times, if there's going to be something that, I'm drawing a blank on like an example here, but we are a lab, we sit around, there's 10 of us at a table, sometimes more, and we're arguing over whether or not that's an actual taxonomical distinction that should be integrated into the database. So we deal with it like that. As we move through documentations as well, like with the NT2 repertoire, things changed too, it evolved. The methodologies that were in place 20 years ago were not the methodologies that we were using up to 4 years ago when we closed the database as well. So it's I guess the answer is that we're dealing with that by allowing ourselves to evolve. But it's still important to have, like I said, a baseline vocabulary. Even maybe we're not going to fully agree upon it, but having that point of contention is also going to bring a conventional, space where we can land on the same point,
In terms of the vocabulary, you were also talking about French and English. Do you have other languages in the lab? Because, for instance, my brother and I, he's in the back middle there, say hi. We're Norwegian, so our language for knowledge is actually quite different.
Mm-hmm.
Like we talk to learn something, we say tilegne, which means something like chew on the information. Very different. Do you feel that in the translation you're increasing the vocabulary for the nuances?
Absolutely. One of the things that we have a lot of public funding from the province and from the federal government, and one of the major things that they always want in our reports is not only that we're producing academic materials and whatnot, but that we're doing what they call the vulgarisation, so like vulgarization for the general public. We create resources for teachers. Actually, there's a lot of people who are in art education and language education in our lab as well. And so we are a francophone province. Yes, there's a lot of anglophones, but we are not depending only on English. And so sometimes we're creating a work in French. Sometimes we're approximating something. And that's what happened too with the NT2 repository.
Are we trying to access completely different non-European languages to just see how they talk about it? Might be an interesting dialogue, right?
Yeah, no, I do think it's a really good idea. I don't have the skill set currently to do that. Yeah.
It's when I see full body or partial body engagement, for example, I don't know if you studied this in the lab, but I think a lot of the crowd that tends to push in actually most of those is old adults here, maybe not too Puritan, but let's say everything related to online sexuality. There is so much stuff, it's honestly mind-blowing, and people who buy, let's say, open hardware full body tracking, it's mostly to have dragon sex.
Yeah,
sure.
So,
Yeah.
and honestly,
Traps.
okay, it's not personally my take, but I think it's beautiful because they do their thing. Because by doing this, they're pushing the boundaries, and most of us who have our self-avatar in there, which is boring. Yeah, it's boring. But they don't do that, and they really push in terms of software, hardware, practices, everything. So yeah, I would probably, I think it's worth inquiring.
Absolutely, no, and I mean, I just think of the parallel, 20 years ago, we were working a lot on wires and Adam's Cam, as an artwork on the web as well. So and how are we inserting ourselves sometimes into, very intimate, non-public spheres as well, because it's absolutely of interest. And we have researchers who are actually in sexology as well who want to come work with us. So we'll probably get more documentations on that from them.
Among librarians, there's been some discussion, of course, about the rise of AI, how it's applying to the work. And one of the areas has really been how databases are being transformed into knowledge bases, whereby instead of relying on keywords to classify particular texts in various ways, you can actually get the artificial intelligence to read the texts, reclassify them based on knowledge. And we have examples of texts, for example, from the UN, and this part here doesn't say the word food security, but deals with it, and therefore it gets classified and created in that way. Are you in organizing this kind of thing? You mentioned databases more than once. Are you also looking into this area of how to use that to deal with the so many overlaps and allow you to reclassify them and create the information based on the content, not just on the keywords?
It's on our radar, but no, not currently. I think because I do think it's like step 3. You know, like I want to get this like online and then have more of this and more of other people documenting as well. Because right now our data set is like 80 documentations. You know, it's really small, and I want to get us to like 250 before I have something online. And then I want to get us to 500 before, you know, we start then implementing another technology. And I also have to have human resources, and at this time we don't. But yeah. Yes.
To what extent is this for XR, and what extent are you actually thinking about VR? So, for example, I'm thinking probably the biggest XR application in the world is probably GPS navigation in a car, right? It's a mixed reality application. But that doesn't seem to capture here things like the routing, navigational kind of choices, responses to choices about those things. Is that in scope here, or are you more thinking about?
Perhaps this is where we diverge in French, but XR would be like our umbrella, and it would include any of that. We have one researcher currently who works on cartography, but she works on VR cartography. So navigation is definitely a question, but I thank you for bringing that up, because I agree with you. We should add navigational interactions, absolutely. Yeah, I think it's probably because at this point with our small data set, we haven't yet encountered it. You know? Yeah, we do a lot of like galleries and art exhibitions, and that's a lot of our space right now. And as our team is going to grow, we have more people in different fields too. We'll probably encounter different,
Just real quick, I was just thinking about. You should look at like the 18th and 19th century naturalists as they were inventing their taxonomies, because they were on a blank canvas in many cases, and you are also embarking on a blank canvas. And unfortunately, we have a lot of linguistic and ontological baggage from the last 150, 200 years that is it's going to be a struggle for anybody trying to navigate a completely new environment.
Yeah, why fish don't exist, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good. It's still morning, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. Good morning, everybody. So I'm going to be the heretic here a little bit. Sorry. Because I'm going to talk about text in a little bit different way than I think most people in this room have been talking about so far, at least. But that doesn't mean it won't stick there. So, we like to think, we've been all looking at text. Text is a linear process. It takes you from point A to point B to point C, right? So in this, Adam Smith leads and David Ricardo influenced the thinking of Karl Marx. This is something you might see in a textbook, right? You can also do a simple graphic that shows A, B, C like that. But the reality is, it's a universe of ideas that led to Karl Marx. I mean, it was not just one guy. He didn't read one book his entire life and then write the manifesto. So, if you look at the world as it is, text is a simplification of the world. And the problem we're running into right now is that we're in a transition period. This is Thomas Kuhn's, I don't know how many of you know this, systems thinking, his paradigm shift. And you look specifically at the, he's a historian of science, and he started with Copernicus, who kind of broke this, right? And then there's like 125 years between Copernicus and Newton when it was all codified. And during that period, there's a crisis. And people are not out of the old paradigm entirely. They're trying to figure out how to make the old paradigm work with the new paradigm, but it's not easy. I mean, you get Kepler trying to figure out the motions of the planets by using Pythagorean solids and things like that happening during this period. And it's a fascinating story if you ever get a chance. I mean, Structure of Scientific Revolutions is his big work, but he also has a book called The Copernican Revolution, which he wrote before that, which goes into a lot of the detail of science anyways. The problem with this period is you don't really know what you're arguing about because you're still operating in the old paradigm mentally, and when you're arguing with people who are in the old paradigm, you don't really have a new paradigm to present to them yet because you don't know what it is, right? And so that's kind of where we are at this point with information. You know, this is the old paradigm, the library. You're sitting there, you're reading your books, and you pull the book out you want, you read that book, and you read the next book, and so on and so forth. Maybe you take notes, and you are the synthesizer in this paradigm, right? That's still true today. You are the synthesizer in this paradigm as well. Unfortunately, the books are being thrown at you right and left. And you have no idea how to manage and process that. And the question is, what comes next? You know, what does that new paradigm look like in terms of how do we manage this information? And this is where text really breaks down because there are so many stories now. And you can't look at any one story individually without understanding the other stories. I mean, we're having battles about this all the time. In the United States, there's a huge battle over which history should we teach, right? And the traditional has been the white man's history, you know, but you can't just sort of live in one plane like that because the way it's usually presented bipolar. You know, you either teach it this way or you teach it this way. Well, there is no wrong answer there. The right answer is you teach it every way. But that's really hard to do with text. If you look at textbooks, they're always going to be biased. Authors, you know, no matter what book it is, you know, you're always smashing that into the linear narrative of the book. But the reality is your book is in a web of ideas anyway. And it's hard to express that given the linearity of things. So, you know, this is what we're working on. And what does that look like? So one thing that I have sort of been thinking about a lot lately is Ted Nelson. And in terms of his vision of how text is handled, how text is thought about. Because he has problems with the way the web has turned out because it's basically stacks of paper. And we've got to get away from the paper metaphor if we're going to have any hope of doing this because there's too much paper. You know? even from the perspective of going all the way back to Vannevar Bush, he said there's too much paper. This was 1945. Well, guess what? We've got even better at manufacturing paper now. It's just digital, right? And so one of the frustrations that Ted Nelson, of course, has with the way the web evolved, and I'm not trying to take anything away from Tim Berners-Lee, especially in this country. He did what he could with the technology that he had available to him, right? So that is understandable in a way. But it led to, that's an old paradigm answer, because he was trying to organize papers anyway. He was trying to share papers amongst the scientists, starting at CERN and so on and so forth. And so he was dealing with paper as well in a very real sense. And of course, people were used to that paper metaphor also going back to Xerox PARC days, right? And that's all kind of came together in the way the web is constructed now. But it's very inefficient, as we have seen. There's so many blinders. And of course, 30 or some odd years before that, Ted Nelson was talking about transclusion. And the thing I think is really important here is we like to think of information as fixed, as a fixed block of information, that it doesn't move. Well, yeah, that's true in a sense, but then what's important, though, is not the information itself, but how it's connected to the other information. And the difference between a jump link, as Nelson describes it, which is what we have on the web, is you're going from one piece of information to a different piece of information. Whereas in transclusion, you're connecting the same piece of information across multiple documents, whatever you want to call them, right? And this, I think, is a much more important way of thinking about how information moves in this post-textual environment, if you want to call it that, or post-literary, post-book, post-paper environment. And the important part, again, is this part, okay? Because you want to be able to float that text from one place to another. So what I've been working on is something called the Knowledge Navigator. And the idea is it's a complex problem to solve,
But if you can combine the power of large language models, not necessarily, I mean, it could be a large language model, which we have now, but it's really the transformer technology. It's the associational connections between, okay, thank you. It's the associational connections between information, that the way that AI uses that. Visualization concepts, and then, you know, concept mapping is a form of visualization. So if you can mash those things together, now suddenly those pieces of data become a lot more interesting. So, and the problem is creating this quickly, and that's the other thing that we run into. You know, we do this as, you know, as scholars, as students. We are the synthesizers. You know, we're reading all these books, we put it together, we figure it out, but it becomes overwhelming. You know, and so to me, the thing that's always I wanted to do is be able to throw those books into some sort of device that shows me a map of that information, and also how that information connects with other things. This is my paper that has been run through the Knowledge Navigator prototype, and showing how the different pieces within the paper connect with each other in different ways, in nonlinear ways. But ideally, we're going to have, in the short term, we're going to be able to put multiple documents in so you can compare those. If you want to play with it and you have access to an LLM, feel free. I wanted to show you guys, it actually works. The tricky thing is that you have to put in your API key for your LLM at this point, and if you don't know what that is, you have to go through the process. And I didn't want to do that on this laptop. So real quick, let me see. Well, while I do this, are there questions?
Yeah, Tom, I was going to, not a question, but a comment. So I've worked so much in digital, right? And I have thousands of files of digital work. And then I have a room of hundreds of boxes of physical archives.
Yep.
And so as I work with these dead texts, right, these dead digital texts, well, we can't even recreate them because the external links don't exist anymore. The software is so arcane you can't resurrect it. You can't even put it in an emulator. Sometimes the only evidence I have of that work is paper. So I would push back just to somebody, I can't even believe this is coming out of my mouth as a digital virtual person, but I have come to the understanding that we have to have a mix of the digital and the virtual and the physical simultaneously for things to endure. And that each of these objects have a lifetime and a set of affordances that make them vital and a lot of constraints. But if you put them together, then it makes sense. They come together in a kind of a ecosystem that helps me preserve things for long term.
Sure.
Right? And so it's a lot of paper, but we need paper.
No, I'm not saying we should burn paper, but we need to recognize its limitations. I mean, paper burns, for one thing. The Library of Alexandria, how much paper burned there in 179 or when it supposedly, yeah.
I was just going to say servers also burn as well as paper, so
that's true.
We've got the BL in the room.
It's true. We need to work out some of that. I mean, to me, the key there is distribution.
But I have got a serious question.
Yeah.
It's really about Wikidata. Do you think Wikidata could be one? I know there's issues with Wikidata, and they've had to kind of even divide Wikidata into two, like academic Wikidata and the rest of Wikidata. But do you think that might be one way to kind of pursue some of this kind of linking the physical and digital and sharing it? So I work with other national libraries, and we've had a Wikidata working group, and I'm very keen to try and get library catalogues and metadata on Wikidata just to make collections more discoverable. So I'm super interested in your project, and just wanted to know your thoughts on Wikidata as well.
Well, I mean, Wikidata is a cloud like any other sort of thing. And so you can, the key that I see at this point is that cataloging all of this stuff, and you probably know this much better than I do, being a librarian, is a huge task in terms of how much time it takes to do it. I mean, just trying to catalog my library at home, and I've got, maybe a few thousand volumes, and, you've got millions. And so, that's one of the biggest problems. And to me, the real benefit of this, and whether you're talking about Wikidata or any other sort of data, is that you can easily throw it in there, show what it looks like in context, and then redo it if you don't like it, right? And that's, to me, the real interesting possibility there. It's the speed of iteration that I think is really important. And wikis are already benefiting from that iteration because you don't have to publish a Britannica, right, to see that information. Yes?
Thanks, Tom.
Yes.
You, the elaborate diagram you showed there was a single article that you fed into your system. Is it your intention that you could display diagram information to indefinite granularity, so that you come to a point where you can actually approximately read the diagram and get the content of the article, which is obviously a difficult thing to present logically, but would be really interesting if you could.
Yeah, I mean, the idea would be to be able to zoom in and out of the text in a way that, you know, we're trying to do with the future of text stuff. And maybe the answer there is XR. I do not know. Okay.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
Way up to the stage, just on the really important point Dini made about having things in different ways. One of the things we tried to do is take the future of textbooks and etch them onto metal. Right? We need redundancy. You need different types of media. We need things to last forever, and we need things to change instantly. So thank you, Mark, for that point. So, Andrea, I hope your slides are in order. Good luck.
Hi everyone, I'm just going to dive into it since we don't have much time. So just a few days ago, for those of you who are Zizek fans, the main article on his blog was called "Today We Need Philosophy to Survive as Humans," which I very much liked. And then when I read the subtitle for it, I liked it even more because it aligns to what I'm going to talk about today. Thinking means to think in language, against language, and in this way to destroy the ideology inscribed into our language. So we're not going to discuss Zizek now, but I'm going to give you in the next 10 minutes my version of something close to this. So for those of you who did not see my lecture in the Future of Text online a few months ago about Piaget, I'm going to try to give you a very brief context because this is a bit of a follow-up on that. So I'm slowly making my way, as they say, to put my feet where my mouth is because things were quite abstract last time when I gave this lecture. So Piaget was a Swiss psychologist. I think he was also a psychiatrist, and he was very interested in how children. The first few years of life in the life of a child. So in the beginning, to put it roughly, I'm not going to go through all of the stages he identified, but to put it roughly, the child starts in an undifferentiated state where there is just experience, and in that state there are no objects, there's no time, there's no space, there's no self, there's no relationship to other things. And the child goes through a process of building up, through experience, first relationships, theories about those relationships. So the small child experiments and draws conclusions such as, if I do this, then this will happen, and then the child keeps doing that, experiments with that until it becomes sure that that theory they had in their head holds true. At this point, there's still no objects, no self, no time, and no space, but the small child keeps evolving these theories in their mind that eventually, according to Piaget, actually give birth to objects, self, time, and space. So not in a psychological way, he argues, space and times are very much human concepts that are created in the first year of life. And what results from that, from this process of creation, is the human reality. As the child grows older, of course, it forgets these experiments that it had done at 3 months old, and then it externalizes all of these things. So it concludes, okay, these things, I've done this thing 100 times, so it must be some kind of natural law. So it starts to externalize objects, the self, time, and space. So it perceives it, although it always comes from the inside out. They're always properties of the brain. And now we can run experiments on the brain and change the perception of time and experience of time. So it's definitely something produced from the inside out. It becomes externalized. So we have the impression that time is something mysterious, still mysterious according to physics also, but it's somewhere outside and it just kind of flows. Whereas that's not really the case. We also have the impression that the world is full of objects that look exactly like this, where there are other kinds of animals partition the world quite differently. So if you're interested more in the details of that and Piaget's philosophy and all this, you can watch that whole presentation online. To summarize basically Piaget's take, he thought that language is something that comes out of thought. So the initial experiments were based on thought, on that early pre-language thought, and then language kind of builds on top of that. He also believed that adults are driven by autonomous cognitive structures. So there are these set of beliefs that are in our heads, like physiological structures embedded in the networking of our brains, and that's what we call thought, and that's what drives that individual through adult life. Now, I want to contrast this with Vygotsky. So Vygotsky was also a developmental psychologist, and he held the opposite belief that language actually is thought. Not as it applies to the first months of life, because of course in that period children don't have language, but he thought that in adulthood, language absolutely overrides and determines thought. So we don't have these structures in our head that are our mental models, and they're kind of live in the box of our head like Piaget thought. Vygotsky thought that language transforms cognition completely. And some of the cool things he said, he would say things like, what a child can do in cooperation today, he can do alone tomorrow. So we actually always acquire new mental models through language and cooperation, and then that becomes thought. There's no independent thought of language. Then to take it one step further, we have the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis, which probably you're all familiar with. So the strong version of that is that language completely determines thought, and the weak version of that is that language influences thought. Now, in the last maybe 10, 15 years, what's been very interesting is that we've actually started to run experiments to validate or invalidate this thing. And these are the so-called Whorfian effects. So we have proven now that things like color, space, and the way people conceive of events, the flow of events, actually can vary drastically according to the language systems that they were born into. These kind of experiments are very, very important because people, of course, in daily life, we don't really feel like we think differently, like we all come from different modern languages, but then we don't feel like there are huge differences between us. And before I go further in trying to elucidate this, at least partially today, I want to address this issue of differences between us. When I was 16 years old, I left my home country to move to a boarding school in the US. This is an international boarding school. At the time, there were 10 all over the world. It was funded by Nelson Mandela and Prince Charles. You also have one in the UK. So it gathers 16-year-olds all over the country, all over the world, from 100 countries. And it teaches the International Baccalaureate in 2 years. In the first year, there are 100 kids from 100 countries, and year 2, also 100 kids from 100 countries. So basically, you only have one other person who speaks your mother language, and you're 16. So the likelihood you don't really like them that much, or that you have to also hang out with other people, is really, really high. And this is not just about chit-chatting. This is not just going on holidays and being fluent in English and purchasing some stuff. This is actually having to live with each other because there were no adults. It was a boarding school. So we all learned very, very quickly that we're actually very fundamentally different at 16. Because at 16, we didn't have the means of actually being nice to each other. We actually always went into satisfying our needs, and we run into massive issues, not just communication, because we're actually all fluent in English, but in terms of deep, deep ways in which we thought very, very differently about what mattered to us. So based on that experience, I just developed this acute need to really put my finger on how different language systems determine different modes of thought. So we all knew that we can experience new feelings by reading poetry, and I know I'm late, but I am going to read these lines. So if you don't have a favorite poet, you can borrow mine. Mine is Shelley. So Shelley would write things like, "The everlasting universe of things flows through the mind and rolls its rapid waves, now dark, now glittering, now reflecting gloom, now blending splendor, where from secret springs the source of human thought its tribute brings." We have philosophers, Heidegger. Talk to me later if you're interested in the fundamental difference between Dasein and Dasein. So we know that new languages enable us to understand completely new concepts. And basically the thesis that I'm proposing, the big question is, can we acquire new mental skills by adopting new language structures we design for that purpose? And I'm going to wrap up with a few details on mental health if I still have time.
Okay.
So very quickly, we are verb focused for reasons that I don't have time to explain, but we're focusing on verbs and movement and XR. We're design focused and self-driven. We're interested in the question, how much can we accelerate this process? So normally this process takes decades, and the whole process of a language system takes, of course, eons. But we're interested in how quickly can we have someone absorb a new language structure in their own language, well, in English, we're working with English. And how long does it take until that becomes a mental model that then can be applied to other tasks? We're incorporating Eastern methodologies because we found that in the West, things like individual awareness of what's going on inside you is very low. We don't have the right methodologies for that. And the answer is yes. I'm going to skip this about why I'm calling this a textual border. And this is my final slide. So I'm building a website for this. If you want to sign up, we still need to populate this with an introductory article, but you can write in your email address if you scan this on Substack.
Yes, to me, and of course I'm totally biased in my own bubble, but to me, like the step to play with languages, to learn more and play more, is programming languages, not human languages, but things we invent, to play with like more abstract structures. And I can't help but look back with from Piaget to Resnick and Papert. So Papert was building on Piaget's work that you don't teach programming language to kids or to anybody else for the computer. You don't care about the computer, but it's rather better ways to think. So to me, that loops back also there. That programming language, you do programming language, but you don't care about the computer. Just better ways, hopefully, to think.
Programming languages can also be used, but I have some reasons why I want to use natural languages. So I have some very specific things in mind that I'm testing on myself and will soon test on other people willing to be guinea pigs. But yes, programming languages can also be used for this purpose, yes, as all programmers know.
Denny.
I think languages are interesting in studying ancient Greek or Greek. The noun, the subject, is usually embedded in the verb. So the verb is preeminent. And the subject only appears separately if it wants to be emphasized. In English, however, the order is subject, verb, object. So the subject becomes the most important thing, right? And so I think it's to look at the way language is constructed, looking at it from culture to culture, suggests that there's differences. It's not all verb driven, right? And so, I started teaching grammar 30 or 40 years ago, and I can tell you that the subject is the most important thing in the English language, when you're teaching semantics.
Absolutely. I have a quick example. So back at that school, when I was 16, we were actually divided into language groups. So the native speakers had their own class, and then the non-native speakers were divided into Romance languages, Arabic languages, and the first class we were taught, and then we were taught by a linguist how to switch language systems, basically how to switch from our native system to language. And the point was not to get the grammar right, because we're all fluent, is to think in language.
Right.
So the example, basically she drew on the board a spiral, and said Arabic languages, the way they conceive of the world and their interaction with the world is through a form of a spiral. For example, when someone calls you on the phone and you pick up, there's this guessing game where you keep asking questions to figure out who that person is. Like there's a certain circularity in the whole system of how you interface with other people in the world. For Romance languages, the linguist drew on the board this really wiggly spiral with like lots of curly curls in it. And she said that's Romance languages. So in Romance languages, you write with a ton of adjectives. Like you would have a noun and you would qualify that in a flourish 100 times, what in English would be actually unsufferable. And then English was like a straight arrow.
Yeah.
And the process that I went through was to actually switch from my native language, which was Romance, to operating and thinking in English. So it goes way beyond the Worfian effects we see and way beyond grammar. It goes actually much, much deeper into how we encounter the world.
But the grammar, it helps to explain how we're thinking. It's the representation of how our brain is working.
Yes.
Right? And it also constructs the way we think.
So, Tony, but just we're out of time. But just briefly, if you have a question online, that's unlikely we'll be able to get to it, just for timing issues. But Tony, please.
So, I mean, that latter point is really fascinating for me, especially when you come to languages like Chinese. So for us, like the way words influence the way we think. So for us in the West, a crisis is a negative thing. But in Chinese, it's a contraction of two words. It's a contraction of danger and opportunity. So for the Chinese, it's actually seen as either a neutral word or even a positive thing, a crisis. So the use of words and language really changes the way that we then move forward with our actions.
Yes. And the project.
Yes, it's a great answer.
Yeah.
And I'm going to do this. Okay, Sam Walker.
Okay, hello. I did have slides, but they were just the old man yells at cloud. So just have that in your brain the whole way through while I'm reading through this. So this is much more of a vibe check than it is anything really tangible. So it's really just me having a crisis up on stage, and you can enjoy that for 10 minutes. The future's already here, it's just not very evenly distributed, nor indeed is our enthusiasm for it. More than once in faculty meetings or discussions with interviewed colleagues, I've heard a world-weary AI genie isn't going back in the bottle, or a beleaguered, I suppose it is very clever, spoken with the resignation normally reserved for a deserving colleague who just leapfrogged you into a tasty promotion. Always, it's very clever, interestingly, and never, it makes me clever. Such voices stand in stark contrast to those who celebrate this incredible new frontier in textuality, those who choose to embrace the storm rather than stand against it. LinkedIn is aflame with, can you guess which image is AI parlor tricks? While the comments with increasing desperation insist that they can, despite clear evidence to the contrary. It's okay, they tacitly imply, my job is secure, that person has 6 fingers and eats spaghetti wrong. Well, the future's here, whether we like it or not, so get used to it, suckers. There's a worrying placidity inherent in Gibson's well-worn truism about the future, in this unassailable adoption curve beyond the dreams of Everett Rogers. When outgoing President Joe Biden signed off with a warning that today an oligarchy is taking shape in America of extreme wealth, power and influence driven by the tech-industrial complex, the response in many quarters was not one of astonishment, but incredulity. You really just noticed. Where once news of some new technological wonder was met with wide-eyed excitement, now it's more often met with a weary wariness. A majority of knowledge workers in 2025 reported that technology negatively affected their lives at work, I think 64%. While a similar majority report fears of losing their job and the data autonomy that's represented by an AI future. The same percentage of professional writers, incidentally, believe their vocation, their very reason for being, will no longer exist. Are these Luddites or concerned pragmatists? Well, sorry folks, it doesn't really matter. The future's here and it can't be stopped. Meanwhile, marketing is in overdrive, assuring us that and the wider public that AI, a term so loosely defined in the public sphere as to essentially be meaningless, now has a place at every level of text and textual production. For those unaccustomed to the tech hype cycle, the sheer scope of such claims is overwhelming. We may take comfort in the words of George Landau, who once noted that just as chlorophyll was marketed in the 1950s as a kind of miracle ingredient applicable to every situation, so the term interactive was, in his view, over-applied to almost everything in computing, a buzzword that implied almost magical benefits. Is this all sounding dangerously familiar? We are clearly at an inflection point in the history of text, beyond which lies a future in which AI, whatever that means, is integrated more coherently into our lives. The AI washing, market stoking phase, the chlorophyll moment will pass, the horizon of what an LLM can offer reached. Until then, speculation about the future of text in an age of AI is both essential and doomed, much as prognostication about the internet in the mid-1990s was inevitably doomed to be the speculation of people from a past where things were done differently, as Bush's Memex once was, and so ad infinitum. We cannot separate personal growth and communal change, Erickson warned us, just as we cannot separate the identity crisis in individual life and contemporary crises in historical development. Perhaps my Luddite anxiety is really a product of middle age. AI arising at a time when nostalgia and a yearning for the chaotic, more human web of my youth is at its strongest. The past is a foreign country, and they do things differently there.
Well, thank you.
Make up tonight. So,
You can read it again.
Highly so did you say AI was good or bad? Sorry, I'm just.
It is. He said it is.
It is.
Anybody but Fabian. Okay,
I feel like it's pretty.
So, why you say you were having a crisis on stage?
Yeah.
Why do you think it's a crisis?
I think because I think nostalgia was the kind of crux point in what I was talking about there, and I think Dino had this kind of
Did you
same
say nostalgia?
Nostalgia,
That's
yeah.
fantastic.
A kind of, nostalgia. Dino having this feeling at ELO as well, that there were these kind of waves where sometimes you say, I can see how it's exciting. At other points you think, oh my god, this just sounds awful. Like, why do you want this? Why is this good? Like, why is this beneficial? Why is it something you want to happen rather than just something that can happen? Like I can technically break my leg right now, but why would I want to do that? So I think the crisis is when you can see this kind of enormous change happening, and it's inevitable, right? Like it's going to happen. There's no way around it, and you don't want it, right? And I'm at the very beginnings of a stage where I actually don't want the future. Whereas up to this stage, I've always found a way of wanting it to happen, and now I just don't want it. It's just not desirable to me at all. And that's where the crisis comes in. But I just think this is just rubbish, right? And fine, and there's lots of excitement for it. And like for other people, it's enormously beneficial. And that in terms of translation, it's a huge benefit. Like it's very clear to me that it's going to be a very exciting world for other people to live in. But I don't know that I want to live in it.
It's not inevitable. So when you say this, you're helping people you don't want to support to do that.
Yeah.
So it might be extremely hard because it's hard, but it's not inevitable.
And I think that's part of why it's a vibe check, because it's this moment. And that's why I think that kind of market language side of it is so important as well. That when you talk to people outside this room, they're absolutely terrified and just want to survive, right? And what that creates is an incredibly individualistic, very kind of, well, at least I'm okay, and I don't care about anybody else. And you're talking to people about entry-level positions, which don't exist. And we're kind of graduating students into the wasteland and saying, it's going to be fine, don't worry, and how do you explain that? How do you engage with that? I don't know if I should be involved.
Dini, and then Stella, and then Tess.
The crisis that I experience is trying to get things shored up from the past so that there's something to share with the future, right? And we were talking about this at lunch yesterday with Alexandra. All these people that were saving it for the next are in their 80s now, right? And we're trying so hard to hold on to their work and to them while they're alive to get the stories, because we need those stories to move forward. Right? There's no future without the past and the present. We can all agree to that, right? And so that's the crisis: is how do you hold on to that past and the present, so that, and then tease out what's necessary to move forward. And we're moving so fast; it's hard to get it all done. It's hard to get it done.
Yeah, I think one of the things that I'm looking at the moment is that challenge about archiving, right, and the selectiveness of it. And one of the things that I've encountered is that outside places where we've got quite a strong archival history, there's a real push towards canonicity, right? So it's like, let's pick 5 people and document the hell out of them, which is
not what we're doing in the next.
No,
we're
exactly.
taking everything.
Yeah,
right?
and the trouble is that if you do have this panic where it's like, oh my god, it's all going to go, particularly which is when we're looking at it right now, the temptation is to say, let's grab those people and just have the work, but obviously you need all the stuff that's around it, and you need the culture and community around it as well. That's the problem with Twine, is that selecting works to archive is useless, because it's the community, it's the moment in time, it's the technology, it's all this stuff that's so ephemeral, like the kind of ephemeral side of it, and you just can't hold on to it fast enough because it's going. And there is that big kind of generational movement. It's the same thing in politics. The biggest difference is generational differences. Like, that's what defines all of it. And there's this shift and that kind of handing of the torch and all those other kinds of ways of looking at it. You can feel this whole universe disappearing, right? And as when it goes, there'll be all this relearning of these things, but it'll be too late because all this kind of slight textural difference, all this kind of really flaky difference in the world will just go, and people will start really simplifying what the past was like. And they're saying, oh, it was like this. Like, no, it wasn't. And yeah, that's what you get whenever you read any of these histories. You think that wasn't, well, that's not what was happening at all. And the only way I found out any of that stuff was by sitting down and talking to people who were going, no, 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 they just hated each other, and that's why they didn't work together. Oh, okay, that makes sense. But otherwise, you kind of turn it into a material and textual difference, and then people really kind of, I'm trying to remember, the incredible condescension of history. That's the phrase I was looking for, and that's the big problem. Is it's so condescending when people say that's what it used to be like.
Stella.
Yeah, in fact, this ties into what I was going to ask. Do you think that this nostalgia might also be connected with current political activism? So I'm thinking Cory Doctorow and his new book, Enshittification, and I went to a great online webinar organised by the Internet Archive last week, and actually there were people in the room who were younger, but part of their nostalgia is not this dependency on the big tech companies and the kind of like capitalism enshittification that Cory Doctorow is talking about, and they're a bit like, hang on, can we learn from the early internet and use this politically to do things in a different way? So I was just wondering, is that shoots of optimism or not?
Thank you. It's very generous of you to try and give me some optimism because I haven't got a huge amount of it. But I think that one of the areas of positivity that I've been seeing is that because we've seen this as an inevitable trajectory, between like web rings into centralizing platforms, platformization, we've seen that as something that's an inevitable process. For my children, it's all just stuff, right? And they think of it as stuff in the same way we think of DVDs. They're like, oh, they're quite fun. Like, they like DVDs as a physical object. They like the Wii, right? The original Wii and all that kind of stuff. So I think that when you just start thinking of it as all potential stuff for use, that there's a really big emerging kind of indie net, like individual websites, web presences, that people really like that. Like, you want MySpace back? Like, yeah, we want MySpace back. So I think there's definitely a kind of shift, hopefully a generational shift, which is like it's all just ways of doing things rather than an inevitable path, which I think we're seeing, which is like history moving in that direction.
If it's just, but just because I can, does that mean that people are filtering the past maybe in a positive way? Like it's the MySpace they think of now, and it's okay, it's not what it actually was, and then test it.
That's okay.
And I'll just do a very quick thing which I wanted to come back to, which is the biggest writing platform in India is WhatsApp in terms of interactive writing, and that's where everyone's writing because there's small, safe, enclosed communities that allow people to interact with their peer group. And that's the kind of dark forest versus that version of the internet, and that is where a lot of people are doing their creative practice. They're moving back into those small community spaces where they feel they can actually exchange work, rather than the incredible, horrible exposure putting it into the big, wide, open platform spaces.
So I'm wondering if you're, if what you're facing about the fear of technology or the indifference and malaise toward it might be rooted, as you said, in being middle-aged. Because let me clarify. I think that when the whole AI is going to take our jobs, my reaction is there's always something that's going to take my jobs.
Yeah.
Sexism was going to take my jobs. Ageism was going to take my jobs, and I don't recall an outcry from people when those things were happening.
Yeah.
So I feel the reason there's such a thing about AI is going to take our jobs, it's because it is coming for the jobs of people who have previously been protected, safe, yeah.
Those guys.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if maybe that to me feels why there's so much attention, like, oh, and I feel that other people are going, well, yes, this is what's always happened, and we have to kind of roll with it a little bit.
Yeah, so I,
or not.
Yeah, so I think I absolutely agree, and I think that part of it is, and it's that thing I think I said a little bit earlier on, which is it pulls people to retreat into the idea of, well, I'm safe and they're not, right? And that was fine when it was essentially, as it often is, kicking down at the working class, saying, well, their jobs are going to go, but it's okay because I live in the office, and down there it's going to be a big problem, but who cares, right? And it's the same thing with outsourcing and all the other kinds of, and all those little social media clips you get of like, oh, OSHA violations, and it's considered funny. Like, look at this person who's working with like hot metal with no proper like PPE, and now it's coming for knowledge work, and suddenly it's the people that we actually interact with, and suddenly it's a crisis, right? So I absolutely agree that it is something that finally people are realizing, and again, it's that you finally realize thing like this is a long time coming, right? And the fact that it's very visible and very kind of both being very vocal and also potentially a bubble and all the other kind of things we talked about. But I think there is just that question: why is it now considered such a crisis? And I'd say for me, it is because it's in the spheres that I operate in, and I'm absolutely aware that it suddenly affects me, and suddenly I'm thinking of it as a crisis. Absolutely true. but I think it's also something to be talked about more widely. I think it does spread, into these other community spaces. It creates this kind of aspect, and I'm really interested in talking more about it as well.
But we have one last question for Dave. I just want to say, Tom Hames pointed out, it really comes down to whether you feel you have agency or not, which is a really important point.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to comment on that.
No,
but Dave, real quick.
It's horrible, isn't it? Very quick.
First of all, a really lovely reflecting essay. You captured probably something that we've all kind of thought about or experienced. Next year, I'm 49 again, right? So I'm kind of also in that sort of spot. But it also means that I remember the last one of these, right? I was an undergraduate, computer science undergraduate in the 1990s, watching the web come along and thinking to myself, this is going to absolutely transform everything. And no one around me seemed to understand this was happening. Right? And it was that kind of sense. And this is the first time since then I'm getting the same sense. But now, instead of being a fresh-faced 20-year-old, as I said, I'm 49 again. So I understand where you're coming from. Back then, it seemed to me that the secret for people dealing with this was, as you said, to embrace the storm and to say, okay, it's like we were talking about the paradigm shifts earlier on. Things are changing, things will radically change, but that doesn't mean that there aren't good things and valuable things in the old paradigm. And what we need to do is to help transform it into the new. And I think if you're talking about generational perspectives, it's people with that perspective who are in the best place to do that.
Yep.
So,
nothing to add to that.
You talked of the web, and this is the first time Sir Tim has actually joined us.
Oh.
He has been invited to pretty much everything. In person, he's absolutely incredible. Thanks to Dave, I've actually had the opportunity to talk to the man. But his minders are very predictable. Right, so no need to do timing, because anyway. No, this is a very, very small and brief. No, that's not supposed to.
Okay, well then what's brief?
I forgot I hadn't copied it in, so please right, so explicit lyrics, right? Don't read all of that. This is the paper. I'm doing the highlighting bits, which is, we've gone through all these different substrates. We had something that we could only hold our thoughts when it was a solid thing. And then we got this digital stuff, which could do interaction, right? To an extent. And I believe that we're really, really far away from really exploding this stuff. And I know I'm preaching quite literally to the choir, even though you're silent, because that's why we're here, right? Text can do more. So on that basis, I want text that does something. And we talked a lot about understanding in different ways, so I'm trying to understand text in different ways. We've had huge arguments in our Monday community on what text is in digital. You know, it's been absolutely wonderful. So when it comes Tess, can you give her
Oh, look, I'm Italian. I was like, those are huge arguments. Sorry, that's where my brain was.
So here's the key, and Dave Miller was making sure I actually got my PhD, so I'm a doctor, thanks to him, primarily. And we had one of the arguments we had in the community was what metadata is, what data is, all of that stuff. We'll get to that a little bit because it's actually really, really important. So text has to make itself clear, say what it is, which is obvious, but not when things get digital, right? Because only then can we have powerful interactions. It's so easy to have dreams of things happening. But if you don't have the data, which is usually in textual form, you can't do it, right? So I agree, but then, oh, that slide should be automatic. That writing is thinking. Editing is revisiting your thoughts, right? But also software design, you know, we have a prototype that's sitting right there. Things by doing code. I think by designing. So for me, a lot of my thinking is designing author. It's a commercial product, doesn't make any money. It's still commercial, but that is how I think. So when I was dealing with this edition of our book, some of you guys actually cite people, which is, you know, amazing. Dave, you cited a lot of people, and you gave me your work document. So I then had to convert that into an author document. It's kind of fun to me because of the process we've gone through. So what I do is I select your textual citation, run it through Google or AI, whatever, it doesn't matter. Get BibTeX, paste it into author, and it becomes an actual intelligent object. Which means on export, you get the correct little thing, the body, and references. this is what I'm talking about, having a little bit of intelligence. But big tech is just something super simple. I think, yeah, see, that's what it is. Title equals. There is no codey special thing, but it's explicit, it's clear, it's unambiguous. It can be parsed even from a PDF. That is so important. And as a consequence, we get what Vint calls computational text, which I think is really, really lovely. All text can be read with visual human eyes. Doesn't mean it can be digitally extracted, right? We have this with URLs already, because here's the key thing. The URL in a document is just plain text, there's nothing there. But the rendering software, word processor, email, whatever, makes the blue link. So it's the environment that provides the interactivity for the simple plain text. We talked a lot about archiving and so on. Archive it simply, provide an environment for it to be magic, right? DOI is also, if you paste a DOI into author, because that was drummed into me during my PhD, that DOIs are so important. DOIs can break too, right? But at least they can be parsed, get the stuff, put it in so you have it locally. You know, that's the kind of magic that these things can do. So, to reiterate, this is the shortest point I think I've ever made in one of these things. The text must be clear and available to be used. Fabian has been dealing with a lot of imports into the system he's built. He can import all kinds of things. When it comes to a lot of it, 6, 7, right? It doesn't always come in whole. That is really, really crucial. There's another tool, Liquid, that kind of started my life on this. Turns out I stole Doug's idea, which was fun. I told him. I realized when doing this, it actually speaks to this original idea very clearly, because the notion is that wherever you are on the Mac, you select text with a keyboard shortcut, you get a menu of options, and once you learn the keyboard shortcuts after a while, it's instant. You can do an operation in less than half a second without thinking. It's like walking down the road and deciding to go left or right. The reason it's so important, because I'm really not promoting this one, is we cannot do that for XR yet. Right? What I use on the Mac is services, which is an amazingly powerful thing that allows things to go from here to there. Because we're living in an application-based world. This is not OpenDoc, it's not the other way around. So like the hand menu that we saw earlier, how you can edit your hand, the notion of gloves. You know, you change gloves depending on the room. Hopefully, us as a community can take what Fabienne is working on and actually have hooks so that others can use those hands with those commands. But there is no stepping out and in again, because one of the issues that Brandon keeps telling us about is security, right? When you're in an entirely spatial environment, if your eyes are tracked, the system knows who you are, right? Privacy implications, all these issues. So we're living, even though the environment is bigger, computationally we're living in smaller boxes because there's too much of us that come up. So that's really what I'm hoping we can develop. And another example of playing with the environment makes the magic. We have copying. This is something fun we're starting with. You select text and you choose copy only the names. Copy the key sentence. Copy a summary. So you don't have to go away and come back, right? That's kind of fun. Similarly, AI and paste is quite fun, because very often we paste on the PDF of the web and it's formatted weird. So you can have a prompt that when you paste with a keyboard shortcut, almost like the normal one, it goes through that for you. So you don't have to think about it. Also, if English is your native language, but the document isn't, it can do translation on paste. So this is where we forget the word AI, think of these smart little LLMs and plugging them in all over the place. Where again, the source text is plain text, right? So, as most of you know, in academic documents, you have these little citation thingies. And Mark made me make it so that in Reader, when you click on that, it pops information about the source. So you can get a clue whether it's relevant or not, because it stays small, you don't have all that stuff. Click on it, it goes to the source. If you have the original document, it'll open it to the page. If you don't, at least it'll do a web search, right? Super cool, so thank you, Mark, for making me do that. Why can't we do more of that? That's really my pitch today. So imagine a spatial knowledge sculpture, as we like to call it, right? You put this here, you put that there, you put a beautiful picture of Tim here. To share that into a normal academic document has to be possible, I think. You know, we can't just introduce a new document format and expect the world to take it. So the notion here is these three things. Annotation should be separate, to make that really clear. Annotation is the reader doing stuff, not the author editor, right? If you look at location and glossary, glossary is the basic definition of what's something else, and it should be as simple as possible, but no simpler. It should be the thing itself that you see in space, maybe a definition, maybe a link, maybe a resource. You can have lots of other stuff, but as basic as possible. And here's, to me, the real key. Location should be reference to whatever the glossary thing is, for an ID, and XYZ. No scale, no font, no orientation, none of that. So my absolute dream would be to have a normal academic document produced in whatever way. You get into the XR environment, in the document, you come across R, or whatever, letter rather than the number, you click on it. It knows to go to the location and load that into the space. Right? How is it loaded? I don't care. Right? Plain text obviously has to be rendered in the fonts, but it's the reading software that does that. So in this spatial environment, is there going to be a beautiful font? It's going to be big, small, facing you, whatever. Who cares? Right? That's an extra bell and whistle. That was the same thing. Getting to the closing. So Ted Nelson argues that there's no such thing as metadata. All data is data. And in the middle of my PhD, it was really annoying because my PhD was about metadata. Mark has argued recently that metadata no longer has a clear single meaning. Right? Is metadata what's in the resource fork? Is it what's outside? Is it what's inside? In my world, it's an appendix. That shouldn't matter. The key thing is, come on, right now you should know what I'm talking about. The key thing is that the text and the data is clear. Right? That's it. I mean, as long as an AI, a basic local LLM running, can parse your document to find that's a reference or that's a this, it's fine. Who gives a monkeys where it is? If the only monkeys that care about it is our eyes to make sure the document isn't a complete mess, right? But it matters what it says. So thank you. This was about explicit lyrics because I want the text to be able to carry a lot, clearly, unambiguously, so that the environment can make it magic. Thank you very much. Am I out of time? Dave.
You said at the beginning you want text to be clear.
Yeah.
Do we really want text to be clear?
Oh my God, okay.
I want road signs to be clear.
Right.
But do I want Proust to be clear or Wittgenstein?
Oh my gosh, this is, okay, sorry. The rest of the time is not included. Right. I was honored to do a presentation on some of this work to the European University in St. Petersburg. By the way, I'm Laura leaving. This bye. No, I just wanted to illustrate. A lot of you have other things going on. If you can come and go, if on a meeting or Monday symposium, that is totally cool. Don't think this is some hardcore conference. You have to stay the whole thing. So thank you.
And also, can I very quickly say something? I work at the ADZ Research Lab, and a big challenge we have right now is that a lot of the tasks have been designed for neurotypical people, so we're not sure if they work for our participants. If you come across anything in your own work or someone else's work that you feel could be interesting to me, please send it to me.
If you send an article, they will find
Yes. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. So on that really important point, the European University in St. Petersburg, there was a lot of discussion on meaning. Meaning is never just one thing, right? It came to me in a new way, like outside we have these tall things with leaves on them, right? Biologically, trees and plants are not separate, right? But this, right now, to us is kind of pretty. To a gardener, it's kind of messy, right? There are all these different meanings on the same thing. That's relatively clear, but they also shift. And to learn how to shift, I think, is a multi-dimensional challenge. So I'm talking about the text itself not being messy. I'm not talking about poetry. I'm not talking about the meanings behind it. If it is clear, then we can have access to the poetry. We can have access to these other things. Tony, then is not.
So just the question that you asked, do you want Proust to be unambiguous, what have you? But the question should be, does Proust want his work to be clear? Because surely the person who is the author, the person who is putting those ideas down, has an idea of what he wants to say, and perhaps doesn't want it to be interpreted in different ways.
Well, that's Ted Nelson's God of the author and God of the reader. Those 2 points of view will always fight, and that's fine. In this sense, I'm being just more technical about the actual textual lines. How you want to choose to read it, how you want to choose to publish it, something else. It's not a piece.
So I was going to say that there's a lot of tradition, of course, in saying that every text is a construction both of the author and the reader, and that there is a collaboration between the two. certain extent, for example, you don't have the same level of interaction between the author and the reader when you have visual material. That's why when you read a novel, it's one thing, and when you see the movie made out of it is another, because you're constructing images in your mind as you read the text, which have already been frozen by the director of the movie. So that there is an inherent sort of ambiguity which is desirable to have in text.
Ismail, absolutely, and that is really, really important. And that goes back to different affordances for different kinds of experiences, different kinds of text. You said a stop sign or something.
Yes.
That should be clear. Right? But not necessarily poetry when you run through a movie. This is really important. I think that's very much what Dini is leaning towards as well. Starts with text, but then you have a ball in the room, which is relevant. It is a very different experience than reading about it. We have to switch over in a second. Fabian's getting ready, but we'll go this way. This still up here is briefly.
So, yeah, I was thinking the practical thing with the referencing, could you have it so it could check the veracity of the references? Because there's a lot of AI slop, inaccurate references floating around. And if you could have something that could do like a verification check, that would be amazing.
The answer is theoretically, I would say yes, we can.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting. What do you do? Oh, send an off on that. Okay. Let me think about that for a second. So that's really the main point about being clear. Because if there's clear text and a reference in the document, you'll be able to do whatever you want with it, including that. That's it. Okay, Marius.
You've been gathering some feedback from real life users, right? Dini, Mark, Chicago, for example, Poznan. What's most surprising for you from that feedback about the clarity of text as perceived by readers or the first timers? You as a designer.
Interesting you should ask that now and not earlier, because Fabian has built a lot of technically amazing things. But Keith was sitting behind you, one of my oldest friends. He's done a little bit of headset, but then we did it about a week or two ago. When he went into the room where you have just a map of knowledge with a blank background, and you could do this, Keith, was that one of the wow for you?
Yeah.
So the clarity of what it is and the directness of the interaction is what I keep hearing the wow. To be able to do sophisticated things, it takes sophisticated experience to get to it. And I now have to switch over to Fabian, so just hold thoughts.
Just the browser.
Just the browser, okay. You can start doing your talking bit.
Actually, for the talking bit, it's to go back a bit to the chlorophyll moment and the discussion we had yesterday evening about technology. So I'm a technologist. I love technology. I think it's important. I think it's fun. I also think you should be worried about it. And one of the main criteria for me when I love gadgets, so I buy a bunch of gadgets, so much so that they fall there, so full of gadgets. But I think the one criteria, or the criterion I use to get new tech is agency. Does it preserve my agency and the one of people around me? Or is it like, whatever, extracting data, making me addicted, and thus, despite some benefits, limits my agency, short term, long term, whatever. So I think it's, do you buy Lego bricks to build stuff? Would you buy very cute, very short, very light, down prisms? And to me, that's the criteria. If somehow, no matter the benefit, is going to limit your agency, at the very least, be mindful of it. Ideally, don't buy it, don't use the service, don't help others to limit your agency. I think it's really a loose strategy. It's a win strategy for people selling it, who have been selling it for free. But technology, if it's not helping you, and if you're not either buying the right one, supporting the right one, building the right one, again, that preserves your agency, it's a risky bet. So yeah, but it's feasible. There are alternatives, and if it's not, we build it. That's okay.
So while Fabian loads the page, just want to say we changed the program slightly. After Fabian, there will be lunch, and then we'll start again, so that you don't smell the wonderful things for too long.
So that's good. I have a 0-minute presentation. We can just. So actually, it's it started as a little adventure. So I don't have slides. I actually wanted to just plug this in and show you the presentation in VR, but it doesn't. There is no plug for it. So luckily, because I'm a little bit not paranoid, but I expect technology not to work. I recorded a short video just this morning.
Do you want a dongle? Would that help?
No, I don't think so.
It's too many in it.
Yeah. So that's okay.
It's a big part of the fun. And again, in terms of we have to being resilient, I guess. So recently added. So I have a video server where I publish a lot of the videos on the work and discussions. Can I put it in full screen?
Okay, you're not a Mac user, that's
So
okay.
so example of limited agency, you want open source, you want software, you want open hardware.
You want this one?
Yes, this. So couple of days ago, weeks ago, I shared a video on using VR headset for woodworking. So I studied a bit of woodworking. I can do a flat piece of wood. That's about the level I have. I cannot do like a beautiful desk, but I'm excited by it. All technology that helped me build stuff. And somebody used augmented reality for woodworking. Absolutely not recommended. Like you have really powerful tools, you get to lose with your hands. Please don't do this. This person is a professional, and I commented on the video. I recommended to Ken, especially because we work specifically on AR and mixed reality, and I thought it's a cool idea. But the person who did this experiment, his limitation was you did not remove the headset. This is dumb. This is really stupid. And of course, I should do the same. I should definitely do the same thing because if the person did it, there's probably like some kernel of excitement and probably a learning thing. So I did that presentation without the computer. I did not bring a computer from Brussels. I took the Eurostore to go, and then I thought, if I really believe this is an interesting tool to build stuff, I should use it for that. And it means if I cheat with a laptop, then it doesn't really make the point. So I did that. Which I would love to demonstrate to you. If you want to test it after, you can. There is a live link so you can actually try it and it's legit. And the idea, of course, is if I give you a presentation, it has to be a little bit of retrospective of the work that's been done for this year and the previous one. So in it is a video, because I can't plug it. A video that I uploaded from my phone, that I downloaded from the device. Again, no laptop in the middle, the desktop just goes straight through. And it goes on my server where there are video of the passwords. So it's the API that fetch all the previous data on the past video. It's nice to see you all, but I also came to London and I went to the Tate Modern and I had one of the edition was on studio practice, how artists organize their space to do their creation. I thought that was, of course, totally appropriate. Like, how do you shape the space for your process? So I took a photo of it and uploaded the photo on the server. Again, no laptop, nothing, no desktop included, just straight to there so that I can manipulate it. And then I will actually do the video. Okay, there is also a version in augmented reality that I was just there earlier to show you how, let's say, newly live it is. I was actually listening to the presentation, but and one thing you can see is I pulled the video on my head, and then I follow the link inside the description of the video. So they are not just video; the videos have descriptions. All the videos have, or most videos have the live testing link because it is live. It is not like a past artifact that you cannot experience, and then you can navigate them from one presentation to the next. Do you want the next video? Or the previous one? So yeah, that's an example of a link. You just click on it, you open it in the headset. You can also, because we were discussing before with collaboration, open it without a headset, which is what allowed me to put the video from the Tate mode. Okay. And what I will argue for, so I can just paste it. Yeah. What I argued, there's the delay, yeah, okay. What I'm arguing for, which is unreadable here, but if you do the experiment, you will see, is that agencing those artifacts is precisely authoring. The way that you're going to just manipulate things in space, the same way that I organize here my desk, or somebody organized their studio for it, is authoring. It's not authoring as in typing text on a keyboard, that can also be, but just putting things in space, for example, every video related to a topic, and optionally labeling it is authoring. It is not dumping lines and lines and words after words. Again,
not exclusive. You can also have dumps of words to this, but putting them in spaces there. So this is the idea that we'll have all those where you already have. That was the point of this demonstration and the presentation. Now that I came without a presentation, I left Brussels empty-handed, without presentation, without slides, without a laptop, and then through those different steps, basically taking the technology seriously and not trying to find shortcuts, and also less dangerously than working. That was at worst. Yes, I had some steps to redo, but it wasn't that challenging. A little behind the scene also, but yes, that the authoring is done by agencying those different artifacts. And what little behind the scene is
10 seconds left.
So it's perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. I also edited the code of the presentation this way, so that you can, and I can also do it with a keyboard. So I don't want to do it too much live, but then I'm connected to the server because this is just a website hosting everything through that phone, and then I can connect. I don't have a little 3D printed stand, so that when I'm in the train, I can work like this. And believe it or not, it is actually fun, and it's old hacked. It's all then out there. But then it's what I finally mad in a good way is that this is how compact it is, but this is not how compact it feels. When you're in that space, you're in there, you manipulate your document, and what is the most exciting for me that you cannot see in that presentation was in the process of doing it, in the process of authoring, then I got new ideas, which is, to be honest, that's egoistically what I'm here for. I want new ideas. I want new prototypes to build and new things to explore. So by doing it, and in the headset and taking this set of technology seriously.
Thank you. We do have time for 1.5 questions.
Yes.
I'm just thinking about these tools, and one of the things that we have kind of struggled with is the idea of collaborative spaces and how we can work together, because as we work in all of these different models, and one of the main complaints about Twine is that we can't work collaboratively. What sort of attention is being paid to this sort of work in these models?
Trying to build one time.
Well, Fabian sets that up. That is what he's working on.
Yeah.
And also, Ken Perlin sitting kind of next to you. It's done amazing work in exactly that field.
So, it's a most basic form of collaboration is with myself. Again, like I have one device, I get a photo, I send it there, but with the same, basically the same tools. Here I can send little messages like hi. But then once you can do this, you can send also like a sentence what you're working on. But you can also send the files, so that this is the same file that is open on both devices. I cheated. Okay, this is the same computer. But this could be on one side of the world, this can be a headset, this can be without a headset, it could be on the phone, because it's on the web, so something I didn't highlight before, everything there is on the web.
Yeah.
So it works on this device, big screen, this one, and it also means if you don't care for the XR headset, but one of your colleagues does, that's how you would collaborate. And then yes, once you can send a message, you can send a file, you can send here, we can't barely see it, but the perspective you have, so you can see where the person is looking at. You don't need the dragon avatar, but you can have if you want to. But you can basically collaborate this way.
Yeah. Thank you.
I do want to emphasize, when you see these videos, all very jerky because our heads are. If you haven't been in a headset properly, you absolutely have to. Because it is literally not describable by other words. You may or may not like it. So, yeah, crucial.
Okay, question.
Yes.
Why on the gray? I hate gray. Why on the Why on the beach? The beginning point was I can work at the beach. Why on the And we can discuss at lunch. It's fine. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Yes.
It's not really a question. I just want to say that following up on you experienced the actual headset, I also brought like lightweight glasses that are more a much simpler version of the headset, and you can try them out and great or not very much. So
there's no great.
Yes. Everyone, lunch, please, and then eat and then chat. Otherwise, we'll just run over. Thank you very much.
I'll tell you a little bit of how we got there, why I'm motivated to pick this. Yeah. So, looking back at the whole kind of history of computing there's probably a lot more to say to this.
At that gap.
And we could even look at what happened before we had digital devices. And in some way, there are tools enhancing our capabilities of what we can do with our hands. Also, that's a big focus in our work. But you can see that in our smallest keyboard, right? That's how it started. And it became kind of gradually easier in some way, the interface, spatial, we have gestures, multi-touch screens, and now extended reality, going into the 3D world, which kind of is closer to reality. But the truth is also all the previous stuff is still there. And it kind of, with every new device, new category gets more complex. In the morning I talked with a few of the break, some of you mentioned, like some of the new generation of kids don't even know how to use a mouse. While there's probably a bunch of people who, have their smartwatch, their phone, their tablet, everything on them and go around. When I'm at home in my living room, there's a TV. Sometimes I have my laptop on as well, and switch to my phone. So it's like a lot of devices, and then there could be smart home appliances, smart lights, switches, and so on. So it's a lot more, and that's what I see as the complexity is. It's kind of rising there. So around 2013, I wanted to do human-computer interaction research, starting a PhD, and thought, what should I really focus on? And I wasn't interested in thinking, oh, that's one specific device, or that's the future device that you might see. I wanted to think broader than that. So, but what does this picture show? It's actually something about, it started with my mom. So that's in London. Actually, yesterday night, after our dinner, I went and visited that, because I have some very specific memory to that. And it's kind of the starting point of the research that I've been focusing on for almost a decade now, or more than a decade. And my mom, so we had a vacation here in London, sightseeing, and for 3 days, my mom was just talking all the time. I got so annoyed that at some point I told her, okay, I can't do this anymore. And that evening we split up. I was very emotional. I didn't know what to do. When I normally, what I do then is just, I think of work or something. So what I did is thought, what can I do for my PhD? And I was sitting here at this monument, Shaftesbury Memorial Fountain, having just pen and paper and write it down. What type of new concept could work across all of these devices? So how can we advance things, all the devices we already have? How potential paradigms that also apply for future devices that will come up? So of course I was like just dreaming. That's like quite a big thing to think of. But since the research group I've been working on has done a lot with eye tracking, I was then the animations don't work. But I was thinking that one thing that is always there when we interact with our hands are our eyes. And of course, we need to visually perceive the information. And the hands are doing the actual input to it. But, can we open this up more? Can we integrate both for the control of computing? And because that's something that is, there for all the previous devices. They are completely hands controlled. So the old paradigm. But there could be also a new paradigm that kind of integrates with the old paradigm. That integrates where we are looking, what we're interested in, our attention. So, no videos are working. That's really unfortunate.
Maybe try open in on the top left. Maybe there is some. Yeah, maybe something there.
It's not allowed.
It's not your computers.
Yeah, that looks better.
I guess this time doesn't count.
That way I would count.
Well, I started with
I think we go back to the slide show. Hello.
where was it?
On the right here.
But in my PhD, then I started my first project, and I'm thinking, okay, how can I use where I'm looking with basic commands and all-hands? And since everyone had a smartphone at the time, I was thinking of just trying to translate. I think it's this one. So multi-touch or gestures. What about a fundamentally new concept where every gesture that you do, every touch on the screen,
maybe use models, isn't it?
yeah, will visibility is really crap. So that's a big challenge.
Maybe there's too much apps open.
Sorry,
People's tabs.
That's the comment on the future of text.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, shouldn't take any shit.
So it's here. It's available on the iTunes. So I'm running a bit last night. And I'm waiting for it to load. I'm waiting for it. And it plays for 3 seconds and stops. It plays for 10 seconds and stops. Oh no. I can't take this. Huh?
If you have TV in your room, they show it every night at like 9 o'clock on ITV3. Yeah.
So
Are you also on video?
At the bottom on the right hand side.
Good imagination.
Talk us through that. You check it.
Should I stop?
Yes. We should have a whole symposium on just what's going on with Microsoft, right?
Oh God.
We have to. So there's an eye tracker at the bottom of the tablet. The red circle is for you to see where I'm looking, actually. So it was 2016, 15 when I was working on Career tablet. How can we just instantly select where we're looking? So every touch gesture happens where I look. So as you can see, no, I can do the same things as I would do with normal touching, but I can just use very simple thumb movements. So it minimizes kind of the effort. There's no effort with actually touching things, but it's even less somehow. So there was some kind of a new feeling of interacting with it. And this later work extended that to the 3D space. So thinking of there's objects around us, we can look at things, and now it's a simple extension from touching is now pinching. So this also works quite well. And we had this prototype at the time with an eye tracker attached to the other device, inside the thing, and a hand tracker on the device to kind of get the feeling of it. And these are like 2 videos of probably hundreds of them to this point of making it as seamless as you can see that I can build stuff. Although, yeah, at the end I'm crashing this thing, but you can see that there's some potential to it. And so I was, my supervisor just recently told me that he felt like I'm obsessed about this topic. I don't think so. It's just about 15, 20 papers that we published on this information. And so you, of course, very specific concepts, again, I was very happy to see them actually being adopted in industry. Apple Vision Pro famously used this looking and pinching, but also something else that completely under the radar that I think is also a key mechanism to make it work. It's the direct and indirect gestures.
So if you look at the Vision OS guidelines, you can actually see exactly the same terminology. But the idea is that I can touch things. So in the same interface, I can use one hand to do it as I know from the old paradigm. But I can also at the same time just look at things and tap from far away. And this kind of coexistence is important. This is also what you see nowadays with the devices, that you can directly act on them or use this indirect eye-based approach. So, but of course, that work was around 2015. So that's the state of the art we have now. We've done already a lot more work in this direction. So we're kind of looking nowadays with now 18 PhD students looking at what is the more next part in this XR interface. Some examples of integrating this direct and indirect interaction for two hands and studying this, understanding kind of how our two-hand rules might be improved. We have even a more advanced paradigm where you don't have to move objects with your hand anymore. You can just completely coordinate your eyes with your hand. So that's more for the generation afterwards who know already how to use the basic paradigm. And I don't even understand what the master student is doing, but he's very efficient in 3D translation. But yeah, but that's not how it started. I wanted to see not specific for one device how it works, but rather extend the whole range of it. So I'm thinking, why would I need, if I want to use my phone, it's right next to me, and I'm using the touchpad on my laptop, why would I need to switch over? I could just look at the device, right? I can just look at the slides and use the phone that I have in my hand, or whatever is in my hand. Why does every device work in acceleration? So that's kind of something I'm trying to go for.
It's over? Yeah. Time was up 5 minutes ago, but there were so many issues, we gave you some extra, and thank you very much. Let's follow the program. We're 5 minutes time shifted now. So we do have questions. Kenny?
Yeah, so I like having five. I have 5 different devices across my desks. And I like that. And they're all Apple products, so they all talk to each other. So I can save and move things around and paste. And I can use this computer for this purpose, and then go over here, pull this up, move it here. And I find myself doing this, and it's quite productive. The thought of having it all do the same thing, I think that would drive me crazy. So how do you ever need to have different devices doing different things? And what purpose would this serve as opposed to what I'm doing?
Yeah, that's definitely a good question. I'm not an Apple guy, really, so I don't know how well it works now across devices.
Okay.
But what I see or I observe mostly is that it's completely isolated, like juggling among devices. When my students then ask me about cross-device interaction, why don't we use gaze and pinch for everything? I can use in-air gestures for all of it. It's a possibility to do it, but what is missing there is that every way of interaction has its own qualities. Like, I want to still use a stylus or a pen for drawing. I want to have the simplicity of the touch. I also want to have the precision of the mouse. So all of these qualities are important.
No, actually, I don't have a question. I just want to like your work a little bit.
But just to finish this, the challenge is still, I think, even if you have this Apple ecosystem, you can't just use your phone to interact with everything, or your mouse to interact with it. What if I'm on my desktop, using my mouse, I just look at my watch, and I can use the mouse to do something on the watch. So all of these possibilities are still there.
Just one point, and then Freud's going to speak. The way the Apple environment works is that if I have a website open here, it can be mirrored over here very quickly, and my watch talks to my laptop. So things talk to each other quite beautifully. And I'm just trying to see, like, when would I want everything to be the same? Because it seems to be quite useful to have an array of. I can move so fast. When I'm working, I'm moving across these devices, and I'm able to be. The workflow is so good.
Well,
I think
I have to get the experience to instead.
Fabienne's gonna take over and
Just
tell me.
Fabienne, but help me first, because I have my hand up. I just want to really, I've watched your work obviously for a long time, I just really want to hype up the fact that you're so manically obsessive is such a wonderful thing. Because for most of us, we're lucky enough to have all our senses. Hands and eyes are crucial, absolutely. So did you guys really notice in the very first thing with the iPad thing, you don't tap where the thing is? That was many, many years before any of these things, right? So just think your different way of thinking about it is just so important, right? Just like the fact that you have an iPad, you touch here, but you're looking there, so that's where it registers. I think that's just really helping us break the mold of our previous paradigms. So just a big thank you for that. It's amazing. But I don't know. What more do I want to
I
get?
have a very just rudimentary question, basic. I understand what's capturing the gaze in a headset, but if I'm just looking at an iPad or a computer screen, what's capturing my gaze and what's tracking my gaze in that?
I think yes.
Okay, so
No, but you do have a front-facing camera, right?
That's right.
yeah, I assume the camera, but I didn't know if. So I just was kind of clarifying. So the camera to track my gaze when I'm working on an iPad, the camera has to be turned off.
I believe that in the HCI research field, it's a bit the chicken and egg thing. That maybe if we understand the use cases or some advantages, then also there will be more sensing capabilities there. And actually with the iPhone, I think it's the iPhone X, they have some basic gaze tracking also. So maybe that will also work at some point well. As with headsets, initially it was very broken, but now it's working well, so it can go that way. I'm trusting there are a lot of people who are working on that.
Oh, I don't think you don't know the answer. I was just curious. I just assumed that it was a question that everyone in the room knew the answer to, but me. So that's why I asked.
Well, Fabienne, give us the answer to everything.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, one answer potentially is KT Connect. It's really for interoperability between devices. So it works, but it doesn't work the way, I think it works the way you mentioned, which is like kind of unifying without having the right necessarily interaction for that interface. So it's unifying, but not the way you suggest.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And but it's one solution. There is an interface for this, and it works. But to illustrate how pressing what you're talking about is, so on the way here, I was in the train, I was preparing the presentation, and I had this fancy pen for XR. It's a fancy pen, and I wanted it for XR, but also at some point in the train, I didn't want to have the XR on, and I wanted to sketch on my phone. But I couldn't, it doesn't work this way. But it's stupid. Like it has the capability, it should
Yeah,
work.
yeah.
But I think we're so used to our different world gardens and technological limitations within the platform that we just accept it. And it is fucking wrong. Like again, the device has all the technical capability to do it. And at some point, I just wanted to do like a little scribble. I don't want to type. I don't want to speak it. I wanted to sketch it. So it's a very pressing need. And I think even for like an ecological mindset, not just intellectual, it is so wrong that we have to have yet another device with yet another ecosystem. If they must be able to communicate. Yes. Better than
I just thought you'd appreciate the story. I was visiting Alan Kay yesterday, and he's a very serious organist. And to play the organ, you use your feet, you use your hands. He had somebody design a program for his iPad that changes the pages of the music with an eye blink, and he's trained it to see his left eye and his right eye separately, and not to record blinks. And he was so proud of this, and it was fantastic. Watch him do it.
I love it.
Anyone else?
Yeah, one more.
Oh yeah, one. Please answer that while I switch on. Thank you. No, stand here, please. So you're on camera.
I don't think anyone's talked at all about commercialization of anyone's research. Apple will patent anything that moves, and I know the US patent system allows us to patent almost anything. I just wonder if you or your university have ever looked at patenting either the gestures or the technology behind it, because clearly the Apple Vision Pro and other devices will have been using very similar things.
So there's like a, we have like 10 projects or something in the air, and patenting all of the ideas that would be just insanely expensive, and you never know which one of them would really be used. So that's just, I think in the States, I think it's patent.
You just want to set the world. Thank you. Marius. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like us to take a step back or maybe a step forward. It just depends how we look on it. Because if you think about the future of the text and start going further and further into that future, the past is actually catching up, right? It starts to be a present moment because in a deep time perspective, we are just the same moment as ancient Egyptians. Right? So I was thinking that this beautiful artwork, made not by AI, but the real person, let's just imagine that it is depicting a site of electronic literature lab of Denis Brugard 20,000 years from now.
Oh God.
Okay? And that intriguing person is fishing out from that stream this plastic ball of Richard Holleton, thinkoron acid that we were shown. Right? There's just a tiny bit of it, but maybe this person or non-person can actually decode it. So the question is, what is the deep future of text? And I hope you can help me and us together answer that question. It should be obviously future-proof, right? How can this be achieved when humanity and Earth, as we see now, is just going to the some dictators just want to write the future of text or the text of the future with war and death. And I think we can start learning from the past, because from that perspective, the past is already here and the future is already here. And this poem from a papyrus from 1300 years before our era and was quoted in 2 books on reading, and it's going like that. Be a scribe, engrave this in your heart, so that your name might live on like theirs. The scroll is better than the carved stone. A man has died, his corpse is dust, and his people have passed from the land. It is a book which makes him remembered in the mouth of the speaker who reads him. This chant of an ancient scribe found in Egypt is astounding in its media-specific self-consciousness. Right? This author is well aware about the differences between the stone and the papyri, about the speed and comfortable, flexible way in which papyri can be distributed. And it looks like there was also a full culture that of scribes and writing that he refers to back. So it's quite interesting. So, but he was actually quite lucky because most of his colleagues' texts actually did not survive to today. So, if we actually were to think as his colleagues, what could we do to actually make sure that our texts survive this 3,000 years? We could translate our script into some other media, right? Like a stone or a cuneiform clay tablet. We can, even if we had technology, put it on metal, as Frode mentioned, that maybe we can actually start doing the future of text. The metaphor actually of hieroglyph, which I think is a good point of departure as well here, is especially important here. Maybe we can actually compress this text from scroll to some legible string of symbols that can travel longer in time than our scroll, that is perishable. The metaphor of the hieroglyph is especially important. From Stargate TV series, if we remember, to a recent book edited by Catherine Kramer, Hieroglyph. It is a semiotic device, a prototype of universal and non-linear text that lets sci-fi and speculative fiction connect human and non-human intelligence, lost civilizations, and alternative histories, right, across the deep time. And obviously, in the 20th century, we witnessed another scroll versus stone moment when digital technologies remediated the augmented print. Does the lesson from ancient Egypt mean that we should begin writing on stone or metal when designing interactive rich text? Perhaps. Our society is still writing with stone, right? When you want to commemorate a person, a group of people, or an institution. to survive cataclysms such as burning of libraries in Alexandria or burning a library by Nazis in Warsaw, Krasiński Library, beautiful collection, all gone. And that was a deliberate act of Nazi vandalism. But actually today our stone, with our today's technology and biotechnology, can be considered to be a DNA code, right? Transgenic text experiments of Eduardo Katz or Christian Bock. Oops, oh, that's the one of these nice hieroglyphs on the Stela of Horenheim. Christian Bock's xenotext, for example, by encoding poems into the DNA of a bacteria, can replicate ad infinitum and survive nuclear and climate disasters. These texts may indeed project an ultimate deep future of our text if anyone is actually able to read them. Right? What I would rather suggest for now is to, when we design interactive text, to do it in a method that introduces graceful remediation, where all media and the material supports of accompanying objects participate in the text as a constellation, perhaps down to either metaphorical or literal ideogram, a string of those symbols universal enough to be read and understood in a galaxy far, far away. And obviously, just as we've been demonstrated with the next example, or when we come back to interactive fiction history that introduce feelings, some real objects that the readers could have in their collection, or by early hypertext examples, such as Andelbady's Phantom Panhouse, it is doable. So actually, I think we can start designing and thinking about our own forms of hierarchies, right? But there is a question, actually. That's the John McGinnis about this Panhouse. Where are actually these hieroglyphs, where they can be situated? Because there is a possibility that supporting object is actually in that other non-material realm, right? While designing state-of-the-art rich interactive text experience, we must ensure there is a foundation stone for future readers. I also use the word doc.
Recording stopped.
Doc tag. A doc tag of a text, right? But at the same time, yes, no problem, no problem.
No, please keep talking.
A doc tag or a message in a bottle that we send to our future readers. But who knows? Perhaps we all end up in what Marvin Minsky imagined as mentopolis, right? Where human brain structures survive their own biological death in digital form. In that case, as doc tags or hieroglyphs or remnants of our past selves powered by the light of distant stars, we may even witness that death of the earth that Christian Bock's xenotext wants to survive in the form of bacteria. And with it, we can also witness the end of all books, DNA-bound or material. So that's my suggestion. Let's create hieroglyphs. Let's think about the doc tags and whatever is left from our richly interactive text experiences today, when the power is off for good. Thank you.
So Stella's not here. I don't see Stella Wisdom, but she would understand the notion of locks. Lots of copies kept safe, keep stuff safe. So maybe what you're talking about is lots of formats keep stuff safe, right? So you think about what Escape did. They published on little 3.5 inch floppy disks, and they went to CD-ROMs. Then they went on the stick, and then they went download. So there's 4 different formats that Joyce's work has been published in, and Shelley Jackson's.
Recording in progress.
Yeah, well, still, there's so many different formats that something bound to work, right? And so I think that's kind of what you're hinting at. And Michael Whitmore, who was at our conference last year, is working with David Benjamin on taking Shakespeare's complete works and turning it into NFTs. So that's NFTs. So it's available in this blockchain environment. not because he's trying to sell it, but it's a way to make sure it might endure in yet another form, which I think is interesting exercise.
Non-fungible tokens, that digital object that people pay a lot of money because it's also an investment, right? So yes, they can last longer. But at the same time, we can think about translating or media translation into another domains, and this is one of them. The blockchain as a different realm where we can distribute our message. But it's also a question of compression. How do we compress, or what do we really want to say to be actually compressed into these few symbols to be moved forward? Yes.
So I was actually thinking about Dee's presentation earlier and mentioning that, talking about the long now and how do we preserve this stuff going forward. I think one of the interesting things that she's doing with her work is she's also preserving the context. I mean, think about how many times we're looking at Shakespeare and we understand Shakespeare as Shakespeare through his works. There's very little context around that, in the sense of what was going on around him at that time. What was the context? I mean, there's a lot of scholarship around that, but a lot of it is guesswork in some cases because we didn't have videotape in the Globe Theater in 1699, or 1599. So, that is something that, we have to be thinking a lot about is, what is, you're right, hieroglyphics is a great, but we had to find the Rosetta Stone in order to be able to understand hieroglyphics. So, what happens when language changes?
With hieroglyphs as an idea, right, there's this context of universal language, that perhaps, that compression of your message needs to be done to that level that you just make these few ideas to travel, because this is only what travels, the rest is just perished. So if we understand it as a metaphor of some universal symbols that we send out, then we have the problem of language and translation and the Rosetta Stone out of the way.
Huge topic, Tess.
Do we think it could be possible at some point to write planned adaptation into the code of something, so that so that whatever the format is that we're publishing in, it updates itself to keep itself relevant in perpetuity? Which I think probably seems a little sci-fi, but we're kind of living in sci-fi. So
yes. Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's a speculative session right now. A great idea actually to ingrain some executable files into the code that would actually back translate to other platforms and other systems within the platform that you're expressing to your contemporary audience.
So it kind of goes up the internet, studies what's new, and adapts itself to fit it.
Exactly.
This is, I'm so glad you asked that question on this, because that's what I'm talking about with clear text. If you have an appendix, there can be instructions in there on how to read it. There can be instructions for AI, for future readers. And as you go through time, they can be updated. So if you have clarity, you can have actions. Fabien.
As to bounce back on this, and I think as a potential solution, actually, the Internet Archive for old games, they also put the emulator with the game. And it sounds like you put a virtual computer with the data, but because data at this scale is so cheap, it actually works. So you have the virtual computer, same like for my little experiment here. As a backup, I had a virtual computer.
I'll hold you to that. I will hold you to that when we work. You put the computer in there.
You can put the computer with the data because you run the emulator, the computer it's sounds nuts, but the adaptability of it, this I don't know.
It's nuts.
We're living in nuts.
But you need to get rid of rubbish software like PHP, which is completely unreadable in the Internet Archive.
LSEO.
Preserve meaning or form?
Pardon?
Preserve meaning or meaning and form? Because LLM already kind of forming that. You can compress all the text and stuff,
Yes.
but you lose the form. That's our memory.
Actually, I'm writing about ontology and epistemology combined, but in that scribe's poem, that poem, Egyptian poem, is actually touching us because of its meaning.
So that's the form.
This is what travels. Actually, he made it. He made it through to us, but it's just unbelievable the semantics of it.
It's going to be real quick because we're on.
I need the
I think
gospel
form,
orchestra.
how expensive the form is to produce controls what decides what music is worthwhile before this digital era. It's like carving something in the stone was really, really expensive. So
Absolutely.
so the ontology of the form and who's willing to pay for it to be produced is what decides what meaning is worth preserving.
And on that note, thank you, Lawrence.
Question to digital, which is
Okay, so I'm going to shift a little bit from thinking about tech and think about culture and how we use tech and how we communicate with each other. I'm a creative writer. I work with narrative. Narrative is my jam, and I do interactive digital narrative. And most of my research is practice-based, so I'm creating interactive digital narratives in order to figure out what they tell us about narrative and ourselves and knowledge and how we talk to one another. So this project, this paper comes from a project that I've been working on for some time, and I'm going to present it in a certain order, but that order is not the order in which it was developed. It was developed originally as an exploration of being able to publish commercially interactive digital narrative. You can't go onto Amazon.com right now and search for hypertext or hypernovels. Well, you can search for hypernovel, you're going to get me. But I wanted to see if can we use these mainstream channels to publish more interactive digital stuff. And I found myself in a slightly different direction after a few years of working on this and having had some personal experiences as well as some things that happened on the world stage that really influenced what I was thinking about, what I was doing, and I saw it coming out in this work. So this has drawn me as I examine that process and examine how I was thinking or how I am thinking and how I have changed over the last few years in working on this project. This has drawn me into the work of Ellen Cixous, who framed the concept of l'encouture féminine, and I'm very sorry for the French speakers in the room for my pronunciation. In The Laugh of the Medusa in 1976, she framed this idea that women's writing is something different. We can't define what it is, but we can say that there are some different things that are happening with it. And she sort of reclaimed the monstrous. So she took the notion of the Medusa as a monster that must be conquered by our conquering hero, Hercules, and reclaimed that monstrous to say, she's beautiful, she's not a monster. She was persecuted, she was oppressed by this heroic narrative. She's not deadly, she's beautiful, and she's laughing. And so that's where I'm jumping off of here, is to think about not just the Medusa, but the monstrous multitudes. And so I'm going to a cousin of Medusa in thinking about the Lernaean Hydra as the metaphor for what I'm thinking about. Interestingly enough, I have a personal crusade against Francis Bacon. I think he invented a lot of what is harmful now in our current society, not the least of which is empiricism and this imperialist approach to knowledge, which is that I'm right, you're wrong. There's universal truth, and dang it, rich white Englishmen are the ones who know what it is. Which is interesting. If you kind of look around this room, you still see it, and it is interesting too. There's one woman on the wall, but she is a white woman, and white women have historically occupied this liminal space between the dominant hegemony and sort of everyone else, the global majority, as it were. And from this liminal position, they have been able to do things like write and publish in the 18th century, and to earn the right to vote, et cetera, et cetera. But as opposed to this sort of optimistic view, we have to remember that largely they also gatekept this, we also gatekept this privilege that we were given. And if you look at the history of 18th century literature, they were often policing each other and judging one another way more harshly than the men perhaps judged them, although that was pretty harsh too. And we still do this in spheres like fan fiction and women climbing the ladder and then kicking it out from underneath them, this sort of metaphor, that sort of thing. I think we've seen it, it's been sort of eloquently written about in Down Girl in terms of, sorry, back to you. And as we see what happened with, my father was asking me, why do white women vote for Trump? Well, it's because white men vote for Trump, and we want to go with that powerful association. So women's writing has been talked about as polyvocal, using lots of unnatural narratives, writing from outside the norm. And so it's always been problematic. It's always been hard to define. And so if we look at that now, it translates well into the digital spheres. Part of women's writing is also, and now I'm going to branch out and beyond just women, is what we call archontic fiction. And this comes from Derrida, but Abigail Derecho has applied it specifically to fan fiction, this notion that we have a text as a foundation and then we build on it, this intertextuality. And it is definitely feminized. When the dominant hegemony does fan fiction type stuff, TV writing, for example, if you want to get into a TV writer's room, you write a little bit of fan fiction of that TV show, you hand it into them. It's a professional calling card, whereas when women do it, it's fan fiction and it's derivative and you're amateur and you're not talented and no one should publish it, et cetera, et cetera. But this is what has exploded with online communities, is this archontic fiction writing in the form of fan fiction, creepypastas, social media narratives, narratives which I've called dissonant fabulations that occur in, say, reviews for products. If you've ever been to the Bic for Her pen reviews on Amazon, you will see some interesting feminist writing on that particular product. And so this is the type of stuff that comes from popular culture doing with what they're given, but resisting it. So this has led me to the notion of a Hydrian narrative. Not so much Medusa, but enabling the many, many heads of the Hydra to represent not just one portion of our culture, but many different portions, but not glomming them together as one. So, and the Hydra is irrepressible. The Hydra was actually unkillable. He never killed the Hydra. He buried it. He cut off heads and then had his nephew, so he didn't really accomplish the labor himself. His nephew cauterized the heads as he cut them off, and then even he wasn't unable to kill the body, he buried it, and so that it couldn't rise again. And then eventually it was the poison on his own blade from the Hydra's blood that killed Hercules in the end. So this works quite well for me in that these are narratives or creative forces that are plural, regenerative, chthonic, which is underworldlian, and irrepressible. Hydrian works multiply, weaving connections, and that textile reference is deliberate, and proliferating under suppression, reclaiming forms of knowledge and expression historically demonized as monstrous, feminine, queer, or chaotic. So it's this resistant, irrepressible quality of narrative that I'm interested in. The project that I was working on, that I'm still working on, is Seven Sisters Unmet. It's about 7 different characters and 7 different alternative storylines, parallel worlds, to draw from the many worlds hypothesis of physics, and to see how their stories compare to one another. I won't read you all of this, but this is how the story got pulled together. This is the frame story, and it's based on a scientist who is called a raveler, which both means to unravel and to ravel, who is unraveling these stories in order to study them. And so this became a polyphonic work, a polyvocal work, an unnatural work, a nonlinear work, a work that resists closure. There is no ending. And it's to put it forward as this type of work in resistance. It also, as you see, as in the shape of that raveler, that scientist, it is a representation of knowledge. That scientist, if we look at this last paragraph, I choose to write these stories as novels because I'm looking at the mid-20th century. That was the sort of a technology of the age. An art of creation enables a deeper, more complete connection to the subject matter, and a novel seemed in keeping with the era examined. So each of these 7 stories are told through a novel that interconnects in different ways through hypertext in XML, which has been published as an EPUB. And so this also represents a Hydrian approach to knowledge, in that knowledge isn't positivist, it isn't empirical. Sometimes it's experiential, sometimes it's emotional, sometimes it's subjective, and quite often it's subjective, and this is what we're often losing in our current models. And that's it.
Wow.
Oh, good. All right. You were first, Myers.
How is the collaboration and collaboration software fit into that idea of hybrid?
It's difficult. What is interesting online is how people collaborate without collaboration software. So a lot of these traditions are starting from making do with what they have, such as blogs. If we think about fan fiction community, which starts largely online on things like LiveJournal and things like that, and then they created a space of their own, literally called an archive of our own. Because people kept, white men, they've literally been quoted as saying, white men kept trying to make money off of us. And so the difficulty is, and this is why I asked the question about collaboration, because there isn't very much that allows collaboration. There isn't very much that allows popular collaboration. You get wiki texts like the SCP Foundation, which if you're at all interested in science fiction and conspiracy type narratives, I recommend the SCP Foundation. And creepypastas, which SCP Foundation is a wiki. It is moderated. It has some editors who make sure that the story world and things, but it's mostly just let's keep it within the story world and not get too wild with it. And then creepypastas they've been called the folk tales of the interweb, which they emerge on forums largely. Somebody tells a story, somebody else does another artistic contribution until you get Slenderman, which then has effects on everyday culture. So the software itself, not very collaborative, but what people do with it is.
Alexandra,
Yeah, a bit more of a comment, but I really appreciate this because I also think it echoes a lot of what we've been dancing around today is this sequential, not sequential nature of things. Like there's no replacement, and you're talking about women's writing being considered this exterior look into this activity that's been so hegemonic, but there's also a little bit of assimilation for that being like Hannah Grace and Icebreakers was an archive of our own text that's now hugely successful and published through traditional channels of publication. And then now we're kind of using the same rhetoric to discuss queer writing as if that were the new outsider, but that's also going to move it, but it doesn't, none of them replaces the prior and they continue to, anyway, I really appreciate that. Yeah.
Thank you. Have you tried Figma? We're using Figma in our program to do, you can work collaboratively in Figma.
Okay.
And you can design text. It's just really cool. And what people are experimenting with are like traditional business softwares, like the ones Luciprint did with Excel and photo and PowerPoint, but using those now with Google Slides and with Google Docs, Figma, all of those, Excel, all of those can be utilized for collaborative storytelling.
Absolutely. I will look at that as well.
So how do you make the intersections visible? And I think that would be
the intersections of
the 7 stories. So, you say they have overlap, but it would be really, I don't know if there's a way to make that, one of the problems with, as Nelson calls it, jump links, is you're jumping into the blind. You don't see what's on the other side until you're there. It would be really cool to be able to see that visually as an object of where these stories fuse.
It would be. It's somewhat difficult with the technology that we currently have. So lost a word. I care about pause. The restrictions or the limitations that I've given them myself is that it needs to go into something that everybody can access. So I'm working in XML and EPUB, which means that this fancy technology that we're all talking about here, and in fact, when I first started working on it, Amazon was still using Mobi files, which are even more restricted.
Yeah.
So we're talking about the links that make footnotes or table of contents links. So it's very rudimentary, and in fact, I have to do some pretty slide tricks to get people. If I'm doing it, I did a couple of pilot stories, hypertext in Mobi, and in order to get people to stop just turning the page instead of clicking a link like they would need to in Twine, I had to do some fancy stuff because it still doesn't like to have blank pages in it. So it is still that effect of you're going to jump into a story that you're not sure of.
The Amazon handcuffs.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, Anne, go ahead.
Well, it's really shocking that it took till the 70s for a publisher like Virago to happen. It was like a centre for really important voices of that era. So in the sea of noise that there is online at the moment, how do the really vital voices of today, of whatever outlier community, how do they make themselves heard?
It's a really good question, and both Siksu and Elaine Showalter, who looked at women, who sort of talked about women's writing, and Joanna Russ, note that every generation has to do this all over again, because the discussions don't enter into mainstream, and so it's all forgotten again. I wish I had had any of these readings that are in my references as text when I was studying. I have a degree in literature, I have a degree in creative writing, I have a PhD, and none of these, it was all Barthes and Foucault and all of this, but not Siksu or any of the others, and I think it would have helped a lot. But I think that some of these technologies that are allowing these communities to come together means that we're talking to one another more, and we're able to be, I think that the talk about the newer generations being more cognizant of things like feminism and stuff like that helps, but I don't know yet.
So, fully acknowledging my white male status. This is really...
See, and they get applause from
the other guy. This is so important, and I want to thank you for highlighting it. The technology is all great and everything, but we're living in a time of identities that are just weird. So I have an 8-year-old, and most of you know, heard about too much, but how do I tell him this notion of, some people say that English is an ethnicity, I mean, not the actual, right? And also, all these nonsense issues, the only way we've dealt it with him is to say, if you identify yourself as one thing, whether that's where you were born, where your parents are from, what football club you like, what language if you pick one, it's a bit silly, right? So to be able to integrate this, if we don't do this, we don't grow, right? And I think from my perspective as a white male, I think a lot of it comes from insecurities, because in a discussion, I would probably tell you guys, I am different in this way and that way, which is not on the surface level, right? So therefore, it becomes nonsense. So I want to just thank you that this is core to what we're trying to do in the community.
Thank you. Please feel better that I'm not doing XR and VR and cool things.
But Pop, yeah, this, and he has
yes, and I'm going to advocate for VR and XR and all this. No, but Dr. said it's, I was mentioning agency and open source and all this before. The whole point of it is again not to embrace the technology as like we must use it, but it's to challenge like positions of domination. That you don't have to use the software as it's done, you can challenge it. I'm not saying it's easy, but it's like in your head, but that this piece of software is precisely to be not to constrain in any way, and I think it's specifically, I mean, it's for everyone. We're all oppressed in some ways, and I think we can fall back to big tech that makes some of it convenient, but I think it's not what I would recommend, especially if the whole purpose of the work is to highlight some notion of domination.
Absolutely. Thank you again. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Vincent Murphy.
Rubbish. Wait for afterwards. I had a really interesting fact yesterday. Over 500 years, Oxford and Cambridge sustained a deliberate, very successful campaign to prevent any other university being established in the UK. 500 years they managed to prevent any university. Now, that's a good way of hitting a competition, just making it only a bit of a training ground. So I thought they don't tend to highlight that on there, how great they do the work. Anyway, right, that's probably into my 5 minutes. That's not good. Okay, I'm not having slides, so it's getting easy to read some really cool slides, but we'll just have to hear me for 5 minutes. Okay, Twilight of the Princessy. It's getting very difficult to refute that we're not living in the midst of an extraordinary period of human birth. And it's one with all the hallmarks of being some kind of genuine inflection point for what we mean by human cognition. So for context and accuracy, so my contention is that actually there has been 3 other similar inflection points. And all 4 of these have revolved around exactly the thing that's brought us all here today. So for context and accuracy, first, how are we with shallow information theory? I'm sure we've heard people mention it. I'm going to very quickly do him terrible injustice. I thought it was. Okay, so information can be deemed as the amount of surprise or novelty in any given message. Okay, the greater the degree of unexpectedness or surprise, the more information the message can be said to contain. Okay, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. very little information in there. Oh my God, aliens just materialise behind you. Small amount of message, large amount of information, because there's lots of unexpected surprise. So thus we can frame all tools and tech as things that enable us to enhance the extraction of novelty and surprise. And humans have developed thousands of tools, but only 23 of them are deemed general purpose technologies. Now, to be a general purpose technology, you've got to be civilization changing, and you've got to be very difficult to predict its future. So we know the obvious ones: the plough, fire, electricity, steam, etc. Now, AI was very quickly deemed a general purpose technology because of the changes it was having. But I think we can all agree it's having changes at a dramatic effect that an awful lot of technologies prior to it have not had that kind of societal effect. So if you run the Shannon information lens through all 23 of those general purpose technologies, it reveals a subset which share even rarer sets of capabilities. So where most general purpose technologies extract from a single domain, few, such as fire, have multiple domains. Only 4 are entirely omni-domain. They can extract surprise out of any domain you point them at. And you will be very familiar with what those are. Those are language, writing, print, and now AI. Okay? So, omni-domain information extraction technologies, basically. They are very, very different than all other technologies. In fact, they're so different, we now call them cognologies, because they act with our cognition as opposed to acting on power. Okay, they massively expand our cognition. So each cognology transforms not merely what humans know, but how they know. Each cognology redefines how humans see information itself. This is what is happening at the moment. There are 12 principal features and similarities between all cognologies. I'll rattle through them very quickly. I'm very happy to talk about them all on my website. So they fundamentally change the rules of the game of society. They're information-based rather than energy-based. They subsume their predecessor within exponentially less time each time. So shorter. Print, ink and arbula. 50 years. We went from manuscript had been around for over 1,000 years. Ink and arbula, within 50 years, manuscript was pretty much done as a form of communication. This is even shorter. We're now we're just 3 years in, which is why you hear a lot of people saying 2030. Now, what also happens, luckily, is that the predecessor assumes elder status. It assumes a more reverent place in society. If you think about me talking now, we reserve talking for the most important things. If you're going to break up with somebody, if you're going to tell somebody who's dying, if you're going to ask somebody to marry them, if you're going to do it at church, you do it for some other people. You use voice. You're seen as not right unless you have to, so you do it another way. Okay? Manuscripts, as we know, the documents that we now treasure and keep, they have taken that. Books are already, so if you think of first editions, you think of signed copies, etc., they have already started to assume a reverent kind of status. That will continue. So one of our things is how do we continue to bring print into that elder status and treat it with the respect that it needs. Okay, it triggers exponentially higher order complexity in any system it encounters. It combines predictability with radical unpredictability. So you think books became standardized, but out of it came the Reformation. Okay, so they're able to induce this enormous amount of unpredictability. They contain capacity to provide viable solutions to problems that are emergent from themselves. So if you think in the case of print, literacy, we needed to have literacy. Something that's really impressive is we need people to be able to read and write. The only thing that was capable of producing standardized textbooks is the printing press itself that we can all adhere to. Copyright, that wonderful 17th century response to a 15th century invention that we're now all trying to hammer onto a 21st century technology. But it was, again, there was no concept of copyright because there was nothing to copy, but only print was capable of making standard copies of copyright laws to have them distributed. So it causes problems, but then it's the only thing that can actually solve them. We're going to see that with AI. In democratization of access and power, it massively flattens the hierarchies that came before. We can expect AI to do exactly the same, addressing a lot of the previous speakers' issues around those. AI is a perfect opportunity to give voices to those people who previously have not generally had voices. enables entirely new cultural and social frameworks, it fundamentally accelerates knowledge sharing and innovation, radically transforms traditional and previously supposedly embedded power structures, acts as a catalyst for new ethical frameworks, and accelerates feedback loops and thus exponentially increases ever higher order complex problem solving processes. Things get really, really complex with every new cognology. So we can expect massive amounts of more complexity. But, so what are they doing? So I could say, we are all members of the Cognizine era, all of us. That's why we have, one of the reasons we are having such a problem getting our heads around AI, because it's a new way of looking at the world. There's an old saying, it's a very true saying, you cannot fully understand a culture you weren't born into. We were not born into the AI culture. Young Vic, my son's 12 years old, he's on the verge where he views information different than we do. All of us, and have done for the last 600 years, we have viewed information as stable, scarce, and sacral. They, young people, and within AI, information becomes soft, suffused, and secular. It doesn't have the same resonance, and we are having that problem. It's happening. If we see somebody scribbling a book that's not belonging to them, we instantly, we think, oh my God, they should be struck by lightning. We have a reverence for books that has come from 600 years of print. They don't. And if we insist on imparting our view of information, we are setting them up to fail. They are in a new world. They're in a world of information abundance. We have come from an information where it works for us. All of our structures are to keep information scarce and sacred. It's hard to hear. This is why when I usually come to these things, I always read this quote from Sophocles, one line 2,500 years ago. To speak of myself first, I never did it, sir, nor saw who did. No one punished me for that. The very first instance in human history of somebody saying, don't shoot the messenger. So I often have to, doesn't matter if I'm talking to businesses, academics, etc. So there is light at the end of the tunnel. There is a new way of looking at things. So I'm working with education trusts. 1 minute. How fast do we actually? It's called From Literacy to Ludicity. So we have developed a framework for enabling 21st century and beyond version of what we consider as literacy. It's how to use AI. Please look at my website, it has all the information around it. It's called Ludicity, and it is something we have to impart on every single person now. In the same way as literacy is how you survive, and we have survived for 600 years and flourished. I think probably got about 10 seconds left.
No, you can have a minute.
Okay, thank you. So, we must steward the old, and we must teach the new. We have to look in both directions. And for me, it's trying to reframe and saying that the future of text is a behavioural space. It's no longer something we read, it's something we inhabit, negotiate, and co-create. And our most pressing task is to build in these competencies, which is where Ludicity comes in to show how people can actually activate, because so many people don't have a narrative around AI. They cannot get their heads around it. You guys are absolutely the closest to the forefront of how it works. So, very, very final. You can have full understand culture weren't born to. But, Orson Welles, we are all born saint and sinner. Each of us, both an angel and a demon. The trick is to recognise them, not reconcile them. Don't try and reconcile yourself as being from the Printer-Scene era. Oh my God, I've got to try and understand. No, just recognise you have a foot in both camps. Your mind possibly works completely in Printer-Scene, but it's going to be it's going to be difficult for you to get your head around an AI mindset, and that's going to exponentially change. But nobody has a better opportunity for exploring those ways than you guys here. And the final, Claude Shannon, he says, genuine communication can only occur between equals. That is another foundation stone of information theory. The AI is doing its job if it makes genuine communication and more equals. That's what it should, because that's what the printing press done. That's what each of the cognologies have done.
Thank you. So after this, we're going for a break so we can relax with a few questions beautifully.
Yeah, Vincent, what I tell my students, I mean, they live in a different culture, as you point out, but I think the beauty of the generation we are in is that we have a foot in each world, right?
Absolutely.
And so we're the transitional, transitional objects. and we're helping them move from point A to point B, or understand the past, understand their present. And so I see that's our job. And even if I don't completely understand their world and they don't understand mine, we are translating the two together, and I think that's valuable.
It's absolutely invaluable. It really is, and I try to do it again with the teachers I work with, and saying to them in the education trusts, none of you teachers signed up for this. You signed up for the old literacy way because that's how you felt, and now you've suddenly got this thing saying, oh, you've now got to teach all these children a completely different way of looking at the world. And so it's giving them the tools to do that and helping them on that journey and say, it sucks. We have that Japanese, but you live in interesting times. We all do. But we have to deal with it.
This observation. Good old-fashioned text is really, I'm stunned by the fact here you're quoting Socrates, you're quoting the text from the Ptolemaic Papyrus. Shakespeare has come up a couple of times. We cited all of these collective beacons of wisdom from the past because their communications were given to us in the text. And I mean, the Brinto scene, as you refer to it, I think has helped us popularize the availability of this collective wisdom. And therefore, I'm not very convinced of where we're going in the future with a lot of TikTok videos and things like that. Whereas the reflection on what the text was and was communicated to us enables us to reflect and to see ourselves in different ways than just reading. I mean, the reason we cite these quotations and so on is because they cast light on our own concerns in a profound way. And again, good old-fashioned text has been the way it's connected. So I'd like your comment on where do you see this going?
No, I have a question.
Okay. No, I am an incredible book lover. I'm massively James Joyce. I have as many editions of James Joyce as I possibly can. My precious gift is a small ostracon which a friend gave me from the 1930s, which was found in a fire pit, and it has the Proto-Sumerian symbol for wheat, the very first bit, and it sits on my desk on top of my Mac Mini. Because I would love to give that to the guy or the woman or the person at the time and say to them, just keep going, because this is where you get to. This is what we've done. We've got ourselves in order. But we need to give it elder status. We need to give it, and to, so many people don't have a story for how text has emerged. We speak with very great articulation about it, but people are worried about AI, where it's going, and you have to know, how do you know where you're going if you don't know where you've been? And we need to give people a narrative and say this is all part of a journey of us expanding the total information space, all of the amount of surprise that human beings are able to extract solutions and all of their answers to their issues and things started with language, moved around, and each time our information space gets bigger and bigger and bigger, but we have to learn to be good stewards of that space.
For context, Ismail's the founder of the Modern Library of Alexandria, so you have the past and the future. The earlier thing you said, you have to be born into culture to understand it.
To fully understand, it's 100%.
Right. That goes by. When I was at Syracuse University, there was a teacher who said, truth kills creativity. Never could find his name, but I think that's really important in balance, because what something is, it is. Why question it, right? So in our industry, once you have a GUI, you have a GUI. That's it. Why question it? It is the truth, it's reality, it's the objective. Well, of course not, but that's how it's culturally seen. What is so incredible about our time, I know half of you have heard me say this before, but I'll say it anyway, this is the only time in the history of our species where we are entering XR and where we're entering into AI. Those who will come after us will be born into it. So for them, whatever the hell we do will be their truth. We're the only ones who have the balance between what the heck is it to invent what it is, because those who came before us, they could dream it up, but they can actually put the darn thing on, right? So that is why it's so important we deal with AI, which I find a bit of a mind F, so to speak, I'm so grateful for the presentation and to remind us of how we need to layer these things. So thank you. I believe Bob has a question.
It's not a question so much as a critique. I find your talk profoundly disturbing. Let me explain why. About 10 years ago, I read a book by John Seeley Brown and John Hagel, and it was all about the future of technology, of education, etc. And I realized as I was reading it that as wonderful as the world they were describing, it was a world for about 500 million people. For the 1% and the rest of us that are required to make the world that that 1% wants to live in. And I see AI coming in a way that will basically make most of humanity redundant. And while I applaud your vision of what could be, I am deeply concerned about the other 8.5 billion.
I actually, my point of contention is always going to be, look how much of the world was in misery before the printing press. There was no art, nobody made money from art whatsoever. A few, maybe a couple of troubadours, maybe some quarter pointed things. There was nobody making music or dancing or paintings or what have you. Nobody was doing that because you were so scrabbling around trying desperately to make you. There was the only artists were those who were appointed by the state. There was nobody making a living out of art. And we have to take that most people lived a life of grinding poverty, which they do today. 80% of the world does not go to university. They are doing drudgy, boring factory work. And we have an opportunity to release those people. We release everybody from that drudgery.
To what?
Test and make.
I just want to piggyback on that, which is that I don't, to your point, it's like when, and people in America talk about going back to the good old days. Well, it was good for a very small portion of people. Which isn't to say that today's great shakes for a lot of people either. So I guess the thing is that, like, there is intense suffering in the world we're already inhabiting. Will AI make it worse? I don't know, but for a lot of people, it's already terrible. So I think it's sort of a perspective. I feel like it's a perspective thing to think.
I have to
To
say,
your
even-
point, I'm agreeing with you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Sorry, that
Even
might have
with
been obtuse.
Our economic perspectives, the way that we look at economics, all came out of the printing press. There was no paper money, there was no structured corporations or businesses, there was no contracts you signed for a job, etc. All of this, 9 to 5, everything we think about, even down to the Protestant work ethic, that's because Luther managed to use the printing press to put in this idea that you work hard and you get rewarded for your hard work. All of these are modern inventions of the printing press. There's nothing to say AI and work that comes out won't utterly reinvent our conception, but we can't even conceptualize that in the same way as a medieval peasant could not conceptualize the modern world. It's too out of our reference. And so, we have to take that.
I'm not on the same page. Which one? Sorry. No. Question.
Question about literacy. So I agree completely about a new form of literacy. And actually that's happened before, right? So new literacy, web literacy, digital literacy, and now AI is literacy. I think one of the interesting things and the differences about AI is that AI literacy requires good old-fashioned literacy.
Yes, original literacy, yes.
Because you need those skills to critically engage with AI properly.
Absolutely.
And at the same time, the technology destroys the tasks and activities that build those skills. And that hasn't happened before. So we're living in a really interesting transitional period when we have a body of people, a current population, who have those literate skills and will encounter AI. But the next generation won't necessarily have that unless we're very careful to kind of build it in. And I just wondered how you thought about you could bridge that gap.
So the recapitulation, so obviously we have language first, then we learn to write, and then we learn to read. So we always build upon, we always layer the next one on. In terms of how we deploy those skills, I'm just going to tie that we often get people saying, what are we going to do? I've got no purpose. Have you ever walked into a playground? Have you seen bored children? We'll always find things to do. We are the most creative species.
And I'm going to rush you along with a couple of questions. Please, let's go. And go ahead.
I think I gave a keynote speech to librarians who were very concerned about what AI would do and abolish their jobs and so on. I gave them a very simple and real example. We used to have accountants. We used to work with pencil and paper, do sums, and enter it into. When when the electronic calculators came, people said 80% of the jobs are going to disappear because one accountant with a calculator can do the job of 5. But guess what? We have more accountants than ever. We have more students studying accounting. The salaries are going up. And they're not doing the same work. They're doing something very different. For me, that's what's going to happen with AI. Yes, it will make the old-fashioned work insignificant and redundant, but it will open up a new way of working that wasn't there before. And I think the case of accounting and how I learned things in school which I can never use again. I mean, how to extract the square root with a pencil and paper. Well, who the hell wants that kind of skill anymore? but I mean, when even your telephone has an electronic calculator in it, but we were able to do a lot more things than we were just exact there. I think that's where it's not going to destroy the layering part is very important, but also that it opens up new possibilities of doing things which didn't exist before. Last word on that. People say 25% of the jobs are going to disappear. Yeah, but 25% new jobs will be created. But they're not the same people who can go from here to there. True. But guess what? We're going to have a 4-day week. That removes 30% of the jobs right away. And they go right. We overtime. And then we can use our time for playgrounds.
No. We're going to break for coffee in a second, but Andrea, really
Okay, just two really quick observations. First, I see a lot AI being used as a subject in sentences, like AI is going to increase property, going to take away jobs. And I feel like it's the time for a little Marxism. AI is not going to do anything. It's the modes of production in which AI is embedded in that might lead to those things, not AI. And the second observation, really quickly, I think it's interesting that all the technologies that we've listed, aside from natural language, which I think is part of the body and evolution, have not done to any qualitative change, as the quote that we just read from the ancient Greeks show. So if you read the ancient Greeks, they're 2,000 years old, and their wisdom is as sharp as the sharpest wisdom we have today. So all of these technologies, all of these quote-unquote improvements we're speaking of, apply purely to the imperialist, capitalist, communist, and so on modes of production. They do not apply to the qualitative aspect of human condition because it hasn't changed or improved in over 2,000 years.
And on that note, coffee.
Genetic systems are developing.
You know, that is such an interesting notion, and we're touching on highly inflammable topics like slavery and things like that. I had never thought about the idea of owning an agent, but you could certainly create one. And in theory, it's supposed to do what you ask it to do. And the question is, does it have any initiative of its own? In the kiln people, these things have initiative because they are a copy of the person that they've been given a mission. Wow. I don't have time to try to think my way through this, but your question ought to be captured somewhere. That is a really thought-provoking question, is what is the relationship between a human being and an agent created by or for that human being? And should we start thinking about agent citizenship? What rights do agents have? It wouldn't be the first time that an artifact has been raised. The question about an artifact has been raised. Think of the science fiction stories. Star Trek had one where Commander Data was considered to be property. And eventually the argument was, well, it wasn't so clear he was a new life form, then it wasn't clear whether he was property or not. And do agents have initiative? And they're starting to look like they do, which makes your question even more important.
So Andrea has promised a very brief one.
Yeah, so related to what you were saying in the beginning about memory palaces and virtual space, for me the reason why we're not seeing that taking off is because we're lacking what I call virtual urbanism. So that concept for it to work, it has to tap into our ability to find our route through a certain environment and to attach key pieces of information from that route. But in virtual reality, we jump from one place to another. We don't have a way to actually create a route. That's totally the contrary of what we want virtual space. There's no reason to walk from A to B. So I think we're in a situation where we want to have our cake and eat it too. I'm sure there are solutions out of it, but for me it would be starting to develop proper way of locomotion and a proper virtual urbanism concept, which is nothing like real urbanism because we still want to maintain the ability to jump from A to B in virtual worlds just because we can. So we shouldn't give that up. But that leaves the question, what is virtual urbanism then?
I know we're out of time, but I love this analogy, and I'm wondering about walking through an information forest, for example. It might be a really interesting, different way of learning than jumping to, clicking on a URL as opposed to starting a journey. And so your idea of possibly making URLs or some analog of them into a journey as opposed to a jump strikes me as being a really interesting and intriguing thought. So hang on to that and keep pulling on that thread. That's really interesting.
And on that note, thank you very much, Ben. We hope to see you in person when we can.
Thank you so much, everybody. Might be celebrating ours remotely anyway. Thanks, Foda. I appreciate the opportunity to participate remotely.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you again. And obviously, if you have time to stay on a little bit, that's nice, but we understand you have other things such as Thanksgiving.
Well, just saying, I've only mentioned there is already 2 works by Shar Davies called Epimere and Osmos, which is a journey through the VR environment. In the 90s, this work was done. So it's online, you can find it. But she used the environment of trees and forest for making not just a narrative, also to find the way through this new space of VR. Really great work.
I love that idea. Thanks so much. I have to go baste the turkey. So I wish you all well, though. Thank you. And please record all of what you've done because this is going to be fun to review later. Bye for now.
I'm just having fun finding the slides here.
I didn't mean to jump the gun up here. I know we're under time. I do want to say while we're waiting for the slides that 30 years ago I started my career in stand-up comedy, and when you wanted someone off the stage, you just started clapping.
Yes, Rafferty.
It got them out on all right. Do I hit the arrow to go to the next slide?
I think so.
Oh, all right, we'll figure it out. I'm gonna figure it out on the fly here. So my name is Tess Rafferty. If you don't know me, I'm a reader. I know, brag. I'm a TV viewer, and I'm also a writer. And I see the possibility for all of those things in the world of XR. So as a writer, I have written on over 500 episodes of television, and I've also written 5 books in a murder mystery series called the Cat Kelly series. So when I first got introduced to the world, this world here, I immediately saw the application in my own working life. So I don't know if you've ever written a murder mystery, but there's a lot of details you need to get across and wrap your head around. And not just in one book, right? If you write a series, you need to be able to wrap your head around details over the whole series. Character names, murder methodologies, locations. What are you repeating? Are you being too formulaic or straying too much from the plot? And eventually, as you start writing more of these, I found myself not wanting to just see one book as an individual. I wanted to see my whole work as a whole. I wanted to see my whole series and be able to index it and analyze it. And I saw that potential in the work we were doing here. Okay. So this is what I call Writer V1, where I can auto-index character names, murder methodologies, crimes. I can create family trees, which is surprisingly necessary when you're writing complex stories. There could be a summary of characters. I have their actions, what books they were first introduced, page appearances, bios. We can generate a storyline for each book, and then we can also visually look at it in XR. We can then superimpose each story over each other so that I can see how they all stack up against each other. How much inciting action, how much exposition in each book. Which books does the murder happen later? Is this a pacing problem? Is it, are we straying too far from the formula? And also do what I like to call seed mapping, which is my own invention. But when you're writing any kind of story really, but particularly a murder mystery, I like to drop in what I call seeds. And seeds are sometimes clues, sometimes they're red herrings, sometimes they're just things for character development. They're little bits and pieces that are going to pay off later in the book. Sometimes when you're writing, you don't really know how something's going to pan out. Sometimes when you're writing, you don't know what needs to go there. Just something needs to go there, and as the story develops, you'll figure it out later. In an environment like this, I can indicate where my seeds are, and then I can, again, have a visual representation in XR where I can see where they're falling in the story. Are they too clustered together? Are they too far apart? Is there too many or not enough of them? I can toggle back and forth as I'm writing the story to say, oh, this would be a really great plot point. Is there a place to seed this earlier? So that's V1 writer. Writer 1.2, I go from being immersed in my own world that I've created to connect to the world outside. Through a browser, I have a window on the world so that I can literally look at things as I'm writing about them. I can describe a Tuscan countryside because I'm looking at it through a browser while I'm typing on it in XR. I can interface with generative AI to create floor plans, to create character prototypes, to create whole worlds so that I can more accurately hone my vision as I'm trying to write about it for readers. And I can connect with writers around the world in virtual writers groups and writers rooms. We can pitch each other new ideas, we can read each other's work, we can give each other feedback. So that's how I see that. That's how I'd like to interface in the world of XR as a writer. Now, as a reader, oh dear, okay, well that's all right. We can get through this pretty easily. I know, it's not a big deal. As a reader, basically as a reader, this just goes next level from where we already are in right now two-dimensional experiences like Kindle, right? If a song is mentioned, we can hear it. We can hear the correct pronunciation of a foreign phrase. We can see places around the world that are being described, and we can learn more about historical context of an underlying plot point or the wine they're drinking. Oh, I see what happened. Okay, we can also enjoy, we can relax and enjoy the book because we can also have a wiki of all the characters in the series. So if a character comes up that was 3 books before, we can know where they are, who they are from a wiki instead of trying to rack our brains. Or if there's a plot point that was introduced 2 books ago and is now being brought back. So finally, as a viewer, so VR combined with traditional television gives us a chance to experience TV, not just as a passive viewer, but as someone who can then interact with the shows, with the world, and with fans around the world. We can experience a show we love passively, and that's already a visual experience, unlike ones that most people haven't experienced. But we can also do things like interact with chatbots to interview the witnesses ourselves, or conduct our own forensic searches with our own experts. We can stop the action altogether, and we can walk around Rome at night, or take a tour of the Colosseum. We can also go to communal places where we can interact with fans and meet others who like the show around the world. We can take a tour of the vineyard, and we can even buy the wine that they're making. And there's clearly no shortage of franchises out there that could create virtual experiences for their fan bases out of existing shows and standalone experiences. Well, let me tell you what I think is really exciting about this, is that I think by merging existing franchises with emerging technologies, we're offering people a way into the technology who might not be a target demo for it. But it's only cool if people know about it, they want it, and they have access to it. So I'm going to end with a couple of questions. Question number 1 is, how do you know you need something if you've never used it? And I think what's really interesting about this is that this could be a cool way for people to work and think. But if they don't know it exists, then they can't utilize it. And we talked a lot recently about ubiquity, right? When is VR going to be ubiquitous? When are these tools going to be ubiquitous? And we've also said that correctly, that there's a lot of early adoption. There's a lot of early adoption among gamers and among younger people and among people who are already technologically inclined. But I have to ask question number 2, how do we bring everyone else along? Right? How do we make sure no one gets left behind? Or to use a more American phrasing, money doesn't get left on the table. Because I think that there's a lot of traditionally left behind groups who could really benefit from this technology and others. But we need to give them access to it. And we need to ask the questions of how to get them involved. And I'm going to use one as an example. I know I have to wrap up. I'm going to talk about middle-aged women, right? I'm going to talk about middle-aged women who created websites and were the first bloggers and were on social media when it was nascent and are now part of the sandwich generation where they have parents who need help and kids who won't leave the house. And frankly, I can't think of any group of people who need a virtual room of their own and a virtual space to think and work and create more than this demo, and I don't know why no one is trying to go after them. I would like to go after them and on all the other groups. And I think if we ask ourselves the right questions, we can invite other people into this world. But the fact is that the real physical world we're living in, it was entirely built by men who had social and economic privilege. And I don't want to see that happen to the virtual world as well. So instead, too late? Yeah. Perhaps, but I want to create opportunities so that that doesn't happen further.
Thank you.
Yes. Yes, Fabian.
The same thing I say, which I'm sure I apologize in advance. For the work we're doing with Sloan, it is open source. So it also means that anybody who wants to and can modify it is invited to do that. So in this aspect of offering a thing, it is literally as this. There is like no string.
No, and I think that's wonderful. And I'm saying we need to reach the people who don't even know it exists.
Yes.
You know, that they can do it. Yes, Stella. Yeah.
Trying to articulate this. I've been quite interested in what Netflix have been doing with some of their interactive programming. Do you know whether they're doing any VR tie-ins, and are they working? Because they've been doing a lot of literary adaptations recently, and also been getting into the sphere of exhibitions in physical places. So with the Frankenstein adaptation, great exhibition that they've had of all the props and everything. And I was just wondering, with writers like yourself, especially doing kind of TV adaptations, whether what the opportunity is with Netflix or other companies like that.
There's such binary thinking, I think, right now in Hollywood, where nobody in traditional media is thinking about the potential. The people who are just thinking like, how fast can we scrape everything and fire everyone? And I don't think there's anyone who I honestly don't, in my experience, and I've been talking about this for 2 years, nobody in my experience sees the potential of bringing these things together.
That's
yeah.
One more question. Marius. Okay. And then it's
I love the idea of the seed and the seed mapping. It's a sort of a link thread that organically grows in your creative process and in the narrative mechanisms, right? And it would be very awkward to put it into Kindle format. How do you, as author, imagine this to be implemented, ideally, in XR?
In XR, so just so we're clear, the seed mapping is just for my draft, right? So it's just so I'm looking at the draft as a graph, as a chart, and I can see where these things are. I would think of it as simple as, there's a click, there's something I can do. Okay, I'm designating this area as a seed map, and maybe there's one other drop down where it's like blank seed or something, or not. So I know, okay, that's an area I can fill in later. But so that if I'm looking at like a graph later on, like show me the plot of Cat Kelly 6. Okay, now show me where all the seeds are. They come up as dots on a line and page numbers.
Ismail, and then Fabian has promised me.
Yeah, just a question for us to challenge ourselves a little bit. You mentioned about people not knowing. Well, Steve Jobs said, I don't believe in market research because people won't know that they need an iPod until I create one for them. Fair enough. On the other hand, we have a case of 3D movies. And Avatar was one of the great 3D movies. It was one of the biggest blockbusters ever. And yet, the new technology has never really caught up. Despite the fact that it was money, despite the fact that upcountry people were investing in it. So there seems to be something that has to satisfy a felt need in the public, not something that we say you want. Well, it clicks like we saw with the iPod and with the iPhone, but not necessarily with the 3D movies. And I think that's an important question for us to think when we're trying to develop.
I absolutely agree. I feel it needs purpose. Like, it's really cool that something does something, but why do I need it? I absolutely agree. But when I saw this, I was like, I need this. You know, can you develop it quicker? Because I could use it on the book I'm working on.
I'm already finished. So on your author 1.2, you have generative AI that does the landscape, the map, the discussion, etc. Just want to say, just from a technical standpoint, not ethical or market or whatever, just technically, it is trivial. It's calling an API. The model does this thing. So this is, to bring this to XR, it's done. I mean, it's on it.
No, and
So we still have to do it. And thank you.
Yes.
So now, a little outside of the program, we have one icon introducing another. And we should probably share correctly. So, Ken Perlin.
Oh, okay. Well, hi. It's my privilege we have a surprise guest, very exciting. Alan Kay, who many of you may know, invented much of what you're all used to today, including object-oriented programming, Windows-based user interfaces, even the idea of an open computer, and many other things. And I'll just keep this short because Alan, a few words, please.
Well, fortunately, I didn't prepare a talk, and I'm not going to give one. But something I said many years ago to an audience that was as knowledgeable in its day as this one is that the last technology anybody should have been allowed to invent without a Surgeon General's warning was television. The Surgeon General's warning for Brits is the thing they put on things like cigarettes. But we're here to warn you that you're partaking of a legal drug that is likely dangerous to your health. And I think that's an adequate way of saying where things have brought us. We haven't looked into the human factors of desire. And there is a Dr. Seuss book that I like with the title, Who Speaks for the Trees? And so I'd like in this forum to just speak for processes, because everybody has paid a lot of attention to text, rightly so, and things you can write in text, rightly so. And to a smaller extent, the fact that text was a catalyzer for important ideas like democratic republics with constitutions and even science. They enabled a different form of argument. That was the deal with printed material. It wasn't like the old stuff, which is good, but it's the fact that it enabled a new kind of argument, which was not recognized until the 17th century. It took 200 years or so, or more, from the Nuremberg Book Fair in 1754. So we're in that period right now. Brexit partly happened. I came over here accidentally and never left, so I happen to be here through that. And I was surprised to discover in talking to people at Whitehall that they had even no Sankey diagram. Sankey diagram is an input-output diagram showing where you get important things from and how to use them. They had no Sankey diagram for this country. They had no idea that they were even living in a system, and that the system had enormous nonlinearities. And even the people who are somewhat aware, if you're aware of systems and nonlinearities, then you know you don't know them all. Because you think of scaling as the general principle of more is better until it isn't. And so so I have nothing new to say. I wrote a little essay for Froda's first book, pointing out a chapter I wrote for a book done by the University of Berlin. It had a title something like "The Future of Reading Depends on the Future of Learning to Learn Difficult to Learn." That's a perfect commentary on today. Tell me what to do, Siri. Okay. So I think the interesting thing is to try and nail down what content needs to be, not what people want, because people really want what they need. That's the most important. Those two words are so different. And what people need is usually something they don't want to learn. And so let me put forth processes. This is something Ken used to put into his marvelous talks, is to show you actual processes in operation. The thing I haven't seen in what is so-called media is depictions of processes. I haven't seen ways of writing in terms of processes. So there's a whole tremendously important part of the media communication universe about most of the things that are going to do us in. It is not well represented in people working on new media. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. So Keith, we're going to have to follow that. Thank you. It's amusing, this connection, because Keith, I know from when he was the technical editor of Mac User, so it's only appropriate to step in at this point. Right. Where's my phone? Is it, oh yeah, just, you can do the talk again.
Okay, well, so I don't really have some big sort of huge ideas or progress or anything to talk about, but it's more reactions to my experiences trying to do stuff in VR, various headsets. Yes.
Yeah, sorry, please keep going.
I mean, I've wanted to work in VR for a long time, as when we finally opened up.
Have you noticed how hard it is to find things on a Mac?
Spotlight.
Yeah.
I'm choosing everybody was going to know. It's really easy.
You know,
to
two
best
face and all that.
Yes. They have a good Thanksgiving.
We found that.
So, oh, thank you.
Okay.
Not this one.
Right. So, yeah, well, I exactly on as many platforms as I can get that name on. So, yeah, like I say, I want to work in VR. And I keep trying, and it is quite frustrating. I did a contract for a year with Meta about 3 years ago, and this is me in one of my weekly or more often meetings with my colleagues in California. And that was really effective, surprisingly effective. Even though I looked kind of like that was the closest I could get to me. It couldn't do sort of grey like that. It was either all grey or all brown. It's, like, it's better now. And it's constantly improving. But this was really good, except I couldn't work with files. The best I could do was, this is a colleague with something I made on their laptop. So I can put my laptop in there. What I really want to do is to basically have my real working experience. And do this in a virtual environment. So I can manage whatever it is I'm working on, which is going to be multiple things at once. And I need to be able to organize and put things where I can then go back to them, where I can have this sort of muscle memory, sort of abstract memory of, okay, things are there or there or there. It does get a little hard when the desktop's looking like this. This is probably more like my Finder desktop. But we have ways of organizing things in real life. And I think that is one of the really important things that we need to figure out how to do in virtual environments. I mean, yeah, okay, we know this. Yeah, we are all sick of hearing this, although I kind of want to do this as well. I certainly want to have a system which works the way that pretended to work. But this is still just working with tiny little bits of information. And my background is graphic design. I'm a designer. I do a lot of other things as well, but graphic design is really fundamental to how I approach lots of things. And at heart, design is about bringing structure and hierarchy to content. And that's how you change it from chaos to order. So in classic graphic design terms, grids is really the fundamental key to it. And how you use the grid, and this, I have all sorts of lectures, I do sort of talk to students a lot. How you use a grid is down to you. A designer, I tell people sometimes, a designer is like they give themselves OCD on purpose, so that they work out their own methods of how they're going to use a grid for a particular thing they're making, and then they make themselves follow that in some logical, creative way. But you have a grid which gives you enough options, but then it helps you bring structure to chaos in a way that makes sense. And we can do this to an extent with our files in a regular computing environment. Like in Finder, we can have a grid to help stack icons. If we want, we can undo that. But we also have a hierarchy. We've got folders, and we're quite used to organizing that. I mean, it's a concept taken straight from real world, ported to here, and it's relatively simple and straightforward. But how do we do this? How do we have some kind of grid for arranging things in a virtual space? So talking about files. I'm not doing the sort of the abstract, slightly academic step out into talking about units of knowledge and units of information in the abstract. I'm talking about documents, the stuff that I work with and you will work with every day. So how can we then arrange things? Would a grid like this work? Well, this way, it is just questions I've got. Just musing on things. I thought this would be quite interesting to be able to say, okay, conceptually we've got a grid, and it's three-dimensional. It's not just three-dimensional like that, it's proper depth. You can put things here and over there. Then I was wondering, what happens if you move around and you walk outside? How does things then, does it break the visual organization that Tim was wondering about? Something a little bit more linear with planes. And I was wondering, could this be a way we organize content in VR in the hierarchical sense, in terms of that's a folder name? Okay, I read stuff, put it there, and then when I want to go to look at it, then expand it or go into it. These are things I want. Sorry, I keep this. Okay, well, this is the very last thing. So the whole point is that we need to figure out how we're going to get somewhere. We need to think, where did we come from? Where are we now? And where are we going? And thank you, Adam. That's Park in the middle, Doug at the left. But we constantly experiment and we try to evolve and move things forward. So how do we do this in our VR environment? That's basically what I wanted to ask you, and see what you thought of the difficulties and what possibilities of organizing your content in VR so you can actually work. Thank you. You have to be first, Fabian, on this one.
So first of all, it all makes sense and it's feasible. And none of the things you showed were it worked. Some of it we've done, like in Vancouver last year with a flat grid of actual icons, of actual files we could open. So that's definitely not a problem. What I think is probably misunderstood, including by us working on the topic, is that we think of a virtual space in the way you present it as a perfect space. And in truth, when we do the demo, for example, we did the demo on the headset there, the space is not even 1 by 1, it's 1 by 95, and then there's a step that you can pull. Do you do it in VR? You do it in AR? If you do it in AR, you use the environment around it. So it's kind of like the double-edged sword of how flexible, for example, XR, what XR is. You can do so much, but then you have no control over the environment. You were mentioning before how we lose, let's say, for memory palace, the cost of walking and thus trying to find the right path, because typically we do it virtually, we teleport, and it breaks. Nearly none of us have like 100 by 100 meters to walk on in VR. But if we do, and some of us did try, it is super interesting. So that's kind of like the super tricky part is that when you open your laptop, you have this rectangle that you control. Here, yes, it's flat and it has a shape. Here, it's very fluid. And indeed, as the example you were saying, like when you pull the sphere, does it follow you? Does it here you have less space? So does it contract and get closer? With so much freedom, and then how do we keep something that is flexible enough to be useful, but then when it changes shapes, it is still like stable enough that we keep on understanding it, and just I don't have an answer for that.
I think the luxury approach would be develop all the different methods and then see which works.
I need to step in here. This is so exciting to hear you guys talk like that, because the environment you've called is called, I mean, the environment that you've built is called what? What's the name of it? Spatial scaffolding, right? And he also has active wireframe rectangles that things can snap onto. So one thing Dini and I have been really working on in the last 2 years is flexibility versus fixity. You want one, you want the other. You want the background, you don't. So yes, we're very much experimenting on it. So to have you come in with your, this is FOT by the way, type. Come in here with your traditional perspective. It is really worthwhile rather than just everything loosely. Tom.
Yeah, somebody who's transcended a lot from physical space to virtual space, because I've built physical spaces too. You know, the one thing I think is often a struggle with VR, XR, is this notion that you don't have gravity, you don't have a desk that's 4 foot by 8 foot or whatever your desk size is. You're not limited in that same way by that stack of paper that's going to fall off the desk because you just don't have any more room. The thing I think would, I think the environment needs to be whatever you need it to be at that moment, and it needs to flex around that. Maybe you want a sphere at times, maybe you want a square, and you should be able to flip between those as you need it. Just like, in any sort of application, you should be able to customize that environment in a way that most suits you and is not subject to the whims of the designer alone. Right? A good designer designs for flexibility.
Yes.
And that's always been a struggle as I've worked with actual architects trying to get, okay, yeah, this looks nice, but it's not a monument to yourself. This is a place where people are going to have to learn. And so therefore we need to build it so that it conforms to the learning process. But people don't know how to talk to each other across those gulfs either. And that's another challenge, because people who think spatially think in design and not necessarily the ones who are actually using space.
Yeah. That's John.
I think part of it too is that VR's been around a long time, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's been limited by the technology, cables, stands, headset where you're wearing bodysuits. And so those environments have, I think, imparted a kind of this aesthetic and functionality that today we don't have to abide by.
Mm-hmm.
And so those of us that remember and worked in those environments still think about that, and then trying to break out of that environment. How do you break from that kind of experience into something that's new and more flexible? And I think that's part of the problem. Young people are new to this,
mm-hmm.
and they're not quite sure what to do. They're coming out of the game world, and they've got an idea of how to do this for gaming, but not for something else. So I think there's a lot of issues about why things develop the way they do, and a lot of it is coming with assumptions, from our experiences.
Yeah, I think we can learn things from the gaming world, but I think ultimately it's such a different kind of environment. It's not about managing your own content, your own sort of multiplying documents and creating your own hierarchy. It's about running around and exploring spaces.
One thing that Fabienne and I were doing was talking about non-Euclidean space. one way to think outside the structures is to think about not having gravity, not having a floor, not, when you throw something, it doesn't have to go forward, it can go up. Things that are going to subvert the current way of thinking. I think that's what we're looking for in our next years, how to think differently in this environment.
Yeah.
Moving past.
Yeah, we can subvert and then analyze and figure out, okay, did that subversion work or was it actually a broth?
Yeah.
We need to do it.
Andrea, really quickly.
There's an online question as well. Randall's been waiting for quite a while.
Well, I was just telling them. Oh, okay.
Does Randall
okay,
have something to
first,
say?
and then we'll do one. Okay, Randall, fine.
Randall.
Mixed typeface as well. Apologies.
So I feel like in this case, should we have a 3D grid in VR or not? We're missing the why. We're missing a clear why. So for me, when we have a grid in 2D, we have it because we have a lot of text, like the example you showed in the design, and we want to have a hierarchy so that people's eyes know where to go and not be overwhelmed by it. So we put it on a grid and we have different sizes of font.
Yep.
In architecture, and as an architect, we sometimes get a bad reputation that we only care about how things look, but most of us do work with structure. So we want to equally send structure towards the ground. So that's why we have a grid, because we equally spread out the weight of the building into the ground. So you have a grid. There's a really, really clear pragmatical reason in both 2D and 3D cases why we have a grid. In the case of the worlds Fabian is developing for the Sloan project, what is the why? Like, why do we need a 3D scaffolding? And if the answer is just so we can arrange the 3D icons in a little way that's better, that's a weak answer. That's not a strong enough answer to why.
Or maybe yes.
Just because.
I find moving files around without any way of assisting me to sort of group and organize and give me a pattern, something which I can then have my own meaning to. I find it very difficult to do that in VR, whereas I can actually just do it really easily with a piece of paper on the desk. So it's not great in the design sense, but it is help some kind of structure which I can make use of to the level that makes sense. But yes, I understand.
No, it's not a back and forth. Randall will go, Alan, and then Randall, and then we move on. Right, Alan, please. No.
Well, let the guy who's waiting out.
Okay, Randall.
Thank you very much for yielding. To piggyback on Andrea's point, I think the why is something that needs to be answered, and one of the things that does need to be done is to take a critical eye to the special sort of weaknesses and then capabilities of the platform. So no headset or any kind of virtual reality device that it has a line of sight to production in the next 20 years has the same pixel density as a laptop at arm's length, nor are the sort of the input fidelities of the same caliber as you can experience with a trackpad and mouse. But what they do have is sort of the materiality of the positional sensitivity, the fact that when you move your head, the things look like they are where they are. They react with the materiality of metals and glasses and other surfaces. The parallax effects that you experience as you move your head is the same one that you experience in reality. So one of the things that I would suggest is that we need to be adequately critical of the medium and then make the special dispensations and concessions to allow for the particular capabilities that they are really, really special for, that we have the ability to in the same way that we have multi-touch and zooming on mobile phone devices, that we really lean into what are the things that really must be exploited and built so that we can get the benefit of on these platforms. And so just as a personal plug, that's why I'm building the HTML model element, and I hope to be able to expand that in the future.
Thank you, Randall. Over to you, Alan.
Well, just an observation that's been made by others better is that today's wars are fought with the weapons of yesterday. And usually that's found out in terrible ways. And so let me point out that for people who are really old, it's almost always been the case that hardware people have preceded
software people, and that has been a mistake. Within a couple of because basic idea is the programmers will make whatever we do look okay, and that has cost many advances. It's been the case that once or twice people have led with saying, hey, it's all about software. Let's figure out what we want to do and how we want to do it, and then we'll build a machine that will optimize what that new software will need, which is almost certainly what today's computers do not optimize. And we're talking about factors of 10 and stuff, and decades lost here. So I would just advocate coming up with a need that involves something that today's media doesn't do and can't do very well, but it's a vast need. And work your way eventually down to plug in the wall. That's the last thing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Alan. Thank you, Keith. And Dave Miller.
Right, hi everyone. So my name's David Miller. I'm a professor from the University of Southampton, professor of computer science. Although I didn't invent object-oriented programming, or the web, or the internet, so I'm feeling a bit inadequate. All right. I was, however, Freud's supervisor. So is there something to write on my picture? Right. So I want to kind of pick up on a number of themes that other people have talked about today. And perhaps it's best to kind of do this through a scenario. So let's imagine it's a couple of years' time, and you're visiting the National Gallery with your 10-year-old son. If you don't have a 10-year-old son, you can borrow somebody else's. Right? As you go around the gallery, you're looking at information about the paintings on your phone. Your phone knows that you've perhaps become interested recently in sort of British imperial history, so it's telling you about the colonial history and the provenance of the paintings that you're seeing. Your son, on the other hand, is getting a little bit bored after the first couple of galleries and perhaps wondering who this person is that they're wandering around with. So their phone is giving them fun facts, jokes, riddles, poems about the pictures that they're kind of sharing. Right? Sounds like a fun day out. It's the sort of thing that technology today could do, let alone the technology in 2027. Note that during your whole visit, neither of you reads a single sentence written by a person. Okay? I think there's a kind of elephant in the room with all of our discussions today. And it's that we are entering the post-document world, right? A place where nearly all text is written by machine. And by nearly all text, I mean approximating 100% of text. Okay. Now, I'll place a big caveat there, because someone's going to ask me a question, I'm sure. I'll come back to that. But that's where we go, right? So what does that mean? Well, it means that you get text on demand, right? It means that you have a sort of personalized synthesis of things. You're not reading one document, you're effectively reading many, brought together, focusing on the interests that you have. It's dynamic, it's responsive, perhaps most importantly, it's inclusive and accessible. It doesn't matter your age, your level of education, any disabilities that you have, right? This can deliver you information that's appropriate for you. And it might also enable new types of text, living texts, that aren't static and stable and fixed in time, but evolve, that change every time you visit them, that reflect the time in which you read them. So there are good things about this world that we're heading towards. But there are also some bad things. So we have a certain amount of cognitive offload, right, where you no longer have to engage so deeply with the text that you read, because they're served directly to you. It encourages surface level reading as a result. The provenance of what you're reading kind of dissolves. Okay? And that means that attribution fails. So if you're an academic who really cares about your H-index, this is a frightening place to be. If you're a writer who depends on being paid, it's an even more frightening place to be. And of course, we have the problem that voices become homogenized, right? And we get a kind of a generic view that perhaps is reflective of the materials that these language models are being trained on, which obviously is a sort of, these days is a Western kind of lens. So we have a number of challenges. If you look at the list up there on the left, it might remind you of our last great invention in text. Oh, that's exciting. Okay, I'll make do. So this is hypertext, right? And what we have here is a system that was invented in the 1960s, and it's sounds a bit like what I just described, right? It's interactive, it's non-linear, it's adaptive and flexible, it diffuses the author, some would argue outright murders them, right? It's navigational, that's your interaction mode, and it's kind of discrete, kind of you move around from chunk to chunk, right? And the bit that's messed up here is that this is the document boundary. So hypertext is a technology that fundamentally is about documents or chunks of documents and moving between them. So one way to think about large language models is that they kind of explode that boundary, right? They break it completely. Your text becomes super fluid, it becomes ephemeral, and your interaction is actually dialogic and continuous, right? So one way to think about large language models is they're kind of hypertext plus, right? They do all the things that hypertext promise, but they move from this discrete world to this continuous space. So if that's the case, why do we have all the bad things up here and not necessarily down here? What are we losing in this transition? So I think hypertext has behind it a number of philosophies that make it the technology that it is. So first of all, it's kind of post-structural, which sounds odd because it's all about structure, but it doesn't dictate which structure, right? So it accepts there's a multiplicity of views, multiple ways of understanding and navigating and seeing things. And in that case, it's also kind of rooted in sort of existentialism. So this idea that you build your own agency, you make sense of the world yourself, right? You're responsible. It reflects and respects the agency of users. What are the sort of things that current generation of AI is based on? Well, we have a sort of algorithmic paternalism, right? The kind of sense that these models are trained to teach you and treat you in a particular way, right? The kind of hidden voice of the system prompt that sits there. And we have a sort of technocratic centralism, and we've touched on that as well, right? And this is sort of at the root of my question to Vin earlier on. I wasn't so much thinking about the kill people having their rights. I was thinking, what about my rights if someone's taken, my agents and taken control of them? And that's what we have. We have a sort of centralized system of using AI. So what I've become interested in recently is how we somehow take some of the properties of hypertext and some of the advantages of hypertext and push them up into our interaction with these kind of large language models. And I think the way that we can do that is by having a kind of hypertextual AI interface. So thinking about a large language model that isn't producing a linear chat, but is co-creating a hypertext with you as you converse with it, right? In which case, what we end up with is actually building on the post-structural tradition, and we get kind of radical free play, right? This idea that you can move seamlessly from structure to structure to structure and reimagine things as you see fit. And we move from kind of existentialism to perhaps absurdist existentialism or absurdism, where we're kind of acknowledging the kind of the chaos and the multiplicity of the world, but we're doing it with a kind of lucid defiance of our kind of inner humanity. I've been just starting to play with this. If you want to kind of really do the kind of cutting edge stuff, you have to go where the developers are. So what I've been playing with is Claude Code. So I've been using Claude Code to build Obsidian hypertext systems, right? So this is a Zettelkasten in Obsidian, and it's been co-constructed with my Claude Code, who's written all of these entries and helped me build this up. And I'm also using a local language model running in LM Studio. I'm using Gemma 3, which enables me to actually talk to my notes and find out what's going on in the notes and ask questions of them. Right? And this is a system where essentially the AI is doing a lot of the writing, but I'm directing the direction of travel. I'm suggesting the new nodes and what needs to be in there. And it basically defers to me about kind of what it should be writing, how it should be writing it, and how it should expand the hypertext over time. So it's a genuine co-creation. And this, I think, is something that's kind of really interesting. I haven't got time to say too much about it now, but it's running on my laptop, so I can show people it a little bit later on. I think we're in a place where the technical work ahead is really substantial, but perhaps it's not substantial in the way that people think it is. It's not substantial in terms of building better models or incrementally better large language models. It's substantial in terms of reimagining what reading and writing and navigation even mean in a world where documents have disappeared. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I think enough discussion now. Let's start.
Dan, are you suggesting that we're going to be able to write a hypertext novel like Vygotsky at Vinhar on Acid with this? One of the things that Mark and I have talked about is the difficulty of writing a hypertextual novel.
Yeah.
Do you think that's in the cards?
I was very struck by the way you were thinking about using AI systems to support you in your own writing. And I think we're going to get something a little bit more like that. So this is the caveat. I said there's a caveat here, right? And that's that the majority of text in the world is not fiction, it's not novels and poetry, it's copy, it's advertising stuff, it's all of that kind of thing. And I think if there's one place where human-crafted writing will remain, it would probably be in those sacrosanct spaces. Yeah. In the same way that we're quite happy to buy 100 of these things from a Swedish factory, right? But we like these things too. So I think in that sense, I'm not imagining a world where you'll just ask a large language model to generate a hypertext novel. But I think you can use them to help you write.
Right.
You could ask it, for example, I wrote a paper about 8 years ago called the Ideal Reader Bot, which was about getting an AI, we're quite primitive then, to read multiple times a hypertext fiction to tell you things like, what's the best route through here? What's the most boring route through here? Is there a kind of causality? Back then it was quite difficult to do that, but actually you can use that with large language models now. I have an ex-PhD student who has just been working, I forget the company, but Arc Raiders is their game, and they're using that technology, or developing that technology in there to look at their kind of interactive narratives. So I think it would be useful in that way, rather than what I'm describing here, which is a slightly different type of art.
Thank you.
Alessia and then Alan.
You're great in the art and the craft.
I'm not doing that.
Yes, you are.
What's that message?
Yes.
Am I breaking shooting?
No, which is super cool, but you need the craft of those things. It's not everything you do, it's useful, it's the process that helps you to develop. Now, I'm sure what you're doing is the result of years of working, of years of thinking, so it's just fleshing out what will be when you flesh out everything and you are not crafting anymore, and how do you think that?
Yeah, so you're right, and the tools I'm using are developer tools. They're not meant for kind of ordinary kind of consumption for people who don't have a certain set of technical skills. So I think it's experimental. And it also goes back to, I asked that question earlier on about literacy, and I said how important literacy was, because I think you need to have those critical reading skills in order to be able to engage with AI effectively in the way that I'm talking about. So I think that's a challenge, because we have to teach our students both to do that, but then also how to translate that into this world. And with our students, as we've said a few times, that if they're AI first, they may be quite resistant to the first one of those things, right? But they need those skills in order to engage.
Alan and then Tess.
So one observation is that it often happens in symposiums like this is people are consciously or unconsciously catering to an idea of audience. And one here is the most famous non-learning group of humans, namely adults, who are sources of money, and what they're looking for are basically prosthetics to deal with their damaged facilities that they've developed as they grow up. But I haven't heard anything about children. And children will adapt to any culture. Yeah. And if you really want to make progress, at least one way I suggest is to think about what would be, this is Montessori's idea, what would be fool the children by building a culture that's the way the world should be. And make that what they grow up in. Yeah. That would be, to me, a more progressive way of looking at things. Yeah.
I just want to say to your point about creative writing, I have a lot of people I know who are just yelling at clouds, claiming this is going to ruin creativity. And as a writer, I think, well, we always write. Writers write whether they're getting paid or not. It's nice to get paid, but generally speaking, like people will still want to be creative. To the point you make there, whether or not people want to pay us for it is something entirely different. Because there will be computer-generated books, and for a certain segment of the population, that'll be fine. But there's always reasons people don't want to pay writers. This is just one more. People have not wanted to pay us since the dawn of time, so this is just the next thing. But I do also try to encourage people. I mean, I don't think anyone here, but I have friends who are literally complaining about this, and I go, who do you support? When's the last time you bought a book or paid for someone's Substack or Patreon? Or these things don't happen in a vacuum. People won't get paid if we stop paying for it. If we start going, oh, got a paywall, which I do all the time. I'm the first one to hit X on, do you want to subscribe? No, I don't. But, it changes the way you think about it.
Yes, thank you.
Bounce back on the idea with children, a little ad. In Brussels, there is the open source developer conference in February, and for the first time, I think we do the room with children. The idea is to present the technology.
Don't worry, it's getting
Include they will only actually open source technology so that the children build that culture, not just the culture itself, but the tool. And whatever the idea is, it can be using VR,
Wrong idea.
etc.
You don't want the children to build the culture. You want to give them a better culture. That is the whole point of what anthropology teaches us.
So they're the ones who...
The children don't know they will wind up being Paleolithic without an advanced set of cultures to go on.
So we give them the hammers and the spades, and we're there to...
We have an idea about... Montessori famously said you can't teach the 20th century in a classroom. And her point was the children in Italy that she was dealing with were slum children that grew up in about the 10th century. And because you can't teach the epistemology of a culture in a classroom, she proposed that the school embody the 20th century epistemology as part of its school culture. That's a big idea, and it's one that is often missed. The idea that Rousseau idea that children are noble savages that know the way if you only let them is bullshit. Completely at odds with everything we know about human beings. But we can't build a perfect environment, but we can certainly build one that embodies in it ways of looking at things that humans don't generally look at, given our own culture.
So you're coming in February to Brussels to help show the
I travel by Zoom these days. I've got many reflections that make it difficult to travel. But
So I think where we're at now is we try to figure out what that culture is that we want to teach.
Yes.
How it works.
It doesn't have anything to do with today's adults. Because they aren't going to be able to learn it, most of them. So forget about it. If you're looking to actually improve things, take along with you
Problems when they get to us, they're already broken.
Yes, exactly. And that is a terrible problem, and they should not be abandoned, but they should not be deleted.
Yeah.
They need to be helped.
Thank you very much, Dave. Now over to Bob Stein.
I'm going to try to compress a much longer talk into a much shorter time. I have to say, though, what a delight it is to be here giving this talk in front of Alan Kay. I would not be here if 45 years ago Alan hadn't put some faith into a dreamer with zero credentials. The origin of this project, aside from the last 45 years, was my giving my archives at Stanford and realizing that they had no platform, no mechanism to expose the contents of my archives on the internet. And when it came time to build something, because they said, great, go ahead and build it, I didn't want to do it just for me, so I convinced Brewster Kahle to let me think about sort of a front end for putting things in people's view for using them. And as long as we have a librarian from Alexandria here, I sort of can't resist also saying that I just read this brilliant book where she said that one of the reasons why Alexandria fell in terms of the library wasn't so much necessarily because Caesar burned it or the Arabs sacked it. It had much more to do with the fact that people weren't using the contents. And what I am completely focused on is getting people to use the materials. And I'm also I was very struck this morning when Dini mentioned that she just wants to see everything at once. And you'll see
This slogan is sort of underlies all the work that I'm doing, although Alan pointed out, I think he's right, that we could add to this, that the future has a right to the past, and the future also has a right to the future. What we're doing is we're making tapestries. This is the first one. It happens totally by coincidence to be about a talk that Alan gave at MIT. Very long story short, he makes it clear that all these early pioneers, yes, they're all white, yes, they're all men, but their ideological basis was how can we use technology to make the world better? And that was in the 50s and 60s, but by the 70s, the narrative shifted to how can we make a lot of money? And I wanted every young person who's building our digital future to see this film, but I could not for the life of me figure out how to get them to watch an 85-minute film of somebody they'd never heard of talking about people they'd never heard of. So I decided sort of that I would break the film up into its parts and then assemble around each part contextual materials. So, for example, if I select Engelbart, what you're seeing here, what you would think you're seeing are a bunch of icons that might take you somewhere else, but you're not. You're seeing actual operating objects. So that's Engelbart's Wikipedia page. This is the entire 2-hour mother of all demos video that's sitting here. This is Ted Nelson's really remarkable eulogy for Engelbart, one of the most beautiful pieces of rhetoric I've ever heard. So as soon as we made this and people started playing with it, we realized two things. First of all, that it was hugely different giving people operating objects than giving them links. Secondly, that we were because we were laying everything out in one go, the way Dee was saying, it meant that we could, different people's learning styles, reading styles could be accommodated. If you want to watch all of Alan's intros first, you can do that. You want to dig into McLuhan, you can do that. It feels much more like the way our brains are being rewired in the digital era. The other thing is that, and we're just starting to wrap our heads around it, and it's kind of strange to say in this room where everybody's focused on 3 dimensions, we also realized that this was after 45 years of experimenting in some ways with actual products, we were finally starting to see the glimmer of nonlinear presentation. That web pages scroll up and down, books go left and right, movies go left and right. They're all basically 1D. It turned out, we didn't realize this, it was not intentional, but we suddenly realized that in creating this actual 2D space that we were in uncharted new territory that was really interesting. I'm going to just run you through very quickly. I'm not going to demonstrate what's in these. I made this last night. I went to the Serpentine. There's an amazing exhibit there. I wanted to share with my friends. So I gathered the audio. I gathered this fantastic PDF. I just made this and I sent it out last night to a whole bunch of people. Similarly, there was a fantastic exhibit last spring at Stedelijk. And again, these are all pictures I took, videos I took. It became a mechanism to remember, but also to share. Out of my archives, this is work I did with Alan back in 1980-83. There's hundreds and hundreds of pages of documents here. And nicely, we have sort of Gemini built in so that you can ask Gemini to summarize documents, compare documents, etc. This is another piece out of my archives. We released the first electronic books in 1992, and they came on floppy disks. It has had functionality that we still don't have But the most interesting thing here is this is the original Hitchhiker's electronic edition from 1992, running in an emulator from the Internet Archive. I was talking to somebody at MIT, and she said, "This is great. Can you make me a bookshelf?" And I said, "Sure." Although up until this moment, digital bookshelves for me had always failed, because you get a bunch of pictures, you click on one, you go somewhere else. Oh, that's not what I want. You come back, you go somewhere else. Oh my God, that's not what I want. And it's just tiresome and tedious, and you don't do it. However, having all of the documents right here, and being able to read them here, means that we have finally sort of this is not a big breakthrough, we've recreated the serendipity of the stacks. So you can, gee, if that's not what I want, not only is there another one next to it, but I can see all these others. I mean, some of you are old enough to have spent time in these stacks, and you know what a joy that was to explore there, and something that we have been missing. I'm just showing you this one. It's a fantastic, but I'm only showing it to you to show you don't have to put things in a grid, in a tapestry. This one, a teacher could make, I'll make something at the end here. A teacher has written an exercise. She wants her students to learn about programming in the 70s. So she writes an exercise. We've got BASIC running in an emulator, and there's a instruction manual if the kids need that. These next couple are things that I made because I could. I was listening. I was listening to some science fiction stories in the 30s and 40s, and absolutely gobsmacked to realize that back then they were talking about machine intelligence, robots, atomic energy, and for me it was revelatory. I think I've come to science fiction later in life than some people. And I just wanted to put it all together for myself and for others, so I got a bunch of stories out of the Internet Archive that were here, and Rick Prelinger's fantastic Leave It to Rollo movie, some bunch of Wikipedia pages, etc., etc. What is fantastic about tapestries is that it goes as fast as my mind. So if I think of something, I can just sort of find it and grab it and bring it in here. And so that it becomes a learning space for me, and hopefully for others as well. This is sort of, for me, my I did this for myself. I read an essay which mentioned the idea of a new dark age, and it actually was from politics. And then I remembered that Jane Jacobs has this absolutely phenomenal book called Dark Age Ahead, and James Bridle, one of the most interesting philosophers out there, wrote a book called The New Dark Age. And I just sort of started seeing connections, and I put all this in here, and I find that the tapestries I share the most are the ones that I made for myself. Interesting. This is another example of that. Sugimoto, an artist I'm interested in, found this little 15-minute film, broke it up into its parts, and like I did with Alan's talk, sort of assembled pieces around it. In this case, I even got, he talks about Rothko being his biggest influence. I asked Gemini to tell me something about the relationship of Rothko and Sugimoto, and it was actually pretty useful, so I included that. And then the last one before I make something, this is something that started a couple of days ago with two colleagues, where we're kind of noodling, and we're noodling together asynchronously in a tapestry. And this it's not meant to mean anything to any of you, but it does to us. There are threads in here that we can follow. And I do think that a tapestry as a collaborative learning space and thinking space is a very, very interesting proposition. Let me make something for you, because that to me for our pleasure is Future of Text and blank tapestry. First thing I'm going to do is change the color, like white usually as a background. And so now we've got a color, and I'm going to make this tapestry out of photographs that I took at the Metropolitan Museum of Art on a show on Black diaspora in Egypt. And so this is a folder with all these photos, and I'm just going to drag those to a tapestry. And then I'm going to put them into a grid so I can work with them. And then we make that a little smaller, bring this over here, and then I'm going to start bringing things out of the grid, and I'm going to resize this. I won't do it anymore because it takes too much time. I don't know about the rest of you, but I have never enjoyed any of the existing platforms for sharing photographs, whether it's Instagram or Apple with all of its genius. It's just never figured out a way to order an album the way you want. Let me just get these last two out here. And this here. So let me start to do some interesting things really quickly. That's credible, right? It's not pretty, but it's credible. This was a fantastic bit of the exhibit. These two artists had gathered 1,500 Xeroxes of important magazines from African American history. So I realized that the Internet Archive, has these magazines. So here is a URL for one of the magazines. Oops, sorry. And I'm going to copy that URL, and I'm going to come here, and I'm going to paste the URL, and I'm going to place this over here, and right now, as you'll see, I have a fully functional copy of Crisis. This part of the exhibit here was Sun Ra, the jazz musician, who had this phrase, space is the place. Somebody made a movie of him called Space is the Place, also at the Internet Archive. I'm going to paste that in here and size it, put that over here, and draw a little connector so that people know it's working. You can do it. Okay. Okay. One more thing, which is actually two more, very quickly. Where am I? Yes, back to here. The New York Times wrote a decent review of this, and I want to include that in the tapestry. And I'm going to paste that in, but you'll notice that it doesn't resolve. And it doesn't resolve because about 50% of web pages have something that stops them. So what I did was I clicked the Internet Archive Wayback Machine button, which imports the Wayback Machine version. And one last thing, which is that I want to make a little video here. Yes. Access grant. Record video. Allow. Waiting for permission. Granted. This was an amazing exhibit. I felt so lucky to be able to see it. Stop, add to tapestry, and you could also do a series of screen shares. The one thing I'm not going to show you because I'm so nice for giving 5 extra minutes, I won't take 7, is that if I go here and choose embed, I can copy out that HTML and I can embed this on any web page that allows embedding. which is, I think, an important super. Anyway, thank you very much. Completely free. As of 2 weeks from now, it'll be up on GitHub, completely open source.
That was my question.
Shuttlebot.
Whoa!
Available. You can use it now. Tapestries.media.
Say what the web address?
Tapestries.media. Yes.
A question. Back to the shelf. Everything great and fantastic, but the shelf is still the pain point. Because as you said, you work in a library, everything is actually different, it smells different. It's great what you have done, it's a good step forward, but still things look the same. Do you have any plan to improve on that? Can we generate?
Well, that was partially why I showed you the one with the things in a circle, not in a grid. We absolutely assume that tapestries will evolve into a three-dimensional space. When you have a 2D space, you're kind of, let me see if I can, hold on. Here.
While you're doing that, I just want to mention that already happens. Fabian can import this raw, and you have a space that starts flat because it was flat. You start
You
shipping.
misunderstood my point. Is I don't want to treat the action. Say that you look.
No, it works everyone but you.
I mean, here's a tapestry that somebody in Amsterdam made about weaving. It doesn't look like any of the ones that I made. Okay, I mean,
super.
It's early. You know, we need people to experiment. But I think we've given them a substrate worth experimenting on.
So you mentioned Bush, and if you remember that paper, one of the things Bush predicted that there would be a new profession called pathfinding. There would be people called pathfinders, and what they would sell were interesting narrative, interesting routes.
Exactly.
Right. So and that's something that's been missing from most hypertext stuff is that guides that are, concierge guides are tremendously useful.
That's so brilliant in a sense that tapestries are endless canvases. Nobody's really made something that's truly endless yet, but we do have the ability. I mean, let's assume you had 1,000 elements. We have the ability to set an order. So we've enabled pathfinders to present.
Imagine an overlay showing a few different paths.
Exactly.
To choose.
Yes, we can.
But Bush is pretty smart.
Oh, that was making me think, is that what curators do? So I'm a curator and I can see totally how it wants to use this. Does it have to be one person creating a tapestry?
No.
You can make collaborative
Yeah,
ones.
you can put several people in here at once and they all have their own cursor.
And can you have them private and public?
Yep.
So you can set them private, work on them, and then when you've got them to a state you want to share, then you can make them open, or you can make them private.
Or you can even make them public to a small group as opposed to out in the universe.
I want to start playing around with this. It's amazing.
Way before.
Super quick question. Does that mean that they have commenting and reply functions?
Yeah, it's in there now.
Okay.
Yes, you can make a comment on an object or on the tapestry, and there's replying, but it's primitive.
No, it's fine. We used Miro board to collaborate on the ELC4 because it was during COVID, and so, but that's proprietary. Yeah. So I would way rather use this.
Well, also we can do a lot of stuff that you can't, and vice versa. But vice versa.
For clarification, you said you can do layers of connections on it or not? It's
No,
all
what I'm saying is you can draw you can set a path through a tapestry. Right. Alan was saying, and he's right, so it'd be nice if you could have 6 different paths and show those. We're not there yet. But.
One of the things that I found really interesting is I've been working on the Knowledge Navigator, and this is something one of my coders came up with, but I found it to be a real leap forward in terms of how we look at the knowledge maps, is you can filter by strength of connection. And so if you want to simplify the map, you boost up the the threshold for how many connections these two pieces of information have. If you want the whole big thing, you lower it down to one, then you get the big map. That would be amazing tapestry.
It's why it's open source, guys. Go for it.
Okay, Alessio Antonini, Research Fellow at Knowledge Media Institute at Open University. Thanks for first question of the first conference of architects from first invite ever, I think, from Fraud in 2020 to the Future of Text. Now I can do something that is very unpleasant. I can say, I told you so. In 2020, I said the future is text. Things will become so complicated that we have to roll back in complexity, and text will be the interface for everything. That's where we are. That's where I want to start from. Okay? Authoring for AI. Okay, we talk about AI writing. Let's talk about people writing now. Okay, why? To write, you need to read. That's true also for machine. We're talking about machines that have to read a lot so they can produce content. So I start to think about it, which kind of reader the AI is. Okay? Because this is important. Based on what you understand, it tells you really what you produce. Somehow it's a form of destiny. You're thinking what you get from the environment. Okay? And the machine understands people from deep. That's it. There's nobody, they cannot go around, they're not looking at you, it's mostly text. In particular, for this breed of AI. Okay? So I start to experiment. This is a study with a student, for instance, in Italy. Say, how do you study AI? How do you do in general understand if a student understands? So we give them an assignment. So we took a poetry, very famous one from Leopardi. Say, now you write a song. Then we get the parameters. Say, what is a song? Of course, they knows what is a song. So it should be for 5 minutes, all the structure, and give a genre, and we produce the lyrics. We did some experiments also say, produce a lyrics, but explaining why, or change the settings, but try to keep the core. That's the point. If you say, keep what's the meaning of the poetry in a new medium, then we can see if it actually gets what's the point of the poetry. The results were very good. Why? Okay, that's strange. Social reading, that's an hypothesis. What the AI has is not just the text, but has the social context about it. All books written about this poet and this poetry, the commentary, and of course they can understand what is the point, but that's not their doing. So let's continue. Okay? If you want to know more, actually, I forgot, is a very good paper from Hypertext 25, which explored exactly how AI reads or don't read, because they just use the commentary. Another experiment. This is a case study working with a charity in Northern Ireland that does bibliotherapy. So they read aloud in a group session to talk about the struggles of life. They want to do it online. They want to reach old workers, which they don't show up in person because they work. Okay, so let's do it online. Let's do it with AI, reading for them and engaging in discussion. So they have narrative assets. This is just the architecture we built, but you can notice here, if I have a pointer, I go. You onboard the person, you have chit chat, triage, how are you? What's up? Then you select actually a narrative from the narrative assets, and then you read it. Then you start to have a discussion, and then you analyze the discussion. But how AI can understand which is the right narrative for them. Okay? So we understood this problem. We start writing for the AI. Of course, I can read a narrative story. We can say searching Gutenberg works very well, but they don't know what matters for the specific task at hand, how to connect with the person. So we said, let's invent a new format, which is just an attachment. Fraud will understand if it was in the room. It's just something simple. You touch on it and say, what's the setting, what's the value, what the characters, and why does it matter, really? So you create a repository of text for the AI, so the AI can understand the text. That was the idea. Okay? Authoring for AI. I didn't want to talk about it, but I think it's in order. We know about understanding of meaning. We know it's difficult, but we have thousands years of hermeneutics and semiotics. That's the mother of questions, so we'll continue. What the AI doesn't, but we are probably about to solve part of it, it's the grounding of real life. Okay? Don Norman, in Design on Everyday Things, put this very simply, that there's a knowledge in the world, there is knowledge in the head, there is knowledge in the artifact. And the eye accesses knowledge in the artifact. Doesn't walk around, doesn't have the same experience, so it lacks the ground. Maybe a robot will fix it. Who knows what can add eye? If a robot is wandering in the desert, will be worried to run out of energy and be completely lost. We don't know yet, but we're getting there. But the current grounding is what humans write. That's our reality. But who said that the content is going to be AI generated? So we are an escape trajectory. And in fact, a lot of people is wondering, should be watermarked synthetic content? What do we do, for instance, for food? We have OGM everywhere, we have organic. So probably we need to focus on the human library, because that's the grounding for the AI. If the robot or the AI is mining on Mars, who cares about what we feel or what we think? It's fine to be detached from us. We talk about caring, for instance. That's important. So as my point is how we create this grounding, or we preserve this grounding to become blended and completely lost, is probably starting defining what makes it human, a human content. How much AI or support will make it synthetic? What is the essential? These are questions we know, of course, but we need to start to define it, because if we have a framework, we will have a clear, more organized features, and we can go forward with that more trust. That's it. But one more thing. I'm working on other stuff. I want to give you a demo, but it's not possible. But Dini, come here, please.
Uh-oh.
I explain it while you. Internet. What's going on? Yeah. Yeah, you can try this one. Okay. Give it a second. This is my pet project. I didn't manage to have founded for 2 years and developed in 3 days. Thanks to Google Antimatter 3.
Can they see what I'm looking at? I can't see that. Wonderful. Let me show you what I'm looking at.
Just looking at an interface. This small eye in the corner. What it does is analyzing the text real time using a transformer locally on my machine to understand if it's complex, what is the sentiment. It's tracking the eye to understand what you're reading, so you can attach analytics about you. What is your emotion, level of engagement, are you tired? This is a work, it's an experimental bench. Okay, it's not should look like. But the point, you can transform this kind of stuff into a medical device, for instance. But what is the point behind it? The non-verbal engagement. Understanding people is not just text. Most of the conversation, I look at David is bored. No, it's looking at it, say yes, good. That's normal, it's unsaid, but if the machine doesn't have understanding or not visual feedback, it doesn't work. And that's the next challenge. Okay, you can test it. This is a mirror. It's just doing what you're doing. So if you close your eye, your target will close it. If you think it blinks. You don't need it. Glass is fine. You can keep that. And it's all running on the machine. And it's available. It's bloody easy. But we need a problem. We need to understand what we should look at. Writing, important. Understanding people, maybe. That's important.
Did you just blink?
But
I blinked.
Blink, blink.
You can try.
Blink, blink, blink. Yeah, maybe down the other way around.
Go this way. Let me come this way.
No, come and check. Okay, questions. Done.
Watch. You guys see that? I'm blinking and it's blinking back at me. And my eyes wide open.
Yes. It's just a mirror.
Very cool.
Thank you very much.
Questions?
Yeah, so in my talk I was mainly talking about reading. I said, we no longer read documents. I do think we'll still write documents, and I think this question about how we write documents is really key. I think I've framed it before as talking about the death of the reader, right? Who are we writing for?
Everybody's dead.
Right? We write documents that no one's going to read, right?
Yes.
So does that mean our practice has to change quite fundamentally? So I think it's really interesting to explore that. And just a note about the human thing. I use Obsidian for my normal note taking, and when I make notes in Obsidian, I have a tag that says this is generated by AI. Right? In the Obsidian Vault I just showed, I flip it round and I have a tag that says this is written by humans. Because the whole thing is written by AI. Right? But occasionally the AI says something I don't quite agree with, So I put a little caveat in there saying, this is
Human done.
this is my human bit. And then I've added instructions to it to say, don't overwrite stuff that's tagged as human. And when you're analysing, treat that stuff as especially important. And I wonder if that's what we need. So you're talking about people who want to flag up stuff that's written by AI. I think it's the opposite.
No, actually,
I
said the same.
My class,
Yeah.
I have my students read have that reading circle.
I said the same. I said, we don't need to tag AI, we need to tag human.
Yes.
That's organic.
Yeah, it seems in fact that there's a whole campaign where it's now going on in a number of areas where people are using AI to generate letters to scientific journals and other things of that nature. And what is more is that some people now are trying to design how they can use AI to write things that will be attractive to AI.
Yeah.
So that you get citations.
Yeah.
When people get to use AI to help them, where will AI go to for citations? So you have to write for the AI.
Exactly.
This is a new phenomenon that we're facing in the last couple of years. But it does raise a lot of questions about the conventional way in which academia has been using to judge academic performance, citations, age factor, etc., which is are now being gained by the
Personally, I'm not going to write research bid for a school few years because I don't know what that is better. And we do, it's terrible for now because now we're in a transition with that. But they're already using it for Horizon, they're using it for UKI. People are dropping a Swivel review using AI. And so it's madness. In this sense, just step back.
I think the key distinction though is, does the technology humanize us, or are we using it to get around humans? And what he was saying was, that's getting around. I mean, you've got machines writing for machines. There's no human in the loop, essentially. But my watchwords go back to Doug Engelbart, augmenting human intellect. It doesn't do that. I'm not interested.
Yeah.
And AI does that for me. I'm not saying it doesn't, but I use it in a very different way than trying to replace myself.
Yeah, how we can augment our schedule.
Yes. Wait, bureaucracy is like that. They want bureaucracy by human, so become.
Yeah, we have robots asking us to prove that we are not robots.
I was just going to say, I think the word is that it exposes us. It exposes our weird practices.
Yeah.
So your point about writing bids, research bids, and doing that kind of stuff, and saying it's ridiculous. It's not that people are doing the writing is ridiculous. It's the fact that we've designed a system where that is considered a flag as to whether you should give someone money. That's ridiculous. Right? And what the AI is doing is it exposes that. It says actually you can't use somebody's ability to talk about kind of the context of their work in an authoritative way as a flag as to that they're actually going to be able to conduct research.
And on that note, thank you very, very much. So penultimate is Paul Smart here on the stage, also writing with Robert Lowe.
Thank you. So my name is Paul Smart. I'm from the University of Southampton, and this is kind of a joint presentation with my colleague Rob, who's at the New University of Lisbon. Both myself and Rob are philosophers predominantly. We also work in cognitive science, and I'm also based in computer science. We've both been interested in language and specifically the cognitive value of language. What does language contribute to human cognition, human mentality? And of course, in the last few years, we've seen the advent of large language models, and that's prompted a bit of a shift in how we think about language and the cognitive value that it has. And so our focus really for much of this year has been not so much what language does for us, but what language might do for machines. And today I'm going to talk about one aspect of that, which is the relationship, potential relationship between language and this attempt to build artificial general intelligence, or AGI. So one problem is there's no real consensus on what artificial general intelligence is. There's no consensual definition. But it's usually used in this sort of context where human intelligence is treated as the standard. So the idea is that artificial general intelligence is some form of intelligence that's human-like. It has enough generality to perform all the cognitive tasks that a typical human being might be able to perform. So I'm assuming that humans qualify as generally intelligent systems. And so the question is, how do we build machines that are like humans? And I think one mistake that's sometimes made is this idea that the seat of all human intelligence lies in the biological brain, and thus we need to build these kind of very advanced neural networks that emulate the information processing properties of the biological brain. And I actually think that the story is a bit more complicated than that, because I think some of the most distinctive features of human intelligence are not solely realized by whirrings and grindings of the brain, but they bleed out and actually factor in aspects of the external environment. And I think that language plays a particularly important role here. So I don't want to say that language is necessary for extending cognitive processing, but I think it's, for our species, it plays a particularly important role. In fact, I'm quite happy to suggest that language is our most advanced cognitive technology. It is at least the foundation that enables us to build a multiplicity of tools. The history of human civilization is really the history of how we've managed to press language into cognitive service. And there's a variety of ways that I think language helps us in our cognitive lives. So perhaps the most obvious is this idea of mental manipulation. When I speak words, I'm altering your mind. I'm altering patterns of neural activity in your head. Thankfully, most of it's going to be temporary. You'll forget it when you walk out the door. But there's that kind of mental manipulation aspect. And crucially, I think we're able to apply that to ourselves. So just as language can influence your minds, I can also use language as a tool to influence my own mind. And I think that's never more apparent than it is in the case of writing. So I think that writing gives us a peculiar ability to augment our cognitive profiles. One example of that would be when you externalize your thoughts, when you clothe your thoughts in material form in an external arena, you're then able to juxtapose different ideas, to sequence certain thoughts in a way that might not be possible if your thoughts were to remain confined inside your head. And that's, I thought, the kind of tapestry demonstration was particularly interesting there, because it gives you that kind of flexibility of moving things around in physical space that might not always be possible in neurocognitive space. Another thing that language gives us is this ability to factor in all manner of external props, aids, and artifacts. So most of the technologies that we've developed were for language or augmented minds. And so our facility with language enables us to interact with these resources and to factor these resources into our own cognitive routines. So that's what language does for us. What about for machines? Well, as I said, I'm particularly interested in large language models. And if we look at the current state of the art in large language models, a facility with language, obviously it enables transformers to generate text, but I think it does something a bit more than that. So the first example is when large language models engage in chain of thought reasoning, and they're generating tokens, but each token is influencing the pattern of activity of the transformer. And so you've kind of got this form of linguistic self-stimulation, or linguiform self-stimulation, where the transformer is generating sequences of tokens, and each token it generates then alters its own activity. And I think there are some nice analogies there with the way that the physical act of writing influences our own cognitive activity. Another example is when large language models invoke external resources. So you see this with ChatGPT, right? ChatGPT already has the ability to invoke search tools, external databases, can use kind of personal memory. I don't know if anyone's used that from ChatGPT to personalize its responses. But more generally, you've got all manner of external tools being incorporated into the information processing loops of transformers. So the point here is that a basic facility with language enables the transformer to generate programmatic statements that can then be used to invoke other tools, search engines, calculators, databases, logic reasoners, even virtual simulations of certain events, which then feed back, and the transformer can use those to deliver a response that it might not otherwise be able to do if it had relied on its internal parameters or its internal neural networks. And then the latest innovation in this space is this idea of large language models generating code that realizes ad hoc tools. So the transformer network is capable of doing certain things, but not others, not very good at symbolic or mathematical tasks. But what it can do is generate code that, when executed, implements that task, and then the result is fed back into the transformer. So what I want to suggest is that our best understanding of artificial general intelligence is as a form of extended AI. What do I mean by that? What I mean is that an artificial general intelligent system has the ability to instantiate information processing circuits that exploit this wider web of material and informational resources. There's a more kind of philosophically robust definition of all that, which mercifully I'm not going to try right now. But the general idea here is that I think we can think of AGI as being a property of an AI system, but I don't think it can be understood in the absence of an appreciation of the wider role that the environment is playing. And what's the specific value of language? Well, I think it's because our current AI systems, transformers in particular, are embedded in an online environment that's home to a sizable proportion of human symbolic and technological culture. And a facility with language is crucial to making best use of that. So I think at the present time, what we're trying to do is teach large language models how to surf the online environment, how to surf this kind of online ocean of words.
Thank you. Okay, Alessia first.
Yeah, more a comment. I want to know about your opinion. In particular, your first slide about generating, what happens when you generate content. We saw something similar, in particular in the experiment I talked about with poetry. When we were asking the AI to generate poetry and an explanation, and it actually breaks the style of the poetry because the influence. So it's not able to say this is poetry and then I will say something about it. Actually, it does it together and it breaks the style. It becomes actually visibly worse the poetry because it becomes like an essay. Now, I want your opinion on that. It sounds to me a big difference that looks like it's reflecting, but it's actually just recalling. It's like you're generating a memory of some sort. Now, with the new large reasoning models, maybe they're trying to break this circle because you generate something and you feed it back and feed it back. I don't know if the difference is actually something we can still appreciate. What's your experience on that? Why did you say that? So
just to clarify, the question was, are the large language models engaging in some genuine reasoning, or was that?
Yeah, let's say something like that.
Right.
I was supporting what you're saying.
I mean, my experience has generally been positive with large language models. I'm very impressed with what they can do. It's incredible that we've seen this kind of innovation in my lifetime. I mean, I guess when it comes to questions about genuine reasoning or genuine understanding, I guess my point of reference would be what humans do. And it's not immediately obvious to me that large language models are doing something terribly dissimilar from what humans do. I mean, what I'm doing right now, perhaps all my brain is doing is predicting the next word that I'm going to say and given a rich context of past linguistic expressions coupled with other kind of multimodal data. I mean, I think large language models lack that kind of multimodal aspect. And there are certainly issues about embodiment. I think that's something that's missing at the present time. But I think there's, I mean, I would be happy to say there's some sort of reasoning going on there. I don't see any reason to
You don't see any reason. Okay, perfect. Dave, and then
So I'm going to partly answer at least this question and then Lisa, the one I have for people. So the answer is you need sub-agents, because they have their own context windows. You can send them off. And the reason that feeds in is because agentic AI systems that can generate sub-agents effectively use other AIs. I mean, they'll literally deploy to other AIs, including local ones if you want to. And there's also things like CP protocol system, which allows them to interact with different environments. Doesn't that already fit your definition of artificial general intelligence?
Well, certainly other AI systems are a feature of the environment in which AI systems are embedded. So learning to exploit those and incorporate those into.
They are literally learning. They're literally going off and finding.
Yeah.
It sort of. So the MCP is a bit like Lucia was saying about we need to write for AIs. That's essentially a description of an API for an AI.
so that sounds like a big AI discussion before our coffee.
Yeah.
Over to Alan. Sorry, we're obviously way over schedule.
So a couple of comments here. One is this talk was given at the Royal Society, which was founded on Francis Bacon's ideas. And in the charter it's not just for talking about what people are discovering about the world, it's for vetting these things that are formed in language. And I'll just leave that for people who have read about Bacon. But in fact, the invention of science was reflected in Einstein's talk in 1921 to a bunch of physicists in Berlin, where at the beginning of this famous talk, which is called Geometry and Experience, he reminds them that he says, as far as mathematics refers to reality, it is not certain. And as far as it's certain, it does not refer to reality. Reminding them that the mathematics that's used in physics is an attempt at representing something that is actually out in the real world. And I'll just finish by saying I was at a meeting in 1969 at MIT with Minsky and some generals of the army who came to find out where their robot warriors and tanks were. And Minsky said, well, maybe in 3 years we'll be able to do a dog. And one of the generals said, well, look, we don't even want regular human intelligence. You draft regular human intelligence. This is the Vietnam War. They had 2.5 million people in uniform that they trained, just as artificial intelligences are trained, to do certain things when they were told to. So the other general says, we can't, that's too fallible. We need superhuman intelligence if it's going to be of any use at all. And he was pointing out something important. There's a principle called duty of care, where we actually expect more from our surgeon, who fixes it, more from the engineer who designs the bridge, than an ordinary. What we don't need is ordinary human intelligence let loose on the internet. That is the craziest idea Ponder on that. I think you can set your sights much higher.
Absolutely. Thank you. And thank you, Paul. Just do a share.
Okay.
Yes, Ken Herland.
Yeah, full disclosure, in 1969, I was watching Gilligan's Island. So I don't know if I'll be able to follow that.
That tells us a lot.
Yeah. It's a good show,
It was a
short and
great
short.
show.
Anyway, let me get going on this. So I'm going to try to make a connection from past text to future text here. Oops. So I want to talk about the confluence of human instinct and human technology, which human instinct changes, stays the same, but human technology keeps changing, as everyone has been talking about today. To a first approximation, we only have, is this being cut off? Yes, it's being cut off. That's not right. There it is. We only really have one superpower. When I say language, I mean the fact that our cognition is via recombinant grammar, which, as far as we know, makes us unique among creatures, and is kind of the reason we're able to build things and create tools. And in any given age, there is always new technologies that then turn into our tool set. Right now, 2025, there are two that are interesting for, I think, the purpose of what we're talking about today. One is the fact that all these major companies are trying to make something that looks like this, but in fact will let you overlay whatever you want on top of the physical world. And the other, of course, is the fact that we have this amazing, fast evolution of large data models, and in particular, large language models. So before I dive into that, I just want to talk about the phenomenon of new technologies a bit, just to lay the groundwork. This is a very incomplete history of communication technologies that were in one way or another disruptive. It's very abbreviated, there are a lot more. About 30,000 years ago, more or less, it's kind of hard to know. People started recording things that long after they were dead would be continued to exist in the world. And then somewhere around 3,400 years ago, this started to turn into what we now think of as written language. You know, we took that whole idea of recombinant grammar and started being able to say, hey, this person died all that long ago, and we can read their thoughts. That's a very big deal, because before that, you know, maybe we had an oral tradition, but you have no idea how much things change in oral tradition. So that was the first recording of thoughts. And of course, in China, Li Zheng came up with this amazing invention, which was movable type, and that changed. That suddenly meant that you could have books that were mass producible. And then in France, photography, followed by audio recording, also in France, followed by motion pictures, also in France. The French are doing a very good job of this stuff. Those are the Lumiere brothers there. And then in '93, and again, I'm skipping over a bunch of things, and each time you had one of these things, it changed a lot about the way not only we communicated, but our culture and how we distributed communication. And then I'll do one more when the iPhone comes out in 2007, and then suddenly that previous invention, the web, is in everybody's pocket. And as we know, so many other things happen. The only reason, if you took an Uber or a Lyft here, you could only do that because of the smartphone. Right? So each technology leads to many, many other things. So with that in mind, let's talk about this next moment that's coming, which is whatever these glasses will look like, or they'll be. And I actually think of it as, there's something that I think of as the XR AI singularity. As people have pointed out here earlier today, as long as it looks like the Quest 3 or the Vision Pro, it is not going to become part of our culture. There are very few people who will have the courage to walk down the street wearing those things and trying to actually go to a grocery store. But as soon as it looks like a pair of glasses, one thing that's amazing about glasses is, as with every crowd everywhere, half the people here are wearing glasses, and unless you look around, you don't know who's wearing glasses, because glasses are socially invisible, which means they're a successful technology. And so that, I call it the singularity, because it goes from maybe a few 100,000 people to half the population, to billions of people potentially. And that is when the cultural shift happens. So to quote a great man,
I'm going to have to take a picture.
he literally said this today. I wrote it down. We're entering the age of XR, and we're entering the age of AI. Those are both happening now, in the next few years. So it's a very exciting confluence. So the question that I've been asking myself and a number of people is, can we, right now, we have a choice. We can either have a conversation with somebody, or we can turn to our technology and try to do something else. If I'm having a conversation with you and we're talking about who invented that, or what was that movie, or blah, 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 and I pick up my phone and I go like this, I'm no longer in the conversation. I've kind of broken the flow of the conversation. And that's just to look something up. That's not even to create something. If you and I have a meeting and then I go off and say, oh, let me make a prototype for you, and I come back a week later, that's not happening in the course of our conversation. But we are starting to get to an age where that kind of building together could happen in the course of the conversation. So just this last year or two, if I make the statement, if I just verbally say, put the green ball on top of the red box, and I want that to happen, well, we now know that I could go up to Gemini and I say, give it to me in the form of a JSON object, and that means that I could write a very, very simple JavaScript program that will take this JSON object, and on my computer graphics, the green ball is on top of the red box. It's done the hard work of turning our fuzzy, very ambiguous, very contextual English language into, this is actionable. I can make stuff just by talking about it. So what if we could just make things just by talking about them, drawing them in the air, using our fingers? So let's see, is this working here? Let's see. Yeah, that's working. So this is kind of just, I'm drawing something, and as I'm drawing it, it's figuring out what I'm drawing, and because I'm drawing it, it knows that. But I had to program this beforehand. This isn't stuff that's happening live. So, I can say, oh, okay, this is interpreting me live, but I had to create the content beforehand. But it gives us some ideas about what we want. For example, we could have nouns, we could have verbs, we could have adverbs. So for example, maybe I want to say, hey, here's a pendulum. All right, a pendulum has certain properties, but the way I draw the pendulum might actually change the way the pendulum moves. So for example, this pendulum moves fast, that pendulum moves slowly. Maybe I want to talk about something that has some properties, like there's a light bulb, and then I want to say, hey, I want to use that to make a sentence. So maybe I just draw a slider, and now I can move that. And this idea of a visual language goes back to Bert Sutherland from the 1960s. But why can't we then say, hey, I've got an AI behind the scenes that's really helping me with this? And what I would like to see, actually, this thing here is really annoying me. There you go. What I would like to see is this idea integrated into our physical world. So for example, let's say I'm looking at the physical world, and you're in the physical world, we're looking at a table together, and I'm saying, oh, I want to make a bird, and I want this bird to have certain behavior, and I should just draw a bird and say the bird is interested in eating my plant. So why shouldn't I just be able to say, hey, this bird is eating the plant? And then, it's running around and it's dancing and it has its own sort of life. And instead of having to pre-program that, why can't I use this very rapid development of AI to say, I don't have to pre-program anything. We're using large data models to help us, and you and I are having a face-to-face conversation. You're across the table from me. It's like, oh, imagine a sphere, and it just shows up in the air between us because we said it, and it's showing up in both of our glasses from our individual point of view. So this is something that not too long ago would have seemed like complete science fiction, but now everybody in this room is aware, because you know enough to know this is actually coming sometime in the next decade. There are details that are happening faster, happening slower. Maybe we have to wait for 6G, and this ends up, communication of this in the cloud ends up being 30 times faster because we get millimeter wave, maybe this, maybe that. But in general essence, it's coming, and we should start thinking not about the technology, but about as people have discussed here, the design, the implications, the sociology of it, and even the political ramifications. So we're about to enter a time when we're going to get another tool again, as someone has pointed out earlier, because we have literacy, we actually do have an average higher economic base for people in the world. Individual acts that created literacy have had enormously positive influences. When, in Korea, as some of you know, when Sejong the Great made sure that there was an alphabet that everybody could read, it was an enormous change in that culture. The rise of the middle class, a great increase in wealth of the entire country, and we have an opportunity to do that. And afterward, we're going to forget that we lived in a world where we didn't have that power. I mean, I remember vaguely long time ago in the past, maybe it was 2019, when you had a meeting, you had to be there in person, and nobody lives that way anymore. My mom goes online now. We're living post-pandemic, everybody shifted. So what will happen in the long term? I think that what will happen in the long term, that's the most exciting thing about this, is that children will grow up in that world. And as Alan says, we will teach them values, but they will have this power that we've created to turn those values into their communication with each other. And to them, this will all be native. So they'll grow up harnessing XR and AI, and when they become grown-ups, they'll be doing things that we couldn't even imagine, as people have said here in earlier conversations, and it won't feel like technology to them. Was the old saying, is technology is whatever was invented after you were born.
Yeah.
It'll just be reality to them, just like this is not magic to us, the fact that there's a projection on the wall. We just, it happened before we were born. And so it'll just feel normal. And so I'd like to take those thoughts and maybe open up for a conversation. Thank you.
A very brief one.
A 7-minute conversation.
So that's why Ken was lost, because of the demo. A real, tangible thing on top of all the ideas we've had. Wonderful. We have to do some closing things, but Fabian, be quick, please.
Super quick. I think it's in the how we feel about it. Pretty deep, maybe deeper than again the how it's done. The technological aspect is challenging, but and then one practice I do. It's not like digital Sabbath, but sometimes I go offline, like I go on holiday without the technology. Even though again I love it, but it's like to feel what it is not to have it, and eventually reconsider my practice. So it is possible even for natives, let's say, to go back and maybe reconsider again the practice, because indeed that's the challenge of where it became so natural that they don't even exist, like it became transparent.
And my answer is I agree.
Okay.
Anyone else have any questions, comments, thoughts? Oh yeah.
We'll have to have most of them over drinks later, but yes, go ahead.
Just want to say thank you. It was a really good talk. I really enjoyed it.
Oh, thank you.
And I think it's about this kind of shift from thinking we're moving into this continuous information space, and the possibilities of that space. And I agree completely. It's all about how we design systems for that, how we build systems, and how we build guardrails for the social and economic consequences. So
Great.
thank
And
you
I'm very aware that I'm talking to the right group of people.
Thank you very much. So now we're going to spend the next 30 seconds of final thoughts.
That's very good. I just wanted to share with you two things. First of all, I enjoyed my day and learned tremendously from all of you, and I'm very grateful for that. But also, I feel that there was a statement which I remember from an elderly librarian of Congress, which fits very much with this group. And this is that in many ways we are not just researchers, we are questers. What he said by that is that it is more in the fecundity of the questions than in the finality of the answers that we find the best future. And I think we're all doing that. Congratulations.
I brought some lab stickers. If you want some, please ask me for them, but they're all based on preservation issues, so I've got lots of them, so I'll pass them around for you, and I want to thank you all for being here today. Wonderful talks. It's good to see so many of you and to be able to see you in face-to-face and not on Zoom.
Wow, okay. Ismail, first of all, thank you for supporting this since Kyoto, a long time ago. On the statements you referred to, my professor from Syracuse University, who sadly passed away, kept asking me, what is the future of text? What is the future of text? Really pushing like a good professor like you did. Only after he passed did I realize the future of text is to continue to ask the question, what is the future of text? Right, so this community, I think you guys are amazing. I was thinking yesterday, because we have very little in common, at least I feel with most of you. We have these big worlds. It's like a Venn diagram with little overlaps. But because it's such a warm community, and I welcome your new friends in the community, instead of a Venn diagram, it's a friend diagram. So I think as we explore what it means, where we connect, and also really importantly, where we don't. You know, we talked about a lot of cultural and human differences today. They are vast, and they're untapped, and they're ignored, and they're glossed over. Right? Until we can really understand that, all this tech stuff is utterly irrelevant. So again, Deanie and I together would just like to thank you all for being here. It's been an absolute dream, so thank you. We're now going to go, those of you who would like to, some of us are going to the club. Dinner is whatever happens, and we'll be here. Again,
Retro first?
After.
So dinner first, then retro.
Yeah, we'll try to organize. We'll talk. But anyway, we have to be out of here in 1 minute.
seconds, yeah.
Anyway, thank you so much.